more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite. These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for.
Every year there's always been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
And it's Optic Gaming going into Ohio with the #1 seed. Red Reserve have done it. They've made it to Ohio. And it's Enigma 6 continuing their Cinderella season all the way to Columbus.
1 second in between Elevate and a spot in the GPL, and they have done it!
3-0ing Optic Gaming and uses his scores.
Playing insane right now, and this is it, Jack!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4. We are live for the final week of the regular season of Stage 1 of the GPL. My name is, of course, Benson. I'm going to be your host throughout the weekend, and joining me is my expert panel. We've got Chance, we've got World Champ TP, and our special guest this week, it's none other than Apathy. App, of course, you've already qualified for playoffs, but I mean, how does it feel to be here once again as an analyst?
Feels good. Get to watch, some amazing teams play and hopefully learn a little bit.
Very true, very true. Of course, we're speaking about that playoffs. There's a massive amount of prize pool, not only on the line there in playoffs, but also throughout the regular season. I mean, for playoffs, the prize money is absolutely massive. TP, we were talking about it earlier on. It's huge. $500,000. $500,000 on the line for playoffs. $200,000 regular season prizing as well. Prizing available for each regular season finisher. But in terms of that $500,000, I mean, here's a look at the breakdown for Stage 1 playoffs. $200,000 for first place, $120,000 for second. I mean, it's basically a mini COD champs.
Oh, definitely a mini champs, and this is exactly what we've wanted to see for so many years from the player perspective. The fact that these guys have multiple huge tournaments to play for throughout the year is huge, and it's going to be exciting, but they have to make it there first.
Very true, and we'll talk a little bit now about how our groups are going to work. The group format, of course, this week it's similar to the ones in the past. Nothing changed. Top 2 proceed to playoffs. Third doesn't make it to playoffs, but does secure a spot for Season 2, and more importantly, Call of Duty World Championships a few weeks away, of course, or a couple of months away. Fourth, it's bad news, unfortunately. You're going to have to fight through that relegation tournament, and of course, relegation, that's going to be at Anaheim, a staple of Call of Duty esports. That's going to be June 16th to the 18th. You don't want to be playing through relegation, but for the rest of the event, of course, Anaheim is going to be wonderful. But we should obviously now talk a little bit about the teams we're going to be seeing in this week here of the GPL. Optic Gaming, Red Reserve, Enigma 6, and Team Elevate. Chance, when you look at this group, is this a clear-cut one?
Yes, Optic Gaming is going to win this week, pretty much without a doubt. It really is just going to be a fight for second place. I'm personally looking at E6 to take that away over the 2 EU squads. I think Spice so far is the only European group to make it through. Everyone else has struggled quite profoundly, so maybe one will be able to squeak by, but E6 has the number.
Definitely has been a little bit of a struggle, but we can take a look now at the schedule for the day. We're kicking things off with Optic Gaming versus Red Reserve. Then following that matchup, Enigma 6 versus Elevate. Elevate back-to-back, they go up against Red Reserve at 7 p.m. And then to close out the day, Optic Gaming versus Enigma 6, and what is sure to be probably the best game of the day. Definitely going to be a battle there. But of course, that first game, Optic Gaming versus Red Reserve. Teep, want to get your opinions on this one briefly. Is there any chance Red Reserve can clutch up here and potentially start their campaign with a win?
Well, they could definitely take some maps. Going back to some of the previous matchups against these guys, it has gone on map 5, so it is possible. Do I think it's going to happen? Odds are definitely against Red Reserve, but if starting off early in tournaments, Optic has had those sort of doubtful moments. They've sort of fixed those over the years, but overall, it should be a clear-cut one.
Well, potentially. Of course, we caught up with both of our 2 teams yesterday to find their thoughts on the upcoming match. Let's take a look.
I know Optic Gaming are a very slay-heavy team. All 4 players have the potential to absolutely take over a map.
The unknown factor, I guess. We haven't really got to watch them. I've played other European teams more. We have to win searches versus them, because if they come out and steal some searches, all they have to do is take 1 respawn. You never know what they could do. I would expect us to beat Red Reserve. I wouldn't be surprised if they take a map or 2. Or at least personally, I expect every team to at least be able to win a map. I don't think we'll go undefeated. I just think that's a little unrealistic, but who knows?
When we play Optic this weekend, split 1-1 in series, but I'm confident we can. You need to play a perfect game to beat Optic Gaming.
Well, there is a look, of course, at our map set now. It's going to be Red Reserve versus Optic Gaming, of course. Map number 1, Retaliation, Hardpoint, Throwback, Search and Destroy, Frost, Uplink, Scorch, Hardpoint, and Retail S&D if it goes the distance. Apathy, want to get your opinions here on this map set. Is there any hope here for Red Reserve?
I think Optic is just too much of a dominant respawn team. I really feel like the only map they could possibly take is Throwback, Search and Destroy. But Optic's obviously improved their Search and Destroy a lot. You know, they talked about it many times, and I've definitely seen the improvement in their gameplay. So I'm thinking the 3-0.
3-0? Fair enough. I feel like if I go down the line, you're all going to say 3-0, aren't you?
I'll say 3-1.
3-1? Okay.
I'm giving them a map at least. It's early on.
That's true. Which map then? Because I feel like there's a couple of ways you can think about it, right? Maybe Optic Gaming coming in a little bit overconfident. They could drop map number 1. Obviously, it's a hard point. Highly unlikely. Are you looking at the Search and Destroy as well?
I know it's a different group, and the practice hasn't been quite the same. I'm going to give the EU guys the Uplink again.
The Uplink?
Yeah.
Uplink does potential.
I just love that face. You're just like, really though?
I mean, S&D was Optic's best game mode back at Dallas. They went like 11-2 or something like that. So their quote-unquote worst game mode is actually their best. Their Uplink is like everything is great with Optic Gaming. 3-0 is just the easy.
3-0?
Yeah.
Well, we'll obviously wait and see. The game about to get underway, so I can send it down to our fabulous casters for the series. It's Puckett and Courage.
Thank you so much, Benson. It's time to party. Before we go, though, I want to give a big shout out to Apathy. He's going to be playing in the playoffs. 500 grand up for grabs. He's going to be playing for a chunk of it. A lot of people think Optic Gaming is the clear team to be coming out here in week 4, but we got to remind people what happened back week 2. Everyone said FaZe going to cruise through. They were playing for their life at the end of day 3.
Oh, you can never know what to expect in these groups, right? With how this all plays on out, EG don't win a single map day 1. They get first. So the CWL Pro League has shown us so far that there is a lot of talent across these regions. I will say, though, right now, for a lot of people online, many are saying this is their easiest clear-cut top 2 with Optic Gaming and Enigma 6, especially with the lack of practice from some of the European teams that they've admittedly had coming into it. It's time, though, to get the weekend started. It's the green group, Chris, between Red Reserve and Optic Gaming.
Absolutely, and we should remind everybody just how important the map count at the end of the weekend is. If we have a tiebreaker, it's going to go down to map count potentially, and already we see a sniper being pulled out here in a hard point. Formal's going to open it up with 2 picks. Karma's in the feed as well. What are we watching here, Jack?
This is what you love to see. We talk about how the long-range sight lines are so important, how teams will run 2, 3, even 4 ND4s off the break of this map at times. But what has the longest range of anything? It's the sniper in the hands of one of the best in the game with the weapon. He gets 2 right off the break. It's examples of that. Little strategies that teams pull out on the biggest stage here in the Pro League. Optic Gaming already getting flashy off the break.
And they're not hiding anything. They're coming out of the gates with their new strat. So Optic continuing to control the kill feed. Karma, 4-1, is on a 3 streak. Keep your eyes on him as he'll be working for those score streaks. And Karma, honestly, this is a guy that every single time he gets camo, he makes the most of it. Unlike some of the players last week, this is a guy who never makes it
Oh, yeah, for sure.
apart.
Oh, yeah, and the big thing is, right now, you can make an argument for the likes of Karma, Gunless, even Classic makes some major plays with it as well as possibly the top 3 camo players right now in the game. But this is a start that Optic Gaming seem to always have on Retaliation Hardpoint. 53-1. If you remember, it was Karma who went on that crazy 11 streak just a couple events ago where he got fully streaked out. Even right now, they've been in full control, and it all started with the 2-piece informal with the sniper.
This has been a dominant opening here for Optic Gaming. 34 points still remain, though, on that lower street, and that is where Red Reserve is currently set up. are currently on board with Urban, and he's got a 4 streak going here after starting off 1 and 4, starting to put it together. Karma, though, shutting down his teammates. Urban's going to have to rotate, and there's 3 Optic players to take down, instantly eliminated by Crim6.
Yeah, and with 15 seconds left, watch these green arrows of Optic. They're going to rotate through top market. No, this can't happen. Ooh. Okay, good. Shawnee did clean him up. That was way too close for comfort. But now it's just going to all come down to straight-up gunfights. You've got the Red Reserve team pushing from top bridge. You've got Optic coming from market. Red Reserve will have the number advantage for the moment as Karma's making his way across the mini-map.
And as we look big picture here at these two teams, Optic Gaming, their worst event of the year was the very first, and that was back at Vegas.
Yep.
Since then, they have been first or second place the whole way through. They've definitely reclaimed their throne as the best team in Call of Duty. Red Reserve, on the other hand, they started off with 2 other players back when they were Orbit, switched things up halfway through the year. They've brought on Shawnee, they've brought on Nile, and since then they were able to finish 5th, 6th way back at Dallas. That was 2 months ago, though, and they mentioned they haven't been practicing yet. If they're going to wiggle back in this game, they're currently down 75 points. Where do they get it done, and who are the big players you're looking out for?
I mean, you heard the analyst, mention how Uplink, possibly the map that they can take. Search and Destroy is huge. Shawnee has actually been one of my breakout players from Europe so far this year. We saw him first at that PSX event where it was really one of his first encounters in playing in North American soil. Now, as the year has gone on, he's remained a statement in the European scene, continuing to build his name up. He's just been consistent for the most part, and that's what's gotten him onto this stage with this team. Right now, though, currently 5 and 8, only 7 seconds in the objective, but the whole team is struggling. It's not just him. You've only got Joe in the positive mark.
Urban and Nile picked up 2 big kills, but here comes Scump. Joe's going to shut down Crim, but Scump and Formal able to trade out. So just like that, Optic easily runs through Red Reserve and retakes control.
And why has that happened? They pushed it slow. They played methodical. They got control of every lane. And where Optic are at their best is straight up gun skill. They all win their one-on-one gunfights. There's only one trade they have to get, and that was on to Joe. And when the kill feed remains all green like this, as Scump cleans up another, now 13 and 7, this is where Optic are at their best. They've got the confidence now to clear out the lanes. They're already going to be rotated to the new Hardpoint. I'm seeing a 100-point club in the future of this map.
It was 7 unanswered kills before Karma finally got caught on a long flank. He ran all the way across the bridge looking for the spawners, trying to get behind the opponents. But now we're going to the hotel hallway. This is going to be up close and personal. And something I've noticed is very few E-Reds. Well, one of these teams eventually pull one out here.
The only time you can maybe make an argument for it is in this hotel hallway Hardpoint. But for the most part, no reason to have him out on retaliation. Scump more than happy to rock this K-bar, be versatile in whatever lane he needs to hold down. I mean, look at the control right now. They have Formal. Scump has not seen anybody in this hill yet. Finally, he's going to get engaged by one, does wind up losing it, and for the most part, that was just an awkward timing for his teammate who was on plat, who went to go hide for cover.
The best news there is you stop Scump, only allowing him to get 1 score streak. So he's going to have these Trinity rockets, but no Scorchers, and he has the bombardment locked in at number 3. You have Red Reserve clawing their way to 60 points, but they are deep in the hole. Optic Gaming, they are just 80 points away from taking game number 1.
Yeah, and I was actually talking with Scump yesterday a little bit about, how much of the LAN League has been watching. Has he been tuned in every weekend? He said absolutely, and he's been loving playing the game competitively, especially as of late. And I think it shows in the start that he has to this map. Already a minute inside the objective, leading his team at 17 kills alongside Formal. And Optic still have a 100-second lead. There's been no doubt since the first hill when they outscored their opponents, 40-1?
I'm just watching Optic, and I don't see a single gunfight, even on the mini-map that they're losing. Watch player number 5 right now on the left side of that mini-map. Flanking, Crim6 easily picks up a kill. Now they have fresh spawns. Crim is just going to rotate around the map. He's got a gun engagement here against Joe. It just looks like Red Reserve, they're spawning, they're just sprinting off spawn, and they're getting eliminated from behind.
Yeah, and they finally do break on through, but already 40 seconds in favor of Optic on this hard point. The difference we're going to see in our score breakdown at the end of the game is going to show a tale of a completely different story of these two teams in their long-range gunfight control on that top bridge. Formal has not slowed down from when he brought out that sniper in this game, now 20 and 11. Thankfully for Red Reserve, they do have a heavy presence here near Bottom Street, and they get the scrap time. This is their best chance to start a comeback, Chris.
And this is where they gathered most of their time on the first rotation. Will they be able to lock this down and then properly rotate to the next hill? That's their best chance of getting back in this game. They break the 100-point mark, so no 100-point club. Optic, they've kind of taken their foot off the gas pedal a little bit. Now it's time to see who from Red Reserve is going to show up, because Scump trying to shut down everybody.
Scump inside bike. They know he's inside bike. He's able to get 3 kills by himself while weak. His teammates can then push on up. He single-handedly started that retake for Optic Gaming, all because he played his life and forced his opponents to push him. He didn't run outside and just die immediately. He got call-outs from his teammates, pre-aimed where they were coming from, and just straight up shredded them, especially Urban in that top plat area.
Props to Shawnee and Joe, able to pick up a few kills, but not enough to break into the hard point. I wanted to give them credit, but they didn't get the third. Optic picks up the last few seconds. Now they can finish it here on Cathedral. You got Formal set up. You got score streaks with him and Scump available. And Crim6 and Karma, they are pushing out these spawns so far. Red Reserve has their work cut out for them.
This looks like it could be the end of the game here now. Streak slowly coming on down. That'll spot where everybody is on Red Reserve. Optic know what they have to watch. If Crim pushed all the way up bridge, so rare to see a player this far up the map. They've got Market locked down. 240. Look at how far away. Just stop moving. If you're Red Reserve, stop moving. This game is done. Optic Gaming, this is the start you needed to see from the green wall. 250 to 108 as they dominate Retaliation Hardpoint.
I think that was about a 24 kill difference between the two teams. Everyone going positive or even from Optic Gaming. Crim's going to finish at about +4, +5. I think Karma was even, but Scump and Formal all over the kill feed all game long. On the other side, you looked for Red Reserve. Was there ever a multi-kill situation? I think I saw Joe get 1 double kill. Yeah. Shawnee got a double later in the game. But other than that, this was a one-sided affair.
If you're Red Reserve, you're facing Optic Gaming, arguably the best hardpoint team in the world. You're not a team that's known for your hardpoint prowess. So you're kind of expecting that, I think, if I'm being completely honest. So you kind of look at that. That's a wash. That's just game number 1. You're an S&D team. You've got to bounce back now in game 2. One thing I do want to say for Optic that I was actually happy to see was they bring out the strategy with the sniper off the break. They're not afraid to show that off right away. On Retaliation, they focused on retaking as a team. It wasn't like the Optic where they were so confident they just kind of flood it one by one and think that they could just make it happen by hitting it. No, they set up, they got in the correct lanes, and they just did it the right way. That's why they were able to retake so successfully a lot of times on those hard points. That was a solid effort right there from OG in regards to how they need to play hardpoint throughout this entire weekend.
Optic Gaming is going to strike first. They're the #1 team in the world for a reason, and it's time to take a moment and see how they got here today.
Optic Gaming's roster is one of the longest standing, winningest, and most talented teams in the history of competitive Call of Duty. Just shy of 2 years ago, Scump, Crim6, and Formal made the roster move that would define this team when they added the 2-time world champion Karma as their fourth. At times, they've looked untouchable, but at the start of Infinite Warfare, that was far from the case. Optic began this year with a cloud over their head, reminding them of their 7th place performance at the CWL Championship in 2016. Their fall from grace continued, as they were eliminated from the CWL Vegas Open by rivals FaZe Clan to finish 6th. Fans began to question the drive and dedication of this squad, and for the first time in this team's history, the community began to speculate if a roster change was needed. On the verge of another poor finish at the CWL Atlanta Open, a Game 5 Round 11 1v1 clutch by Karma against Panda gave this team the kick they needed.
Let's go, baby!
Since their incredible losers bracket run to finish 2nd, Optic Gaming have won back-to-back major events to not only regain their title as the undisputed best team in Call of Duty,
it's all Optic Gaming,
but secure the #1 seed in the North America Pro Points battle. Heading into the CWL Global Pro League, Optic Gaming have all the momentum in their favor. At one point, between Paris and Dallas, they won 23 straight maps on land. During that run, they looked as strong as they've ever been as a lineup, which is definitely saying something, considering all of their championships they now have as a team. On top of that, the reigning MVP, Scump, is looking to hold on to his title from Dallas, where he put up a ridiculous 1.17 respawn KD and a 1.22 S&D KD. Optic Gaming are a force to be reckoned with. A lot of their recent success has come from their improvements in Search and Destroy. At the CWL Dallas Open, they won 84% of their maps in that game mode. This is in part because they have arguably the best player currently in competitive Call of Duty, in Formal.
There goes the jump though! The FTL jump, too strong!
And the man with 30 major LAN championships, the most all time, in Crim6.
Crim6 lights up the kill feed.
Tune in May 12th to the 14th to see how Optic Gaming performs in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
So that's a look at Optic Gaming. They're coming in with the #1 seed. They're at the top of this group, and they open up perfect, nearly a flawless game of Hardpoint in game number 1. But now we go to Search and Destroy, and looking at the most recent event that both of these teams attended, it was Dallas. And in that event, Red Reserve's greatest game type was Search, winning 75% of them. They went all the way to 5th place, and that's with a terrible 33% in Hardpoint and 42% in Uplink. So that's just a testament to how often they went to Game 5s and how strong their Search was.
Oh, absolutely, and that's really what got them through that whole losers bracket run. If you remember, EG had a similar losers bracket run. It was actually Red Reserve who stopped them in their tracks with a 3-1 victory over the North American squad. We're now going to throwback Search and Destroy, and if you like the sniper in the hands of Formal, something tells me it'll be back out again.
You
here
feeling
in game 2. Oh yeah, watch. If they spawn in the back bathroom area, he's gonna run right on over to that bus right there with the sniper and watch over Lemon and probably get first blood onto Shawnee, who's gonna have an NV4.
You're not wrong, Jack. As we immediately see, the snipers are out. And now it's time.
Here he goes.
To kick off game number 2. The opening break, Formal going up top. Bus, opening shot, Niles missed, but he knows where 2 players are, calls that out, and he's just looking for the first peeker.
Yep, and that's all it is. And if you're on the side of Red Reserve, you have to know that this is how Formal is playing. They're trying to stack middle. Crimsix is just outplaying everybody right here. Oh my God, he got so lucky he ran out of ammo. That was almost a free 3-piece, and just like that, it's now a 1v1.
Yeah, that was a 1v2 for Formal. The pistol kill will tie it up. He switches to the K-bar, but did he see his opponent? Yes. Shawnee's been spotted. The bomb is down, though, and Formal just has to play for time. Might as well get the kill as well.
I can't believe that round was even that close. Crimsix is looking at his team going, hey, guys, I just nearly killed 3. That should have been easy for us to trade on out. It winds up being a little bit closer than they would have liked, but either way, great stuff from Crim to get that round for Optic Gaming.
Looks like this Red Reserve squad trying to play very aggressive, fast plays through the middle. They sent 3 mid, 1-player window on that first defense. Now it's their turn to attack.
And if you remember, this is actually the map and game mode combination where Formal and RCs were kind of going back and forth in it with those sniper rifles, where Formal was missing some of those shots near that underpass area, and it was very uncharacteristic from him. There, Red Reserve just say, hey, if you're going to hit the shot, go ahead. It's one of the toughest to hit in the game. There. The back plate saves the camo player of Red Reserve.
Formal still not done hunting. Urban, though, is going to pick off Crim 6. And we talked about that 75% win rate for Red Reserve. They never dropped a map on throwback Search and Destroy back in Dallas.
Well, now there's a free kill middle for Formal, so this will be a 3-on-3, but only 20 seconds left. Optic have to begin to push the agenda. Another player down on site, cleaned on up, 2v2, and they know there's a player on bus. Are they ready for the flank for middle map? They also have to get on the bomb. They do spot him. He's just got to start defusing. Scump's got to start defusing. He's just got to do it and trust his teammate. Did he pick it up in time? Did Scump pick it up in time?
I think he's got this.
Let's go to Scump's perspective.
And Scump's got it, Jack.
No, he doesn't.
0.2 seconds off?
Something like that. It looked like he slid into it, but just wasn't able to grab it in time.
I thought he had it for sure. And now you see Red Reserve. This is their opportunity. Will they be able to turn this into a bit of momentum? You see the frustration there from Scump.
Yeah, it was the right play, and he trusted Formal. Formal got the kill. But in the end, just a little bit too late there on the defuse.
Wow, so we're going into round 3 all tied up. Optic Gaming, they've given up first blood in round 2. Formal could get picked here from his left. No attackers showing their faces yet. And this one is just a slow flank coming through. Now Joe's going to be behind 4 players. He's running by himself, though. He had a teammate and instead just charged right into the K-bar of Scump, who's looking for kill number 2.
Yeah, and he knows where this player is. Seeing if he could possibly spot him out. Look at the pressure middle map now from Red Reserve. They're trying to get aggressive on Optic Gaming, and I think that that's the right decision. As just like that, Formal's left with just a pistol and the sniper rifle in his own spawn.
On the other side of the map is Karma, so both players going to try and work their way back to middle. Formal spots one. Nile sees him. Nile is gone. Player next to the bomb, and Formal's looking for the headshot.
Yeah, he's still just dancing around. He will be swarmed. FTL jumps away. Oh my goodness! Imagine if he had any other gun. But imagine if he had imagine if he actually had a weapon there, even on that flank. Yes, he did hit a nice shot, but in the end, FTL jump already used. And we're just 3 rounds into this game.
And I think the key in that round was picking off Karma, making Formal all by himself.
Yep.
Solid gameplay so far from Red Reserve. Even though the initial flank didn't work, they don't give up the round. This is another round where Optic Gaming looks great at the start and then falls apart at the end. Where did things go wrong?
What I do really like from Red Reserve so far, really quick, is that they are being confident in their decisions. They're hitting out that mid lane. They're not afraid to challenge Optic just straight up in middle map, and so far they've definitely gotten control of that when they want to push it. If Crim doesn't get that three-piece, near three-piece and top ticket earlier on in this game, this should be a 3-0 Red Reserve lead.
Look for Crim 6 to be the first to peak. Scump is going to follow it up immediately. And Crim calls it out with the NV4. They've pulled back. Optic playing this one slow. Now Scump's going to try and get an angle. Everyone's going to try and hit at once.
Yep, they're just playing this very, very slow right now. Crim trying to at least stop the player in that top blue window. Urban and crew, though, they're ready for Optic. They know 4 players are hitting this. They've got full confidence to watch this lane. Another beautifully played round from Red Reserve. As look, how does Crim even try to go for anything here? He's got 3 players firing at him. They all come back to full health. Red Reserve, honestly, Chris, should be up 4-0 in this game.
Urban's playing fantastic as well. That is his second first blood. May have 3 total in this game, but that is at least his back-to-back on the attacking side. So things are working out here for Red Reserve, and I'm looking at the whole squad, just their faces. Optic, not on tilt quite yet, but they've definitely, you know, they don't have that same energy after that round 2 where Scump got blown up by the bomb.
Well, what's crazy for me watching this is Optic are just playing a little bit slow on some of their retakes. Right there, they don't go to try to push out that field lane until there's 29 seconds left on that bomb. So that's 16 seconds from when it's planted to where they actually begin to get aggressive and try to shut them down. Look, Red Reserve sent 3 middle again. They've already got the flank. That's going to force Optic off the plant. And Crim's all the way out near barn. There's nobody here. Urban with the flank gets it done.
Urban with a massive double. We got to start watching this guy more often. Crim 6, though, last member alive in a 1-on-2, and he is going to get cleaned up. We talked about, is Optic going to drop any maps this weekend? Well, it looks like we might see it already in match number 1.
Crazy to just see how much mid-map control Red Reserve keep on getting on these defensive rounds. There, they just storm on through. Urban basically just baits his teammate around the wall. They get the first blood. Then Urban surprises 2 other players from Optic with that 2-piece. And that type of style S&D is more of what Optic Gaming were doing earlier in the year, where Crim 6 kind of goes and plays by himself. The rest of the team sticks together. Crim looks for a play there. It's too little too late.
Urban this time is going to be the sole player over at B. The rest of his teammates went over to A. Urban's going to be shut down by Crim, and Scump took out Joe. Now it's going to be a 2-on-3. Red Reserve trying to plant the bomb. Nile with it in his back pocket, but there's too many defenders close by.
Yeah, and they should be easily cleaned up here. Crim now on the pinch. Nile's all by himself. There it is. Nice job by Optic to at least recover there. And it all starts with getting first blood.
Crim 6 getting fired up. He was the one who picked Urban early on, and now you see it's formal with the final shots going in on Nile. Red Reserve, hot start, but they can't fold. We've seen how strong Optic is at the end of games.
Oh, and this is, we all know Optic with the 5-2 comebacks earlier this year. Potential for a 4-1 comeback in this game, especially as those payloads come into play. How exactly does Crim play it? He does go towards top ticket, and look at those Red Reserve arrows right out to middle map. This time Optic will challenge him. It's Nile with first blood.
Kyle's going to get the first 2. Yeah, Scump and Karma eliminated. Formal trades out 1, so it's a 2-on-3. Optic has their work cut out for him, and Shawnee's going to win another big one. Outshoots Formal. Crim 6 is going to find 3 in the mid, and now it is game point for Red Reserve.
This is why we talk about must-win maps for Red Reserve. The theme, like we saw last week, and when we talked about Luminosity against those European teams, especially with E-United as well, that the European teams needed to win the S&Ds and steal a respawn. The same thing occurs here with Red Reserve facing OG. They're on the verge now of taking this game too and going into that uplink tied 1-1.
Optic's going to be on defense. The bomb back in Nile's hand.
I think Optic are getting real aggressive middle of this round, especially with Scump having the E-Rat. Yeah, he's already charged right towards their underpass, and I will say I do actually like this a lot.
Urban looking for pressure from the middle. Now starts moving towards the bomb. Spots a player in barn, but is shot from the tunnel. Kills are traded out there, and there is Nile picking off Karma. So it's now a 3-on-2. Red Reserve up a man, but one has just been spotted by Scump.
Yeah, I think Scump realizes his timing window he had is now gone across the map, though. Joe finds where the car was called in from, and now it's Scump all by himself. 1 versus 3. Shawnee and Nile with payloads as well.
Apathy's getting fired up over at the analyst desk as well. He's like, Joe, nice plays, bro.
Oh, gosh. And Scump got spotted. That's why they're all pre-aiming that. Red Reserve, their S&D looks just as polished as it did back in Dallas.
Incredible stuff. Playing in the States, they haven't dropped throwback since forming this team, Jack.
There you go.
Ridiculous stats that we're going to keep hammering home.
I love it. Might as well milk the stats as much as we can. We talked about stats last weekend. LG, through the first couple days, didn't lose anything on throwback. Hardpoint, S&D, or Uplink. It was just their apparent map that they were just dominant at. And either way, now we've got ourselves a series. We talk about map count, as you touched on at the start of map 1. That map later on this weekend, when talking about head-to-heads, who's going to get third, who's going to get second, could be very, very big for the big story of this league.
Are you surprised by Optic Gaming's struggle on this map? Would you hope that they would switch away from the sniper earlier?
No, I don't think really the sniper was too big of an issue. Yes, there were some scenarios where you would like to have it. He was getting his team a ton of information, but they were just giving up Red Reserve so much middle map control. And Red Reserve, I love the different pushes we saw from them on offense as well. Planting it in field, slow playing it, playing some mind games with Optic Gaming. That's why they're a strong S&D team.
Everyone says they haven't practiced, but obviously didn't need it for that search and destroy when it's all tied up. When we return, we continue. Game number 3, we got Uplink Frost coming up next. Welcome back. It is day 1, the final week of group play here in the Call of Duty World League presented by PlayStation 4. I said the whole PlayStation.
Presented by the number 4. That would be quite interesting.
Still waking up today. We had a rough Thursday night, but we're here on Friday, ready to party. It's all tied up, Jack.
Yeah, and we just saw a lot of people, I went on social media, Nameless commending Red Reserve for their Search and Destroy gameplay, especially on the map. He said they 6-0'd us on this one.
Yep.
Reedy also got involved, so the same thing happened to us at Birmingham. I learned that it's Birmingham, not Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah,
Birmingham, in the UK.
In the UK is completely different. So Birmingham. This team, we know they're good at S&D. That is not the question. But now they've got 2 respawn game modes. Going up against Optic Gaming, you've got to favor the green wall here.
Yeah, that first hardpoint was never even close. In fact, they simply got slaughtered.
Yep.
If you looked at the KDs, Optic all positive. On the other side, everyone negative. For Urban, that man closest to the camera just turned up in Search and Destroy. This team's got a little bit more swagger, and they're coming into Uplink. It's their second best game mode. But the bad news is Optic on this map is incredible. They did not drop a single Frost uplink all of Dallas.
Wow, so you know they're coming out with the fire here on Frost. Watch out for the extreme aggression. This is an example of a map where a team that winds up rocking an extra ERAD can really change the pace of a game, which could benefit the European side on this map. It could be something to throw off Optic Gaming, where you think, oh yeah, the other guy's probably middle. Nope, instead he's sprinting in your base already with a submachine gun, wrecking havoc. We'll see how it all plays out. I'm excited to see this Red Reserve squad because last week the European teams honestly looked just as good as the North Americans, especially in Uplink.
Very practiced with their tosses, it seemed, and I was looking backstage, a lot of the guys were getting ready, tossing their throws, getting warmed up for this one, but it's all gonna come down to the slang, right? You can't score an uplink unless you get 2, 3, 4 down and multiple times. So at the end of the day, keep your eyes on the camo players, and let's see how much work the SMGs can get done. We got Joe most likely running one. Urban has one in hand as well.
Wow, I actually don't think I've ever seen someone pick off a player hiding behind that box. Formal gets cut down, and Nile, in the end, winds up getting the final kill. It's all dead on Optic Gaming, and early drone control will go to Red Reserve as they try to push through ship.
Nile with the K-bar looking for the picks, has 2 players outside the door, knows the pressure's coming, but doesn't finish the kills. Karma comes in, saves Scump, and now they're running through all Red Reserve. The drone is being pushed forward. Karma's gonna go scoop this up after their next kill.
And that's actually huge from Scump. He picked Shawnee off that top ship area. He should have had a free kill to at least slow the Optic Gaming push. Instead, it's 3 dead again. This is what you talked about. You need that first wave to push on through. There it is, the dunk for Scump, as Optic Gaming are on the board first.
And Scump's gonna be working on streaks here. He's 1 away from getting his Trinity rockets. Those will help control the outside. Optic set up though to patrol the sub, not letting anyone get indoors. And Scump is gonna flank behind Joe. You got 3 Optic members outside. They could run this any direction they want. And Formal will keep the drone alive. Everything going Optic's way here, but the drone, for now, is going to sit down.
Yeah, so that'll go ahead and slow the pace for a moment. Big thing to note, Scump does get the full streaks already at 7 and 2, which streaks on this map might not be as impactful as others, especially with how much of a focus there is on the indoor area, but it's a great way to stall, can help you win off the break of a side. We'll see when Scump decides to bring those on out, still very early in the game, and already, look, he's got the drone, goes for the 1. Intercepted, though, by Urban right in front of the portal.
Yeah, it's a big play from Urban because Scump was just trying to thread the needle between 2 defenders, playing very confidently. Crim6 going to be the lead blocker here. You got Karma with the drone behind him, and they're just going to reset, focus on kills first, and Crim is doing exactly that. Finally traded out, but that's 3 down for Red Reserve. Karma trying to block the spawns. You had Scump pushed up real far as Formal was going for the drone, but a good hold. It's Urban once again, this time a big double in the kill feed, and Shawnee's moving the drone.
I really like this 3 ERAD setup from Optic Gaming. They're matching the pressure that Red Reserve will put on. Urban and Nile, though, clearing out the mid lane. This should be a dunk for Shawnee as this game's tied right back up.
What a defensive hold there from Red Reserve, and they convert it into points, something that we saw a lot of teams struggle to do last week. Formal, Crim6, Karma, all in your kill feed, though. Optic Gaming coming right off the spawn, winning the fights, and now they have sub control.
Yep, and now they'll go ahead and try to move this drone forward. Knows to drop it. Nice play by Karma. They will toss it on down. There's the bombardment from Scump, using it right outside, forcing players out of position, which should clear this lane potentially for a 1. Hasn't happened yet. There it is. No! Kill just before he can get the throw off.
That's twice now. Optic on their attack, stuffed just short. Once an interception, that time a kill from Red Reserve. Crim6 is going drone hunting. It's going to be Nile working with Shawnee on the perimeter. Niall's going to carry the drone.
Wow.
Shawnee's going to get the headshots. Urban in the feed as well. But a nice pick there by Scump is going to slow things down.
And you think of what we just saw from Red Reserve, they not only hold their base, but Scump uses the bombardment there. So one of those 3 streaks now off the table for Optic Gaming as this goes on. You've obviously got to keep track of that. We know how impactful these can be. Thankfully for Optic Gaming fans, Scump did elect to go with the Trinity Rocket and the Scorchers instead of just having that Scarab to use. So 2 more impactful missile-based score streaks still ready to go.
And everyone told me, you know, Scorchers are worthless. No one should run them. Nowadays, we're seeing a lot of players going back to them. Is there a reason to bring it out on all maps, or do you think this is a Frost-specific strategy for Scump?
I mean, you could also make an argument that the Scarab is very good for a map like Frost, especially with those indoor areas, but at the same time, maybe Scump is more confident in using that middle map. You drop down those Scorchers, again, right through middle will clear that entire area, force players away from that drone or out of position. So Scump more confident in that one in his arsenal.
50 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Red Reserve. They want at least another 1-pointer. Urban's got that, and he's going to toss it in 3-2. Red Reserve takes the lead for the first time.
Optic score in the first 50 seconds of this game. Since then, Chris, they've been stuffed by an interception. They have another throw that doesn't go their way as Scump is cut down right before he can get the throw off. Red Reserve putting up a great fight yet again. So outside of that rough first map and Hardpoint, they've honestly been hanging right with Optic Gaming.
And I think the difference is the E-Rads. You see Shawnee now picking up a nasty 2-piece, shoots Formal out of the sky there. Karma answers right back, but the SMG control coming from Niall, coming from Urban seems to be paying off. Ooh. Scump trying to land the melee will not be able to do it. Joe's going to clear it. That will keep the score 3-2 going into halftime.
Another thing to note, Red Reserve being outslayed just ever so slightly and still getting the objective job done. For the majority, Optic Gaming had the map positioning, had the map control, were pushed up towards their base. The 1 interception, the other stopped push, the score streak that came in, all on Red Reserve's side. You think of the 2 times Red Reserve were able to push up into Optic Gaming's base, they were able to wind up getting 3 dead, go for a dunk, get the 1. It's how they've gotten these 3 points. Nice job by getting that second wave of kills they need to put scores on the board.
And everyone hyped up this guy, Urban, at the start of Infinite Warfare. Everyone's just saying, you know, he was pretty good in Black Ops 3, but he's a whole new animal on this game. He showed up massive in that search and destroy. He's leading his squad right now, and they're going to open up with the opening kills. Now we have Joe leading the charge. Niall's going to put a 1-pointer up. That only took 24 seconds. Red Reserve trying to run Optic out of this game.
And what I love, too, is Red Reserve have a very good knowledge right now of their openings, right? They knew if we rush this right through, don't hesitate, we can get a 1 and that's it. They just played for the quick 1-point play because they knew, hey, even if we all die here, we have enough to do what we just did right there, which is win the gunfights in middle map. 4 dead again for Optic Gaming. If this slang slowly goes into Red Reserve's favor, I think this game could get ugly quick, Chris.
It's been a lot of team fights that Red Reserve is winning. When they get spread out around the map, that's when you see Optic kind of show their dominance in the individual battles, but good trade kills coming through when there are team fights. Drone not going anywhere. Optic too strong, has 4 up still on defense. Joe's gonna pick 1, but Scump is right there to trade. They have total control.
Optic Gaming are 100% the better team so far inside this ship and robo area, the most popular lane on this map. Everywhere else, another interception, this time by Niall. That's now the 2nd this game for the Red Reserve team. But back to the point I was bringing up, it seems like everywhere else on this map outside of that ship and robo area, Red Reserve is just the better team. I want to see them continue to move the drone through these different lanes, bring it towards the top side of your mini-map. Right now, again, they bring it into here. The submachine guns of Optic Gaming win the gunfights. And again, the push is stopped.
Urban just resets that drone, tries to buy time for his teammates who are coming off respawn to get into position. Optic Gaming has 3 minutes and 10 seconds to work with, but they're down a dunk. Need to start getting control and pushing their way up with 3 up. Every single time, it seems one player has been able to slow them down. And then we've seen the 2 big interceptions and 1 player being stopped on the throw attempt for Optic Gaming.
And right now, that is the entire difference. This should be a 4-4 game if there's not those interceptions from earlier on. Crimsix does have his overdrive, so if he finds he's got an opening here, he could try to force 1 through. I want to see Optic Gaming slay now. Keep the drone dropped. Don't let it reset and just get kills. There's 2. The 3rd from Formal. Now is the green light. Watch, they're all going to flood the drone. Crimsix can use that overdrive. There it is. This will be a dunk 4-4. That's all I've wanted from Optic Gaming. Those 2 times the interceptions happened, I think they just try to force the drone too much. Instead, drop it, get the kills, and don't panic.
And Karma actually ran all the way out on the perimeter trying to get a rally. Good stop from Joe will slow them down a bit. Scump knows they got to get the kills one more time. And he is so close to his reactive. Not going to have it quite yet, though. Formal has an FTL jump, and now he's got the drone. 3 down. It's only Nile up to trying to attack from the back.
Look at this E-Rad.
Formal's doing work here. We have all 4 members of Optic surging. Here come the Scorchers. They're looking for another at least 1-point play.
And they've forced Red Reserve inside this ship area. So Optic Gaming, they know exactly where these players are. Interesting to see the E-Rad with a sight on it. Really the first time I've ever actually seen that in competitive. As Formal, he knows they have to put on the pressure. They're now running 4 E-Rads on this map and just flooding the base of Red Reserve. Now Krim just buying time, can go for this long-range one to get the lead.
Nope. Intercepted again by Joe this time. So you have Urban with an interception, Nile, and now Joe.
I love it, man. This Red Reserve team putting up such a fight. 9 minutes now into this game. You've got reactive armor from Scump. The lane is cleared. Formal should have that camo ability ready to go. Do they decide to push on through? Yes, they will. Crimsix, he's too scared to go for the one. There you go, finally. Doesn't want to give him the interception. Optic Gaming take back the lead.
They have a minute left on the clock. Optic just has to stop Red Reserve from scoring, but they've been winning so many gunfights. They could keep running up the scoreboard. Urban on your screen looking for one. Gonna use the FTL jump to survive, but not long. He's chased down from behind. And Red Reserve is just spread out across the map here,
Yeah,
Jack.
sorry, I did not mean to say Formal with camo. I was talking about Karma. So close, him and Joe both are. This could be the saving grace for Red Reserve. Does die in that gunfight, though, so I think Red Reserve will really have one final opportunity with camo. Karma does get his. So watch out for these tools in the final seconds of this map.
Drone is currently in the hands of Red Reserve. They're trying to get it to Joe. And Joe is behind that drone. Now he's got it. Shawnee's going to lead the way with the reactive.
It's 3 dead. 3 dead on Optic Gaming.
And Joe still needs about 50 points before he can get the camo. No camo available. No score. Optic with 5 seconds left is going to lock this one up.
And now, Chris, imagine if Joe had something called active camo right there. Tries to force the drone on through. You know Optic are going to be in the base ready for you. OG barely win that map. As you're looking at that, and you're a European Call of Duty fan, you're frustrated that Red Reserve couldn't close that out. They played better 90% of it.
I'm so impressed, though, that they hung this close to Optic. From the start, they were getting outslayed, but they never panicked. Seemed that they were starting to gather momentum as they had defensive play after defensive play in the first half, and they actually go into the half with the lead here. It was Optic turning up, though, in the final 2 minutes, so that sealed the deal.
And this is what I love about having the pro player apathy this week on the desk, because Envy is a team that at one point this year, I know from reading Slasher's tweets, was not a fan of Frost Uplink, but now they're a team that has improved in the game mode. There we see Optic Gaming when things weren't really going their way. They were running 3 E-Rads, and then Formal had that K-bar out. Then they swapped to 4 E-Rads, picked up the pace, focused entirely on that ship and robo area where they were just beating Red Reserve in every straight-up gunfight, and they wind up coming back and winning that map. Great Frost Uplink, neck and neck between both those teams through and through.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people are a bit surprised to see how close this series has been so far. Looking forward, though, to see will Red Reserve be able to answer back. They've been outslayed in both of the respawns. They're going to need a big game number 4. But before we get to that, let's take another look at Red Reserve.
Red Reserve has gone through a lot of changes this season. At the beginning of the Infinite Warfare season, the organization was without a team, but they obtained the Complexity roster following CWL Vegas. Prior to CWL Atlanta, the former Complexity roster announced they would not be representing Red Reserve after the event, leading to Red Reserve's purchase of Orbit. That meant Joe, Rated, Urban, and Zero would be operating under their banner. However, the team would not stay together long. The team felt the impact of EU roster mania following CWL Paris, leaving them with a roster of Joe, Urban, Nile, and Shawnee to compete at CWL Dallas. In the 2Ks leading up to Dallas, the new roster finished first and second in the 2 tournaments, going from a question mark to a dark horse at CWL Dallas. Their tough pool sent them to the losers bracket, where their run to finish top 6 was incredibly impressive. They managed to take out Supremacy, Fnatic, Enigma 6, and Evil Geniuses, before ultimately falling to European counterpart Splice, in what was one of the best finishes by a European team in Infinite Warfare thus far.
Major credit to Red Reserve for making that one a very, very close match when it came down to that last hard point.
The current incarnation of this team will be defined by the aforementioned losers bracket run at CWL Dallas. But what really gives them promise moving forward is their success in Search and Destroy. Not a single player on the squad finished Dallas above a 1.0 KD in respawn game modes. Their statistics in S&D, however, are almost the polar opposite of a team like Luminosity in North America. Shawnee jumps to a 1.13, Joe to a 1.14, and Urban to a 1.13. Keep an eye on Red Reserve's performance in this game mode, as they won 75% of their S&Ds at CWL Dallas. Teams that are strong in S&D have the ability to steal a series from many top teams. However, if they want to consistently hang with the world's best, they must fix their respawn woes. Tune in on May 12th to 14th to see if Red Reserve can continue to build on their momentum in Stage 1 of the Global Pro League.
That's a look at Red Reserve and how they got here. We already saw their strength in Search and Destroy. They just had a very tight game of Uplink. But coming up next is their worst game mode, Hardpoint game number 4. We're going to Scorched, and we know it's going to be a battle of the dance-offs, Jack. Who has the better worm?
Oh, we'll have to find out in this one. We've seen it on Drill, especially on this map. But either way, with Red Reserve, I was just thinking, and obviously the European teams so far in the Global Pro League, some, I guess, lackluster finishes in their respective groups, but I feel like every team has improved since the big roster swaps have happened. For example, with Red Reserve, I think they're better than they once were. I think Epsilon are now better with Josh on it. I think Splice is a better team now with the changes that they've made.
I don't know if you can say Elevate's any better after losing Shawnee.
Okay, that's one that I can definitely agree with, but even when that Elevate roster was formed, I mean, I have such high expectations for them. We'll have to see what they can do this weekend. Obviously, they'll be playing next year on the main stage against Enigma 6. Either way, we should be ready for Game 4 to get out of the way, and if I'm being honest, I think this series ends right here, Chris.
Yeah, if you look back to game number 1, you had Scump going +9, Formal +10. You got to shut these two down. These are the Juggernaut Slayers on the server. Get in there, cause some problems. What can you do, though, to throw off Scump, to throw off Formal on a map like Scorch?
Oh, gosh. I mean, at this point, I don't even know. Maybe bring out some different tacticals. You know how these players like to hold some of these lanes. You know Red Reserve has seen a ton of Optic gaming gameplay. There's been so many examples of Scorch hardpoints so far in the league. If I'm certain teams, I'm trying to get as much time as possible, especially in that Turbine and Top Hanger Hill.
Keep your eyes on the mini-map in the top left corner of your screen throughout this game. First game of Hardpoint, it looked like it was just individuals coming off spawn into slaughter from Red Reserve. Will they be able to wait for each other and attack as a squad? That is the strength that we've seen from all of the top NA teams.
I actually love how they played that off the break with Scump going passive with the NV4. They immediately get 4 dead on Red Reserve, and now they'll be into the hard point right away. They wound up sending 2 players towards Top Hangar and threw grenades over into that little door area near that side warehouse and weakened everyone from Red Reserve as they charged out.
I love watching the mini-map with just Formal and Karma. It's obvious that the communication is on point. Both these players just rotating, watching each other's entrance as they had early control of the hill. Red Reserve, though, coming right back. Urban, he is the man, picks up 2. Nile is in the feed as well. 15 points remain here on the bridge. Red Reserve trying to control it. And if you look at the spawns, Jack, not too shabby to open things up.
No, not at all. And they've already got Shawnee on your minimap clearing out that drill lane, doing what he can to at least put the pressure onto Optic Gaming. And they will still get this close spawn. That could have been quite bad for Red Reserve. Thankfully, they do have enough of an anchor there to at least force players to spawn on up. Formal already charging in. And I just like this from Optic. They know they have a number advantage, so they just 4-hit this lane.
It's so frustrating to watch because if you're an EU fan, you see Red Reserve, all right, we got the good spawns, we have all 4 up before Optic attacks, and then Formal happens. Yeah. Just comes through, steamrolls everybody. He's 7-2 on a 4 streak. The man's working on score streaks, and he's about to get them.
Yep, there goes the first one. Now more probably in his future. Red Reserve, now they're just getting desperate. They're trying to hit that outside lane. They're going 1 by 1. This is where they've got to just stop. And this is where this team struggles in Hardpoint. They're just flying over 1 at a time. Yes, they'll get these last 15 seconds, but they could have cleared that at the 30-second mark if they just had their first entry man just wait a little bit longer.
That was the same problem we saw with Millennium just a week ago. Constantly running by themselves. Shawnee setting up top here in the hangar, knows there's going to be pressure. Erad outgunned by Formal at short range.
Yeah, and look at this pressure already. from Optic Gaming. They've got the back rocks. They have 2 players inside this hard point, and they know what they have to clear. I like this from Red Reserve, though. They are going for the spawns first instead of just charging into this hard point. Gonna be up to Joe and crew to get these first kills.
Joe gonna try and lead. That's player 5 on your mini-map. Now you have Urban crashing in at the same time. 2 down. Crim6 holding strong, though. Picks up Urban and Shani. It's all up to Scump. And Joe will be able to get the time as his teammates are coming off the spawn. Everyone went across Skybridge here for Optic Gaming. They're just running right at Red Reserve.
Yeah, and look at Scump just charging on through. That's an example of Optic Gaming that you don't want to see, right? Where they're just trying to push in one by one, basically just feeding streaks. Look, every single kill is easy for Red Reserve in that final bit of scrap time. If you're Scump there, at least wait for your second player to push in, go through 2 different angles. Instead, they both try to hit the top door. They wind up getting cut down. 66-61, Red Reserve doing a much better job here on Scorch Hardpoint.
Niall was able to run in, pick up 1 player in the factory, but it's Optic with control. The middle street, that's where Red Reserve is trying to attack from. There's constantly 1 player from Optic watching it. This time it was Crim6. Niall nervous to poke, and just like we saw from Optic 60 seconds ago, it's Red Reserve running in 1 at a time and getting picked off. Optic has picked up 20 unanswered points here on the drill, and they could lock this down for a full 60 if Red Reserve doesn't fix this mistake.
Yeah, but Optic Gaming are kind of holding this hard point how the game used to be played, how the old meta for Scorch was. Typically now, as of late, because of certain movement mechanics you can use behind cover, you wind up having teams try to hold from that rock side. Instead here, they get blue. They trust whoever they can to watch middle map. And once you have that, look, Crim has no worries. He has nothing he needs to worry about. Now, finally, they'll have to watch this flank, and there it is. But it's taken 50 seconds for this to happen.
And Optic got 9 of the last 12 kills. That's the biggest difference maker. Finally, Shani's able to break in, goes on a 3 streak. But at the end of the day, the last minute was dominated in the kill feed by Optic Gaming. At the top right corner of your mini-map, you see Optic had 2 players going up against 2 from Red Reserve. Karma was sent on the long flank at the bottom half of the map. Optic knows they have total bridge control. All they have to do is watch these entry points, and Karma not letting anyone out of his sights. He is melting through opponents. 4 streak here. He's now working on his Trinity rockets.
I think a big thing, too, we're noticing is that Optic Gaming are doing a great job in these last couple hills of picking up the lanes, picking up where these teams are spawning at. Like right here, Karma immediately notice there's a 1-second window where he says, wait, I should be seeing someone right now pushing from this back rocks area. Then he turns right around, now trying to win the gunfights for these new spawns. The score was 66-61 in favor of Red Reserve when we pushed to drill. Now 147-76. Optic will get 2 hard points of 50 seconds or more, and they're already here for this next hill.
And even though Karma falls, Formal picks up both Shani and Joe. He was the hero breaking into the turbine this time around. He's the hero defending it. Karma set him up for success, and Formal coming through time and time again. In come the score streaks. Not much happening there, but Crim6 holding strong with his ERAD is going to keep Red Reserve way outside of the spawns.
Yep.
And you're going to see a nice flank coming in from Karma if he plays this right. Picks up 1, going to find a second. And unfortunately, Shani's going to outgun him. But regardless, you have enough Optic pressure at the top of the map that Red Reserve, this could be back-to-back-to-back hills where you are just getting slaughtered. 150 points potentially for Optic right here.
Oh, straight up through. Red Reserve has not even gotten close. Formal started the first map, 20-8. Here he is again on a 6 streak, leading his team at objective time as well. Even if they do get the scrap time, the damage has been done, and they're forcing Optic spawns at the new hardpoint. So you have 2 players there. They can fight for that back rocks area. Optic about to be up by, 120 seconds if they can get control of this hill early on.
This is where Red Reserve started picking up quite a bit of time on Hangar after breaking Optic's setup. They had the ERADs at short range, were able to outgun the individuals who were attacking. This time around, though, it's Crim6 and Formal clearing out the back end.
Yep.
At the front now, Scump is going to help reinforce Crim. You got to get through Crim's SMG, and it is not looking good for Red Reserve. Optic here is going to need 1 more hard point, but they're going to bring themselves within striking distance of closing out this map.
I'm telling you, man, it's like when Optic finally just catch their breath for a second, when they stop flooding 1 by 1, when they get the setup they want, and the game gets kind of put into their pace. They call out, they watch what they need to, then they just take over. Remember, when we went at the end of the last drill hardpoint, or going into the last drill hardpoint, it was 66-61. Now as we enter this new drill, Optic are up by 120. Yes, Red Reserve will get some scrap time, but either way, OG will get the setup they want yet again.
You need a big play here from Urban and Joe. Joe's going to get the first pick on Scump. Urban trying to make his way through middle, but he's tagged up. And Joe could give them initial control here for Red Reserve. 3 players from Optic set up on defense. The first one's picked by Nile. Karma, though, coming through again. The double with the K-bar, and Krim is there to grab the third. Optic's got this one finished.
Yeah.
All they have to do is hold on for 20 more points.
And I did like what Red Reserve did there. They actually sent 3 players through middle instead of going one by one. Kind of caught Optic off guard for a second, but then the 3-piece came in from the likes of Karma as well as Formal. 235 to 117. One final push is all Optic Gaming need to take this series.
Optic Gaming with a blowout here. In match number 1, they struggled in the search. The uplink was close, but when it comes to hard points, this has been disgusting. Karma's just going to use his camo, doesn't see anybody. 3 more players set up to defend the hard point, and they're going to lock it up right here. 250, 123, doubling their opponent's score.
That make it look easy. Such a difference in Optic Gaming for the first few hills of that map, and then from when they kicked it into gear at that first drill, they did not look back. That is what you expect to see from this squad as they take their first series of the weekend 3-1.
Looking at those numbers, Formal just continues to impress in hard points. Another plus 10 or more dominant showings when it comes to the slaying battles. Red Reserve, they have the teamwork. Now they just need to figure out what are the holes in their game. How do they step it up? They're definitely a threat, though, to teams like Enigma 6 later on.
Oh, absolutely. Do not count this squad out at all. You still saw their strength at S&D. That map could come up twice in a series, but I think we know their theme of the weekend will be taking a respawn. It looks like right now, Uplink is absolutely the game mode that they're going to have to win throughout this weekend if they want any chance in these series.
We'll see what they can do a little bit later on. If you're looking for kind of a great takeaway here for Red Reserve, or even a good one, Jack, is there any shining light? For me, it was Urban.
I mean, if you think of Optic Gaming fans, right, they tune in, they see their team. I'm sure a lot of them thought, you know, this would be a quick 3-0 stop. They were holding their breath, especially through the majority of that uplink where OG could have gone down 2-1. I think right there was their takeaway. Red Reserve, many people thought they were going to get stomped. Instead, they keep it close. And now going into their matchup later on in prime time against Elevate, I've got to favor this team.
All right, we're going to have to, I think I'm going Red Reserve versus Elevate as well. We'll see what's going to happen with our European teams, but right now we know we have Optic Gaming opening things up with a perfect record representing North America. And on the stage, we got Maven with Formal.
All right, thanks, guys. All right, Matt, buddy, I want to talk. I was talking to Seth outside. You know, you guys were one of the first teams that did the 4-1-4s off the break on Retaliation. I had not seen the sniper yet. What's the deal with that?
Honestly, it's just a clear sight line for the first guy that goes to, like, the wall run, and Damon told me to kill him, so I was like, I'll just snipe him then. I just took out the sniper.
Well, it worked well. I mean, it looked like easy pickings. You got 2 kills to kick things off. The other thing you did that was a little different with the E-Ride. I hadn't seen the ELO sight used on it before. Why did you decide to do that?
Honestly, I just can't use the iron sight. E-Rad, something about it just doesn't like rub me the right way, and the ELO is really easy to shoot. So I've been using it online in like 8s and stuff, and it's actually really good. So that's why.
It seemed to work for you. Last thing I want to ask you is just about the end of the uplink. You see all the kills coming in for Red Reserve. I think Shawnee popped reactive and killed like your entire team. You're by yourself in the base. Kind of break down the final moments. How do you clutch up like that?
Honestly, I knew they were going to be going blue, and when teams go like back blue, I knew they had to get a dunk or at least a 1 to tie, and they kind of funnel through the back door, and it makes it really easy if they go 1 by 1 by 1, and the last guy had the ball, so they made it easy on me to do that.
Well, big plays, and you guys get the first win handling business for Optic. That'll be it from us. Thank you, guys. We'll toss it back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Maven. Of course, business as usual there for Optic Gaming. A fantastic 3-1 victory for them. Obviously, we'll break down the series now. Obviously, starting with map number 1, it was 250 to 108 in Optic Gaming's favor. Obviously, we heard Maven just talk a little bit about that sniper rifle, asking some questions. But App, as soon as you saw it, you were like, yes, I recognize this. Is that something that he's used against you personally, or how did you know he was going to use it?
Well, we actually scrimmed them before I came here, and yeah, they used it in practice. You know, he pulled it out, and we were kind of amazed at it because that's like the first time we ever saw it. And you know, it's a good strat. I mean, you're allowed to get a first easy blood, and it like relieves pressure off that wall run. So I'm not really amazed by it, but it's definitely something good.
Yeah, maybe is that something we might see Envious start doing?
We'll see.
Maybe. That's definitely a maybe. But, talking a little bit about how the map started to develop a little bit, for Red Reserve TP, it almost looks as if they were playing a little scared at times.
It's just when you set up for hard points, especially on those money hills for the hills 3 and 4, you can't sit so far back, and that's where it really got out of hand for them. You see Optic Gaming, 76 on Grave, 34 at Broken. The way they were able to get that wave of pressure out when you're holding is why they were able to hold so easily. Yes, they're slaying out pretty heavily in the map overall, but Red Reserve, when they would set up, it was sort of the opposite. They'd see a gunfight and sort of cower back into the hill, not getting that pressure out, and Optic took complete advantage.
And obviously, Chance, there, you heard TP mention it, that the outslaying, I mean, Optic was killing everything.
Yeah, throughout the Global Pro League so far, I think on Retaliation, it's like 15-0. The team that outslays on that map is going to win. And of course, that means if you're outslaying by 1 or 2 kills, you're going to have that advantage. Optic outslayed by 23 kills. Doesn't really matter what map it's on. If you're outslaying somebody by 23 kills, you're going to win. So there's not much more you need to say.
This is true. Of course, Optic go up 1-0 in the series. Then we head over to map number 2. And I got to give you some credit. App, Teep, you both said it. If there was a map that Optic Gaming was going to drop, it would be that. Unlike Chance, your prediction went straight out the window there. But in terms of Red Reserve, what went well for them, Apathy? What was that key to success in this map?
I just felt like they were very aggressive, and they fought for map control. I felt like off the break and off the start, they were always pushing up, they were always flanking, they're always applying some sort of pressure. And mid-map, if you get control of mid-map, it allows you to push through like so many areas. You go underpass, you go top red or top green, you go sidewalk, you could just jump down, and it just open place for them.
And then on the flip side, Teep, I mean, what went wrong for Optic Gaming? I mean, I think a lot of people would have expected going into the series it would have been a 3-0, but they obviously didn't take map number 2.
It's a bit weird of a strategy overall. You saw how they were able to play fast and outslay on the hard points. The S&D was a bit of the opposite. They're playing a little bit slower back. I think that was partially due to Formal Sniper. Yes, he's hitting some shots, but when you have a sniper like that, you have to sort of play around him. You don't want to send out players and not have the numbers over towards middle. But also, Red Reserve was able to take the bomb over towards B, get that plant down, and when you back up towards blue, Optic wasn't ready for that several rounds in a row. You got away from him.
Yeah, and the counter strats were huge. Twice they were able to go to B. Optic never sent a single person on defense over in that direction. They were giving up the free plants. The second time around, they tried to cut off mid-map, and they made it a little bit more interesting than the first time around, but the counter strats were too good. And then on the flip side of things, Optic, even when they were on offense, they were just so tunnel vision, staring down at that A-bomb when they had it planted, and they weren't watching the flank very effectively at all. I think Urban, like twice, was able to just run around the map for free, nobody to watch him, picks up those big 2 pieces, and opens up the map for the team.
Well, series tied at 1-1. We head into map number 3, and I mean, to be honest, I think that was probably closer than a lot of people expected. Obviously, it goes 5-4. Optic Gaming do take it, but what I want to talk about, App, is the start that Scump actually had for Optic Gaming. I believe he goes 7-1. He gets a dunk as well and streaks. I mean that's the exact start you want.
Yeah, he definitely had an explosive start. You see that from Scump all the time. Starting off 7-1, starting off 6-0, and that really helped his team. Get that dunk, like you said, get streaks. And it just opens the start. It's like it's a great start you want from anyone.
Definitely is. The interesting thing, however, was Optic Gaming was outslaying pretty heavily in the first half, Teep, but they actually went into the half down 3-2. I mean, what went wrong, or I guess what was Red Reserve doing so well?
I don't want to take too much away from Red Reserve. They had some good defensive holds, a lot of interceptions on the map overall, but when Optic was outslaying that heavily over towards that ship side on that first half, we talked about it in this previous weeks a lot, where when you're getting those kills in the feed, you need to be moving drone at the same time. They're sort of kill first, then worry about the drone afterwards. I think that really punished them on this one. I think they really should have had 10, 12 points on that first half alone with the amount of kills that they were getting. But just those situations where Red Reserve could get the reset, stop the drone from progressing at all, and it sort of slowed it down.
And then just to talk about that first half, Optic Gaming had drone control probably for 4 out of 5 minutes of that half. I mean, Red Reserve was stuck in their base underneath the portal. Yes, the interceptions came in. Yes, there were some clutch defensive plays, and Optic did fail to capitalize on a lot of opportunities. But on the flip side, Red Reserve, they had 2 opportunities to score in that entire half. Both times they were able to get points on the board. They were making the plays, and again, they only had very few opportunities, but they were able to pull them off. Then even going in the second half, they opened up with 3 down. So they opened up with 3 down and immediately get points on the board as well. So yes, they were getting outslayed, but they were capitalizing a lot better than Optic was able to.
Well, as we said, Optic Gaming, they go 2-1 up in the series, and then we go over towards a Hardpoint once again, and it was a familiar story almost, Apathy. I mean, you kind of made the point as we were watching the game. Just felt like teamwork and slaying, that was all Optic Gaming needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in Hardpoint and just in this game in general, You know, the sling has to be there, and if the teamwork is there as well, like, you may not rotate at certain hills or you may not do the right play, but as long as you're doing something together and you're getting the kills, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, there's a look at that scoreboard, 250 to 123, and there was a couple of moments, Teep, where it almost felt like Red Reserve were getting caught in unlucky situations, or, I mean, how would you break it down?
It's fairly similar to the first Hardpoint. They're sitting too far back. There are several situations where, number one, they're sprinting into kills. When you're playing against Optic Gaming, you're playing against these guys, you have to be ready for a gunfight at all times. You know how they play. They don't worry about the rotations necessarily as much, not necessarily the teamwork either. They play to get more kills. So you need to be ready for a gunfight at all times. And when you sacrifice so much hardpoint time on rotation and you get taken out for free, that's where this snowball happens. And it really started at drill. That first drill where Optic was able to push out both sides so heavily, Scump went on like a 4 or 5 streak just to open up the map. There's just nothing they can do to bounce back.
Very true, very true. Optic Gaming, the start they definitely wanted, of course, 3-1 for them, but more importantly, starting off the weekend 1-0 for Red Reserve. We'll see if maybe they can bounce back in some of their games later on today, but it is worth mentioning, of course, if you are watching Call of Duty esports action throughout the weekend, make sure you're watching on EVE. Of course, you can see it in action only at mlg.tv/COD. Up-to-date event statistics, we've got the featured player POVs, which is absolutely awesome, the score streak prediction game, and of course source quality. There's still plenty of Call of Duty esports to be played here though at week number 4 of the stage 1 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Optic Gaming starting off their campaign well. Up next, however, Enigma 6 go toe-to-toe with Elevate in both teams' first game of the weekend. We'll be back after this.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets 3 kills. Can he win it? Oh, it barely. Are you going to live through this one? I am.
played them at Vegas with my old team when I was in orbit, and they're just a really aggressive team, play together a lot. I feel like they just run around the map together and try out teams constantly.
Elevate as a team is a very aggressive team. Watson, I do know, and he's the person on their team that'll bring hype to their team, and he's a really good AR player. I feel like if we shut him down, they'll just all crumble.
I think just playing smart, playing together as a team, coordinating pushes together as a team, and just outplaying them on the map.
I don't think they'll cause any problems for us, to be honest. I feel like we're all confident in our own gameplay, and we'll perform.
If we win the first hardpoint, I think we're 3-0 them. So I think the first map's very big against Enigma 6.
Keys to beating Elevate will just have to be remaining consistent while we play, and like Jordan said, not shooting circles.
Definitely counts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by PlayStation 4. Of course, we're live for the final week of GPL action. Up next on the main stage, Enigma 6 versus Elevate. Excited for this one to get underway. Of course, we talked a little bit about how important strong starts here throughout the weekends that have gone by, of course. And Apathy, I have to kind of ask you immediately, how important is a 2-0 start for a team?
It's extremely important. You know, starting off 0-2 or 1-1 could be very bad just because you just have more stress, more pressure on you. You know, you have 2 days left, you have 4 matches left. If you start off 0-2, then potentially you could get 3rd or 4th if you don't win that one next match.
Obviously, you started off 1-1. What were the stress levels like for Team Envious?
It was we knew, like, we were confident they were going to qualify, but it's still there. That it's
Right.
a little bit more stressful, a little bit more pressure.
Definitely is. Merc, thank you for joining us in the studio, of course. Want to get your opinions on Enigma 6. Are they the real deal? Because it seems to be a couple of mixed opinions throughout the Call of Duty esports community.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the real deal here, we're going to put them sort of on a worldwide scale, and I think they are one of the better teams in the world, but sort of they haven't really cracked that sort of top 6, top 8 in North America. However, there's a lot of talent on this roster. You talk about General, you talk about Cade, Ruiz. These guys have been together for a long time. And Proto, sort of that guy who just joined the team this year. If he's able to sort of step up and slay well, this team is very difficult to beat.
And then on the flip side for Elevate, is this the case where they're fighting for 2nd place chance, or maybe they're even fighting for 3rd place? How do you see Elevate fitting into this week?
Well, I think ultimately, at least at the very start of the week, it's going to be everyone's fighting for 2nd. You expect Optic to be on top, so that's kind of that best case scenario for Elevate you would expect. That being said, they have certainly struggled in the past back at Birmingham. You know, they top 6 in Europe. That's kind of rough when you come over to those North Americans and got to go against these squads. So it's going to be a tough look for them, but obviously this is probably one of the better starts they could ask for.
Very true. We can take a look now at our maps for the series. And Apathy, you already know I'm gonna throw this question your way here. It's Retail Hardpoint, Throwback, Search and Destroy, a Frost Uplink. If it goes further, Scorch Hardpoint, and a Retail S&D. Is this a good map set for Enigma 6 coming in, do you think?
Yes, I think Enigma are sort of like Optic, a really strong hardpoint team, and just a respawn team in general. I feel like they could be really good at search at times too, but if Elevate takes a map, I feel like it's going to be a search and destroy, so possibly a 3-1.
Yeah, and I mean, when we talked about sort of Elevate, we talked about, you heard Rated during that interview. He said if we take that first hardpoint, that'll be, or Reedy, I believe, said it, if we take that first hardpoint, that'll be very important for them. And sort of retaliation, these guys are mainly AR players. You talk about sort of Rated and Watson, some of the best assault rifle players in Europe. You know, retaliation, if they're able to sort of double NV4 and put a lot of pressure, you know, on General, that can sort of move that game into their favor.
The problem is that first hardpoint, though, Elevate has had an abysmal hardpoint career back in the past. I think, you know, they won one map of it, like 7 losses back at Dallas. Like, they got thrashed on it. The European uplink has been pretty decent, but I think that's E6's strongest game mode. So, again, that S&D is going to be almost a necessity, and you got to sneak away at respawn, but E6 is not an easy team to do that against.
Well, Enigma 6 versus Elevate about to get underway on the main stage, and I believe our casters are ready to get us straight into the action. We can set it down to Maven and Courage.
Thank you, Benjamin. All right, so this series is going to be good. I mean, we just saw Red Reserve able to take a map. We know how important map count is. This series, though, I don't know. Rated told me, he said they're going to qualify for stage 2 and for the playoffs, and that he would bum me on the main stage. I don't know what that means exactly.
Bum you?
Yes, but I'm scared.
That means he's going to rob you?
Maybe. I wouldn't put it past him. But no, they've been really confident coming in, though, man.
Yeah.
Rated's been really hyped up. Reedy's feeling good. And you heard, if you watch Hot Mic last night, we were kind of separating rumor from fact with the scrims. They feel pretty good coming in.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how this Enigma 6 team performs. You remember the 3-0 they had against Optic Gaming back at the start of Vegas. They then lost to them later on that weekend. But we know this team has so much potential. great to see General on Hot Mic yesterday.
Yeah,
What Hot Mic is every Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern here during the LAN League, where we will sit down with 4 of the pro players from that week. I think you have something getting cooked up for playoffs, right?
Oh yeah. We're gonna have a whole heck of a lot of fun. I think Reedy almost fell out of his chair there.
That's fine.
But no, you heard Chance talking about the Hardpoint. Now the thing, yep, they just realized
these guys are having a blast.
They just realized that was on camera as he almost fell. Watson is now understanding what went down. But no, the main thing here, you heard them talk about the game 1. So I believe it was actually 10% of their Hardpoints is all they were able to take at Dallas. You're basically starting every series down 0-1. And when you have emotional players like Reedy and Rated that may tilt easier or have the ability to bring you back in it depending on, it's a two-edged sword, but if you're starting down 0-1, like I think these things fall apart so quickly for them.
Yeah, and you already know this Enigma 6 team too can get loud when needed. Make sure their opponent knows that it is time for our second match of the green group here in the CWL Global Pro League Stage 1, presented by PlayStation 4. Retaliation Hardpoint Maven, predictions.
I'm going E6, man. Especially General was just the man at Dallas. Statistically, he was insane. I think top overall respawn KD, second, I believe, in Search and Destroy. And he's a player that's always put up nice stats, but Dallas, he was spectacular. I'm expecting him to do big things here this weekend.
Now, I did just see in those player cameras that Elevate had handshakes, special handshakes between each other. I'm wondering if that helps them going into this map.
It probably will. It probably will. But no, it was nice to see them all laughing, getting ready for it. But now you got to get serious. It's game 1, Enigma 6 versus Elevate. And we're going to start off with E6 as we'll see the break towards bridge.
I saw General looking backwards for a second. I was wondering what was going on. But here we go. We're watching the man himself off the break of his first. Okay, now. All right.
Maybe
so we're gonna move off, General.
Yeah, maybe a controller issue. Something seems to be going on. He's now spinning in circles on the minimap, so we'll see what ends up happening. We'll have to wait for a ref to make a ruling. But for now, it's going to be Reedy coming to the backside as he gets 2 easy kills. You see a lot of teams go 4-4 off the break.
Yep.
He's playing fast and aggressive there with that E-Red.
And now we'll go ahead and have the players spawn back on up. Yes, I see refs over there talking. So either way, as we kind of focus on the series, moving on, do you think that Elevate have the same thing that we talk about with Red Reserve, where their S&D is so important in these series? Is this everything? Is this everything for you?
Yeah, no, okay. I think it is. I think if they take the game 1, they're going to make this a series, and I think it's something that goes 4 or 5 games. If they just get pummeled here on this first hardpoint, I think it's going to be tough, man. They struggled through that in Dallas. It was good to see them kind of laughing, having a little bit of fun there. And you know, talking to Watson yesterday, he said that he feels like they're kind of in a good spot in the sense there's zero pressure. There's not like expectations for Elevate to come out of this group. So he's like, we're just going in it and looking forward to surprising people.
Yeah, and
that's a fun spot.
That's basically, not only do they have that goal, but they talked about them bumming you. If he can do that, that's also in his mind. We don't know what that means still.
No, we don't.
We'll try to find out as the weekend goes on. If you do use that type of language, please tweet us. Please let us know what that verb means so we can be in the loop as well. Either way, though, week 4 already of the first stage. Can't believe we're almost at Stage 1 playoffs.
We are. And just in case maybe you aren't familiar with how these teams got to this point, where we are in this season, we've been talking a lot about Enigma 6 and their ability to compete at the top. Let's check out how they got to this point.
Enigma 6 is a team consisting of young, talented players coming out of Michigan in Proto, General, Cade, and M. Ruiz. They're not standout players, but they work incredibly well together because of the chip that they have on their shoulder, especially General, Cade, and M. Ruiz. The trio erupted onto the Call of Duty esports scene at UMG California in 2015, but with the 18+ rule going into effect for the CWL, Enigma 6 were unable to compete last season. That makes this year their time to shine. Enigma 6 exploded into CWL Vegas, battling their entire way through the open bracket straight into pool play. E6 would go 9-0 in pools, shocking the community with 3-0 wins over Optic Gaming.
Just 2.5 minutes from 3-0ing Optic Gaming.
And eventually CWL Vegas champions, Rise Nation.
Enigma 6 get the job done. The 3-0 of the green wall. They've now 3-0'd Rise Nation.
Outside of Vegas, they have consistently placed top 12 at major LAN events and have victories in multiple online 2K tournaments. So far this year, Enigma 6 can be defined by their ability to rebound and improve as a team. After league play changes following Vegas, the team did see a dip in performance, falling from top 8 in Vegas to top 16 in Atlanta. Enigma 6 is certainly a team that is on the rise, and one with potential to beat anyone in the Global Pro League. Keep your eyes on General. He was an absolute monster at CWL Dallas. He posted the highest overall respawn KD with a 1.28 and the second highest S&D KD at 1.53. These are elite statistics and will go a very long way to helping Enigma 6 compete against the world's best. Tune in May 12th through the 14th to see how Enigma 6 performs in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
Enigma 6, they've fought their way here. You know, I heard Joe say, you know, they haven't been able to crack top 6, top 8. I mean, they've been there pretty consistently for me all year. When you're talking about North America, they can definitely hang with the best. You heard Rich say in the video, you think that when they are on, they are capable of beating just about anybody, and I agree with that.
And you saw the numbers that the man on the right side of your screen put up there at Dallas, who is General. Insane stuff. The guy was going off. He needs to replicate that here. For me, my prediction for the weekend was Enigma 6 finishing second behind the likes of Optic Gaming. But again, we've already seen them beat that squad on LAN once this year. Would not be surprised to see a great fight later on today in prime time. They will be our final match of the night.
Yeah, this is it's a very different story for these teams. Like, you think of the first series. Did Red Reserve expect to beat Optic? I mean, sure, they want to, but we have Optic Gaming at the top. We know they're going to come out first in the group unless there's some colossal collapse. So for these guys, I mean, basically every match outside of that one is crucial. Whether it comes down to map count or who just takes this first series to set the tone for the weekend, you're putting yourself in prime position early on to take that second spot.
All right. Attempt number 2 at Retaliation Hardpoint. You know what? Enigma 6 just didn't want to play yet. They weren't emotionally ready to be invested into the Global Pro League.
Are they now?
Oh, yeah. They just needed that last minute and a half. That's all it was. You know, it happens to people.
All right. I wonder if what do you think about the formal sniping off the break?
I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, that was interesting.
I think that's the only time we'll ever see him do that.
Well, I wondered if it was a strategy, but he said in the interview, he's like, no, Karma basically said he gets annoyed with the player that takes a certain route, so I said I'd kill him. So he just ran out and sniped him.
All right, well, it's formal, just formal things.
Yeah.
It's just Karma things this time. It's just formal things in this matchup. I'm watching Apathy take a selfie on the analyst desk right now, and it's making me so happy.
He doesn't look very good at it.
What is it? Okay, it's been a couple minutes now that he's been trying to do this.
Yeah.
Right.
That looks difficult. But no, it's fun having him here. I've really enjoyed having the pro players on the desk. Apathy, one of my favorite players in the Call of Duty community. One of the nicest, just best guys, really in the world.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get into it. Game number 1, though, Retaliation Hardpoint. We appreciate your patience as we got this started. Back up. We're following General again. This time, it looks like he's all good to go as he's got the NV4 in hand moving towards his close curve.
Yeah, it's a good sign that he is moving off the break of this game. But, yeah, he's going to be the one that's going to do a lot of damage on the backside. But remember, it was Reedy pushing through with the ERAD that got opening kills. And he finds one. Watson also gets 2 kills, and it's a nice start here from Reedy and company. Rated over the top, able to pick up a kill as well as General will drop and elevate, starting to rack up some time.
And we talked about this in the first series between Chris and I, that you don't see an ERAD too often on this map. Here's a perfect example, though, of where it can work. Catching your opponents off guard by getting hyper-aggressive inside that hotel hallway. So it will be an early lead for Elevate, up 18-2. Nice gunfight win there for Rated in the hard point to get this perfect start for the Europeans.
Well, that was actually a joke. What was it, last week's Hot Mic when I was talking with Gunless, and they were doing the player drafts, and somebody drafted Reedy, and Gunless is like, what? That fool runs an ERAD on Retaliation, because it really is that rare. You don't see it very frequently at all, but we'll see if he can make an impact, as you do see him on the kill feed right now. Watson joining the action as well, and it is all an Elevate party right now. 40-2 advantage in control of Lower Street.
Yeah, and you'll also see Watson hop inside that hard point for a second, get that burst of score to now move him just 1 kill off the Trinity rocket. He knows where Enigma 6 are pushing from. They've got this watched as well. The man's nearly streaked out off the break of this map. Just needs 1 more kill for the bombardment.
You know, I talked to Watson a bit, and you know, he was saying it's been frustrating for him over the past couple of years because he was in a spot where, you know, remember at AW we considered him to be one of the top players in Europe. That's when he really exploded. Then he said his dedication was off. He kind of got blacklisted. People didn't want to team with him. They didn't trust him, and he's had to kind of work his way back into it. But when this guy is focused, man, he is an absolute monster.
I mean, Elevate are slaughtering right now, Maven. They've already got presence near the next hard point. There's only 1 member of Enigma 6 here. The big thing we talk about, and always has been discussed this year, was how much Enigma 6 were impacted by the ban of the OSA and the Synaptic rig. And you gotta wonder, how prepared are they in these other game modes? Is it still haunting them from back then? We know they're a good team. We know how much teamwork they've had together across recent years. Watson started this game 6-0. He has still not died, and we're 3 hills in. It's about to be 100-2.
Maybe this is why there was so much confidence coming from Rated and company. You know, they said the scrims were lackluster. There wasn't a ton of it, but it was situational stuff. It wasn't a lack of desire. And they're coming in here hot, man. This is exactly what you want, blowing Enigma 6 off the map. And this has been a real treat to watch from Watson. And this is a map, you know, you see him using streaks early, maybe just confidence that he's going to get them back as he goes through the window there for a kill on General. But we always, on this map, man, if you get streaks early, it's so lethal, and he opens up the game with them.
Hey, and with 20+ seconds still left on that hill, you might as well go ahead and get the rest of that time. He's trusting in his teammates as well to get these kills in rotation. Just like that, though, General beginning to come to life. 8-7, the leader of this Enigma 6 team. They do get 3 dead. They will finally have the rotation. Here is the first real showing of Enigma 6 so far on this map.
And do you think with this E6 team, you know, we talk a lot about squads, you know, your powerhouse squads, where if someone has a slow game, there's usually somebody to pick them up. But do you feel with this team, like General has to be, he has to be that guy? Like he has to crush?
Ruiz nearly just jumped off the side of the map. Thankfully, does stay on, and his teammates were there to pick up the lane that he lost for a brief moment. It was General with that NV4. But back to your point, I mean, yeah, General really is the X factor for this team. Simple as that. It is not like other squads where when you think of FaZe or Optic Gaming where, you know, anyone can play that role. General is absolutely the catalyst on this squad.
Well, he's doing a solid job so far and doing just enough to help them climb back into this one. But here comes the break opportunity. It's going to be Zed over the top. Drops. It's Ruiz inside. Ruiz, a lot more pressure coming onto him, but still able to hold on. There's a third. He goes high. Thought maybe the one bullet in the melee might get the magic trick, but not able to do it.
Raid's still getting challenged. General wants the rest of this time. Not going to win both gunfights, but either way, what was a 100-second lead down to about 80, so little bit by little, Enigma 6 will come back from the horrible start they had. Remember, if you're just tuning in, this is a best of 5 between these two teams, and we're on map number 1.
And talk to, you know, for maybe new viewers that are tuning in this week. I know we've been excited. It's been a journey here. Week 4, playoffs are just around the corner. But talk to me a little bit just about the basics of Hardpoint. You know, if you're somebody at home, you haven't really watched it a lot, tell me about it, Jack.
Well, when we talk about rotation, we say when the hill moves after every 60 seconds, there's going to be going to a new spot on the map. The rotation is when the players get there a little bit beforehand to get the perfect setup they want to get as much time as possible. Here's an example right now of a team having that setup. You have an Enigma 6 in the hardpoint, and every second that they're in control of it without anybody on the opposing team being there, they will earn a second on that clock. So they're down by 70 right now, slowly but surely coming back to this game. They're going to get the final scrap time as well. So at the end of the first set of hills, it's going to be about a 1-minute difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and it seems that Enigma 6 finally picked it up and Elevate cooled off a little bit. You saw really big starts from Reedy and from Watson. They've now leveled out a little bit. And E6 continues to chip away at that huge lead. But what's scary, though, you got to think, I mean, how many times last weekend did we see a European team with a big lead in Hardpoint and it just evaporate?
We're looking at you, Millennium, unfortunately, but
it was tough.
Either way, Rated just a turret right now with this NV4 in a fantastic spot. He'll still go ahead and challenge, get in the hard point, as he's looking to pick things up for himself in this map now 11 and 9. Make it 12. This NV4 looking quite good in his hands.
It does. And I mean, this is a guy, he does get overlooked sometimes. It hasn't been the best of years, but I mean, this is a guy we were watching in a Champs final last year. Yeah. Remember him with that XR2 on Fringe, just one bursting everyone? Like, this is a guy, man, he can get it done. I hope to see him improve over the course of the year. He's going to lose that one-on-one to General as he comes in the backside.
And one thing I do want to say is this hill, especially with streaks, could have been a full, easy time for Elevate. They don't even need to use them and still outscore their opponents at top bridge. That is a win-win situation for Elevate on that hard point. They're back up by 90, and again, they out-rotate E6 to lower street. That's 2 times now that this has happened.
Yes, they're playing much better hard point currently. They're set up beautifully here at lower street to tack on some time and the lead back up over to 100 points. So just when it looked like Enigma 6 were going to claw tooth and nail back into this one, Elevate turns on the Jets yet again. Cade gets shut down on steps as he's trying to push through as well.
You mentioned Elevate just playing better hardpoint. Right now, the slaying is dead even, but they're up by 100 seconds. They're out-rotating, and the kills they're getting are so much more important on the map. They haven't even used their final 2 streaks yet. They need a bunch of time here, and they need to win the rotation towards Cathedral if they want any chance in this game.
And it's rare that you see it when it's this close in kills. You have this big of a lead. I mean, we talk about the only team that really does that consistently is United, but for the most part, if you're getting more kills, if you're outslaying on the map, you'll get those big W's. Elevate doing it without that. What are they actually up right now? Just a couple of kills, really.
Yeah, it's very, very close throughout this entire map. Rated, you hear them get loud in our headsets. 2-piece near the new hard point, about to earn that camo as well. Maybe 2 kills. Most likely just 1 is all he needs to get this payload. And he's even calling on the Scarab. They want to end this game on this hard point right now, maybe.
And this is a fantastic start. You're talking about a team that only won game one at Dallas. I don't think they really won any series. It was a horrible weekend for them.
They didn't win any series.
Yeah,
Dallas, you're correct.
Don't win anything. And now you come in here and you start like this. And like we talk about, man, Reedy, Rated, they're passionate. They'll get loud. They'll get angry. You know, the team will even yell at each other at times. But when you're playing well, all that stuff works.
Yeah, and typically this late in the game, you're not pushing for this last little bit of time. You're setting up for new. But when you're this close to winning, these 20 seconds will basically put this game out of reach for Enigma 6. It's forcing them to play flawless, right? If there's one break for Elevate, there is not enough time for a retake opportunity now for Enigma 6 in the rest of this map.
Well, what do you think? Is this just a day one slow start for E6? Were they maybe overhyped a little bit? Because I know some people were saying it was a toss-up for second. A lot of people were saying this should be rather easy for E6 to take top 2. What have you seen from them? Just a slow start, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is that slow start. Watson had a perfect beginning to this game, fully streaked out. Like, there's the break. That's it. GG. Game 1 going to Elevate. 250 to 123.
And, Reedy with that ERAD, he ends up going, I think, 20 and 18, so he has a solid game, able to apply pressure there with a gun that we rarely ever see on the map. Do you think that was a bit of a difference maker for him?
It's little things that can make all the difference, especially that break, which I love to see, where he just flooded through Hotel Hallway. Elevate looked better than Enigma 6 from the first moment of that entry hardpoint to the last moment of that map, just outplaying their opponents, but I don't expect Enigma 6 to have that poor showing them the rest of the series.
No, but the scary part, I think, for E6, like you said, it wasn't just the slang that they were lacking early in the game. It's just it didn't seem like they were playing really well together. Like you said, not rotating to hard points early, not trading very effectively at all, going one by one at times to try and crack the hard point. That's a recipe for disaster, and that's a recipe for a near 100-point club. They just narrowly get over that 100-point mark.
And Elevate just looked like a well-oiled machine right there, which I'm more than surprised to see. I didn't think I was going to say that throughout this entire weekend, but maybe it's a good thing for them that so many people are expecting so little from them. Well, they've been telling all the media that they haven't been playing. That now, literally, as you mentioned, no expectations. They're just kind of playing to play, and if they get into stage 2, then great, they do.
Well, if you talk about just international events, most recent being Dallas, I mean, the two teams that come to mind that were just the worst is Rise and Elevate. Like, just abysmal events where nothing went right. And I chatted with Watson after Dallas, and I was like, what's going wrong? Like, what the hell was that? And he's just like, well, we know what we need to fix, and it's everything.
Yes.
Like, everything needs to be fixed, and it's impressive to see them come out like that. I did not expect a victory like that convincing here in Game 1 to kick things off.
And don't get me wrong, these are 4 very talented European players. You've had Watson, someone who's come over to North America before, played on that Dream Team squad back in AW.
Sure, that's true.
Zed, who exploded out of the gates, especially last year in Black Ops 3. You've got Reedy and Rated, 2 veterans that are very polarizing for the fan bases, whether they are on their side or not.
Well, maybe if you're not familiar with the guys, their road here has been a bit bumpy, but they are here to compete with America's best and try and make it into the top 2 for the $500,000 playoff. Let's take a look at how they got here.
The Elevate organization shifted away from owning a North American team to picking up a European team at the beginning of Infinite Warfare. The EU roster started off as Reedy, Zed, Watson, and Shani, and there were big expectations for a team that seemed to have all of the pieces. A veteran leader, young talented players, and a solid mix of international experience. The year started rather well for the new look Elevate roster. They captured a top 12 finish at CWL Vegas and quickly followed that up with 3 top 4 finishes in the following online 2K tournaments in their region. From there, they were able to record an impressive 3rd place finish at CWL London. Elevate followed that up with another top 12 finish in Atlanta, but fell to the top 16 at Paris the following weekend, raising questions about this roster's longevity. The defining moment for Elevate may prove to be the recent roster change. After the poor finish at Paris, Elevate decided to part ways with young up-and-comer Shani and replace him with EU veteran Rated, who finished 2nd at the 2016 Call of Duty Championship with Splice. Reedy and Rated have teamed together for at least a portion of every single Call of Duty title since 2014. There's a lot of history and at times success when these two combine forces. CWL Dallas, however, was not one of them. They continue to decline and eventually finish top 24, their lowest placing of 2017. All eyes will be on whether or not Elevate can fix the numerous issues that plague their roster in Dallas. Some people are questioning the motivation behind the team. Not only do they have to fix their in-game mistakes, but also the mentality to see success in the future. Tune in May 12th to the 14th to see how Elevate perform in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
Elevate, it's been a bumpy road, but they're here, and they started out very hot. And
Did you see the handshake?
Yeah, right. It's the secret handshake.
I like it, bro. It helped. I told you it was going to help them in map 1.
We should make a handshake at some point.
All right, well, our next cast at the end of the day, when we come back in prime time, stay tuned, everybody. Cliffhangers. All right. You are going to see Maven and I perform our secret handshake on stream. Well, then it won't be secret.
I'm not very coordinated.
I think Benson's just jealous. He's looking at us confused as to what's going on. We're ready, though, for map number 2. It's going to be Throwback, Search, and Destroy between Enigma 6 and Elevate, with, surprisingly enough, Enigma 6 getting mopped in map number 1.
Yeah, and this is, I know we've seen some teams bounce back from horrific starts. We'll continue to talk about evil geniuses, but you're just at risk. You can't come out here if you're E6 and just get 3-0'd like immediately off the back from Elevate, especially with how tight things we expect them to be in those kind of 2 through 4 positions.
Big thing to watch out for as well. Our next match on the main stage will feature yet again Elevate going up against their European brethren in Red Reserve. So that is a big story for this weekend as it goes on.
And what's huge about that is, you know, there's one team a day usually that plays back-to-back, kind of in that game 2 and game 3 slot. Yeah. And that's big right now for Elevate, because if you get a victory in this series, you have a lot of momentum going into it. If you lose, the opposite can prove true. So let's see if they can continue it going in this series, but it's going to be Proto of Enigma 6 who's got the snipe out first, and a little bit of unfortunate timing there. Might have been able to get a shot off.
Yeah, that player was soaring through that top underpass area. Reedy charging on through, looking to see if he can get aggressive already towards the Enigma 6 side of the map, and actually both teams will call it to push through the different site, as now this bomb will get planted.
Yeah, General's going to get it down. Now they're going to try and set up. So down a man. Can they find the opening kill to turn this into a 2v2? General has it planted for blue, going to rotate on back. Proto's going to get pushed. He has the pistol there. The assist comes in. Beautiful stuff, but now Proto the lone man in a 1v2. He did pick up an MV4. Able to finish the kill. Now a 1v1. Reedy's coming soaring. Oh, he's trying to look over the top of the snipe. Just check that bomb plan. He's getting trailed, though. He doesn't get finished. He gets away with his life.
Somehow still alive in this 1v1. Reedy going up against Proto. I think Proto spotted where Reedy is.
Did he give him the jukes?
Reedy has no idea. Reedy has no idea.
He got juked.
He just got completely juked out. But no, they're both running towards the site. He doesn't see a wolf running above him. He got juked again. He just got double juked.
That was one of the stupidest 1v1s I've ever watched.
Were they invisible?
They're playing like a ring around the rosy there in blue. Just no. That face palm perfectly summed up what I was thinking.
That was fantastic. That was absolutely perfect. So awkward. Reedy had the right idea. Tried to chase him down. Proto literally just hopped to the top of the window and sat in a corner and just prayed.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you're going to go home as soon as these matches are over, and he's going to watch it and be like, where did I miss him?
Yeah.
Oh.
He just hit in the corner the whole time. So now 4v4. This time Watson going to try his hand with the sniper rifle. No thermal. No problem, as he snipes Cade there near that lemon side.
Easy pickings there. Now they know the sniper's out. I don't expect to see somebody just floating it back lemon in some of these future rounds. It's Ruiz tagged at mid-map. He's actually sniped in by Watson. It's going to be a 2v2. Watson working on an ace with the sniper rifle. Zed, though, able to find one kill. They know they have him on the bomb site. They just have to defend now for 15 or so more seconds.
And having these grenades has been so key for Watson, using them as zoning tools. Now he spotted where the player is, trying to use the Oni. Going to get cleaned on up 1-1 as Elevate recover.
Yeah, I was talking to the Optic guys outside yesterday, and they were talking about sniping in this game and how very few players can be influential. Because if you don't get like 1 or 2 kills around, like, you can really become a liability. This isn't like last year where you had basically a mini shotgun in your pocket.
Oh yeah.
Where you can make big plays with a pistol consistently. I mean,
AKA all that Havoc was.
Yeah, right.
Roasted. No, I'm just kidding.
But that's exactly what you need if you're Watson. You get those first bloods, you get the opening picks and make plays. We'll see if Proto can do it on the other side.
Here we go again now for Proto with the sniper. And already his teammates pick up a couple quick kills. Back-to-back headshots, and this should open the site for General to plant.
Yeah, Watson's already by his lonesome. He's 5-1.
If you're Watson, you're jumping off the map.
Yeah.
You are on a streak, but it does not matter.
No, it doesn't. If you were closer to get like a Trinity rocket or something, or a kill from Camo if you were that player, maybe, but there's no reason for him to stay on the map in that type of situation.
That round's just a wash. Nice job by General to get that kill in the middle map. As he will go ahead and quickly plant that bomb. It's always nice having a sniper that can get kills watching over you. Must be a good feeling.
Well, I mean, it's been a difference maker for Watson. It hasn't really made its mark on the other side, but it hasn't mattered. It's Proto's teammates finding all the opening kills. Now it's going to be back to offense for Elevate. They're going to take this towards the B site. Not able to connect there. I thought General over-peaked and might have got caught.
Yeah, thankfully for him, he was able to get out with his life. And he actually gets a ton of information for his team, so even with the bomb not planted yet, yeah, because of that, he gets so much information. They get a free kill on the planter, and now all signs are pointing towards this being an Enigma 6 round win.
Someone didn't do their job there. General should not have been able to just kill the bomb planter in that position. They saw him and backed him up, but General going off right now. He's 5-2 on a 2 streak. It's Watson in a 1v4 yet again. Tries to go vertical, but not able to take it.
And to quickly touch on that, when you mentioned someone didn't do their job, most times when you go for a quick plant like that, you run up with 3. You have one guy watching your flank, and you run up with 3. Someone that's job is to kind of watch over that middle train area, also peek towards barn, and then someone who's just watching market, just staying alive. Right there, no one watches market. General pushes up and kills rated on the bomb.
That should never happen. If it does, there should be somebody in a position to trade it out immediately. There was no one even that had that angle. He was just able to get the kill and stand still.
There was just no reason to have 2 people in that back blue area of the map, but either way, we'll see if Elevate learn their lesson as this game goes on. Again, we're watching Proto with the sniper. Thermal nearly sees one, but just can't get the shot off in time.
Saw him for just a moment. They've got a nice advantage in this game too. Good job bouncing back here in a swing game after they got destroyed in retaliation hardpoint. It's General with another first blood. He's 6-2 going off.
He plants this bomb. He's, what, 1 kill off the Trinity, and he'll have that reactive armor. So I think you plant it, potentially play for reactive kill to immediately get aggressive on this map. I want to see him force the engagement with a gunfight with reactive armor.
Well, they know they're coming from mid-map as an ally just dropped. Watson, he's got one close to his right here, just trying to play sneaky behind the bomb site and see if he can catch one.
Taking too much time.
There's only 30 seconds remaining on the clock. He can't get gun there with a pistol. That's Proto going big, and he's like, give me your K-bar.
Yep, and General gets a kill, so he'll at least earn 1 streak, and they know where the final remaining player is. Rated by himself. He's going to try to, I think, just jump off the map. So that's another round where Elevate just don't have the situation in their favor. They jump off. They know we cannot give General these streaks. 7-2 start from General. Reactive armor already and 2 streaks in his back pocket. This is definitely an Enigma 6 map win.
What do you think's going wrong right now for the side of Elevate? They look so good in game 1. You got to think, a lot of times when teams struggle in a particular game mode, obviously you put in a lot more work. So they've had a month and a half, 2 months since Dallas.
Well, Enigma 6 have always been a good S&D team. That's true. Kind of where they've always remained as a squad, whether it was 2 years ago or now. So no surprise to see them performing quite well in this game mode. Nice shot by Watson, though, as he predicts Ruiz pushing out from that back corner.
Yeah, that was beautiful, but it's General with the Trinity rocket, able to pick him up before he can get away. All of a sudden, the tides have turned. It's Zed by his lonesome, and E6 keeps on cruising.
General just shredding right now at 9-2. This is the guy you needed to see bounce back after that rough first map.
Somebody was getting hyped up there. I'm not sure which player it was. Probably General after the performance he's giving, but
it might have been Papa General in the crowd.
Could have been. You heard Elevate getting really loud in the game 1. They've basically been silenced now in game 2. If Enigma
I think
6
it might be their coach.
Yeah, if Enigma 6 can close this out here, you got to think that's just berries.
I want to be one of the coaches.
You want to be a coach?
Well, you think someone would let me coach their team?
No, I don't think so. There was a point where Gandhi and I coached teams.
Basically, that just meant you got free stuff. But either way,
I coached a team to a 3rd place finish with Unite.
Okay.
I had to coach
2v2 now, 2v1. Proto with the shot. As we'll relive your glory days, Maven, later on. We've got a game to cast here with Elevate on the verge of dropping this map.
Oh, you don't want story time with Maeve?
I don't think Enigma 6 fans want story time with Maven
right now.
That's a new show.
Wow! Okay. All right.
We just need to watch Proto. Stop switching.
Well, what's interesting, though, is we cut all Watson snipes. Every time we go to Proto, he's not seeing anybody. There's a little quick scope. And Victim, rated. Victim also Elevate here in this second match as E6 have fought back here.
This gets me excited now because we're seeing these close matches. I think this is where we're going to see what we're going to see throughout the weekend between these teams. And that just shows the strength and caliber of these CWL Global Pro League squads. You cannot count anybody out.
No, I mean, each week there's basically been, I guess for week 1, pretty much everyone's had enemy Splice. But outside of that, you've basically had one team at the top you feel really, really good about, and then 2 through 4, it's like anything could happen. Same story last week. The Luminosity able to clutch up. Who's going to be the Luminosity this week? Week 2 is still my favorite, though, man. That phase, Rise, one match, so who gets in, that was awesome.
No, week 2, all the weeks, they've had great moments. But either way, we're making them now for the green group. We're in match number 2. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll keep this series going into game number 3, Uplink on Frost.
All right, it is time for the Uplink series, tied up 1-1. Who's taking this one, Jack? I feel like in the Uplink.
Don't put me on the spot like that.
I love putting you on
I really
the
don't
spot.
know what to say. It's going to be Enigma 6.
You think so? All right. You feel good about E6 after they fought back in the search and destroy, and they won that very convincingly. So we've had 2 lopsided games to start off, one going either way. Uplink could be the decider here in the swing game in our best of 5 series. God, I don't know. This series is just so huge in the scope of things. If they're able to take it, get advantage here for the top 2. But let's take a look at the box score from our search and destroy. General putting on a show there with the 3.0 KD.
It's always what General seems to do for his team when they need it. Now he's got to keep it going, though, heading over to Uplink. Obviously, a little bit of a different paced mode, and I actually really don't know what to expect from either of these teams in this game mode. We've seen them have their ups and downs in Hardpoint. We know how poorly Elevate did it in Dallas. We know how strong Enigma 6 can be in the game mode. Obviously, those stories kind of flip in that first map. Then in S&D, Enigma 6, they've always been good at the game mode. But Uplink, for me, is a toss-up between these two teams. See if Enigma 6 can win their first respawn of the Global Pro League.
I think there's like part of me that wants to take Elevate just because, honestly, I mean, that was the story to begin. I remember day one at Dallas. Like the 6 major European teams all won their uplinks against North America teams. You saw last week that was the one mode where Epsilon and Millennium kept taking off of the likes of Luminosity and E United. But on the other side, I mean, when I think of Frost, I mean, what stands out? I think of back to Vegas. And it was a very different game, but that's where they pounded Optic Gaming in that first series they played.
Oh, yeah. And now they've got a chance here to do it against Elevate. Either way, this is just match 2 of 4 as this day goes on. Elevate will be playing back-to-back, so you've got to think of how that will affect them as they face Red Reserve after this series again on the main stage. I think if they can keep that momentum where they want it to be, move it into their second match, it has to favor them immensely.
Yeah, you would think so, but I mean, this whole weekend for me, man, is just eyes on Europe. You know, there's all the talk. You know, there were a lot of players going back and forth. How many spots does Europe deserve? You know, the 6 spots they got, was that too many? There was a lot of stuff going back and forth, and they performed very, very well. But you're still looking at this when it boils down to the top 8. It could just be spliced there, or is somebody going to join them? Unfortunately for them, that path is going to be through Enigma 6, and this would be just an amazing one if Elevate could do it off the break. But we've talked about the passion of the guys, the ability to tilt a little bit like we saw in Dallas. What happens after losing that search and destroy is kind of my question.
That's always the worry, right, with this Elevate team. We'll see how it all plays out here as we move to Frost Uplink. Very, very close in our first series today. A few interceptions for Red Reserve made that even possible.
There were some sick ones, too.
Oh, yeah, and everyone was getting involved. Do we see the same thing here? As it all breaks down, this map was very low scoring at the start of the year when teams really didn't know how important it was to drop that drone and slay out before you go for a score.
Or that you could use the whole map.
Yeah, that is true as well.
All right, 10-second countdown, and we are kicking off the Uplink. Let's see if the momentum gained from that search and destroy will continue for Enigma 6. General had a monster game 2, and we're going to stick with him off the break here. It's Frost Uplink.
Here goes General with that K-bar. We saw 4 E-Rads from Optic, which was the key to success for them in the first series today. Do we spot a similar strategy come into form with these two teams right now? It is Watson and crew cutting down 3 players of the North American Enigma 6 squad as they will go ahead and flood right on up the map.
Yeah, I think more common you're going to see, 3 E-Rads, 1 kind of K-bar that plays a little bit in behind. Greedy, though, no, doesn't get it off. I'm not sure if that was intercepted or if he got cut down right before he tossed it.
Wow. They got the throw off in time to reset it. There was 2 players there for Elevate ready to grab it, and it narrowly made it over that back fence. Very, very close.
All right, well, it is still going to be in the hand. Some movement there that Proto's able to look over him. Now it's going to be the outside wall run. Going to be a deep 1-point toss. It's up, it's away, it's picked off. So again, the story of interceptions here for these European teams. It's Rated coming up big.
And for that, for me, a little bit too frantic. That's an easy interception for Rated, especially because of how far back he had to throw. The player from Enigma 6 with the drone had no armor left. They never reset it. So they just had to kind of hope that it works out for him. And Rated makes the easy play there with the interception. Nice job by him.
Well, back on to Ruiz. He's doing a solid job picking up kills with the E-Rat here. It's now 3 in the kill feed for Enigma 6, and the pressure will start them out. So they're getting forward towards research spot. It's another one, and Ruiz going off a little bit here. There's a third in front. He just stopped shooting there for a moment, but Cade will have the melee. Cade will have the toss. Oh, ooh, just narrowly almost picked off again.
Yeah, about a foot short right there on the interception. So Enigma 6 will get the first point on the board already. 3 close one-point plays. Only 1 has gone in. And look at this, Elevate only have 1 player here. This drone can go on through for General across the map. Yep, there it is. Enigma 6 now up 2-0.
Elevate clears the board, though. They wipe everybody out, but they're trailing by a couple of points. It's their turn with the drone. They've only had 1 push, which is very close to coming up with something. Just falls a little bit short. Now it's their second opportunity. It's into a 2v2 here. They need to make a play, or you have to wait for your to come off spawn. They decide to go, get the 1-point toss off, and Elevate able to tack one onto the board.
Look at these teams just firing forward. They're just going for whatever score they can get, whatever opportunity they can get their hands on. Scrappy game so far, and we're just 2.5 minutes in.
Well, one of the keys here really is just having your team play at the same tempo. A lot of times we'll see one guy applying pressure by himself.
It should be a dunk.
Not making as much of an impact, but you should absolutely have a dunk here. One more man on defense, not able to stop it. General looks over Cade, and there's the dunk through.
And what I love, too, right there is that he's always making sure he's ready to throw the drone if needed, right? You're seeing him get that perfect angle that if, for some reason, his entire team dies around him and there's a chance he won't be able to go for that 2-point play, he's ready to just hit that right trigger and throw the drone right on through.
Well, look at that defensive kill. That's Ruiz coming through from behind. Proto as well, as he flanks in the backside. You thought you had a guaranteed 1-point opportunity for Elevate, but it's clutching up on defense for E6. We're back to mid-map with General as he's looking over the top of his teammates here and trying to set up for a bit of control. Kills going either way, 2 down for either side. Who's going to come out on top here at mid?
Rated up against Proto for the final middle control. Proto gets it better from there with that high wall run. 90 seconds left inside 1. This has been all E6 on this map outside of 1 strong offensive pressure from Elevate that they kind of snuck in that 1-point throw. And again, look, E6, they're going from all different lanes. They've tried the outer wall run. They've gone through ship. Now for this top research push, intercepted again from Elevate. That, for me, is a rushed throw. He was full health.
Yeah, I mean, God, this could be a 6-1 scoreline very easily if it wasn't for Rated going big on the defensive end, but they're still trailing by several points here. It's been a very good first half for E6. Rated, though, wants to tack on another point for Elevate. They're just trying to decide where they want to hit from. It's going to be through mid. Rated, his teammate dies in front. There's the 1-point toss, and they're now into a 1-possession game.
And look, it's a 1-possession game because, as you mentioned, 2 interceptions. It doesn't say it all on the scoreboard, but Rated, he's got himself a point. He's 11-9. The interceptions he has this game still close. Proto now going to try to force this drone on through. Gets the throw off in time to put the lead back up to 3.
And you're surviving an abysmal first half from Cade. I mean, he's 5-13 right now, not having a solid start, but you're still looking at a 3-point advantage. Props to the rest of the guys here. He also, I mean, he doesn't have the kills, but he's got 3 of their 5 points in the objective.
Yeah, and Enigma 6 are being outslayed right now. Don't get it twisted. 3 players negative.
Yeah.
Obviously, Proto doing quite good damage with this E-Rat in hand. The guy is shredding right now inside ship. But it just shows their focus on the objective. It's a great thing to see for a squad. Imagine what they can do with the points if they start outslaying inside 2. This game could completely rack up in their favor.
Well, there was a turning point in game 1 where they started to come alive. Just it was sort of too little, too late.
Yeah.
In the hard point here, starting out very well. And the S&D, the same beautiful stuff from E6 after it looked really shaky. I mean, they got beat so bad in that first game. I was thinking this is a series for Elevate immediately. But E6 doing a good job bouncing back.
We'll point out, obviously, got to give credit where credit's due. Proto at the end of that one, just absolutely shredding. They didn't get a score off of it. Not enough time left, but if they had maybe 10 more seconds, that very well could have been a dunk. I like that we're going to follow Proto through the break into side 2 as he's 17-11 leading this lobby.
Proto just about to get that overdrive. There he earns it. 100 now off the Trinity rocket. He's just holding close at mid, wants to be able to pick up these streaks. And there it is. He's going to get the Trinity.
I really like how he plays. I really love how he's playing this right now. Proto is a man on a mission there. Maybe gets a little bit ahead of himself. But either way, the damage has already been done. Full streaks. He's got the payload. Everything going in his favor so far this match.
You got to think he's just got a couple panic buttons, right? If Elevate wipes them for dead, or they're in any situation where they need to kind of halt an attack from the Elevate side, you have those streaks in your pocket if you're Proto, and he has just been fantastic through this game, whether it's finishing kills of his teammates like that, snapping onto players like that. Can he get the drone carrier as well? Yes, Proto's killing everyone.
It's like he's playing a pub right now.
Yeah, right?
He's so confident in how this is all playing out. They're going to leave that drone for the full slow reset off the side of that map. Just narrowly staying on that edge, and I keep hearing the Enigma 6 side get louder and louder as they've woken up from that first map.
They absolutely have. This is beautiful stuff. Can Reedy and company, though, fight back here? Just under 4 minutes left on the clock. But God, I mean, it's like the confidence that wasn't there for E6 in that first game is here. They are soaring, flying around the map, and winning all those key gunfights.
I actually love this too. Look at how long of a wrap they're taking back towards their base, repositioning. They just burned 15 seconds off the clock to remove that drone in towards crates. Now 2 dead again for Elevate. Whips the beat down. Somehow still alive with this.
How is he alive?
How is he alive? How did Cade even just get a kill right there?
Well, Cade, I believe, was the one that just started screaming. If that was coming through our mics, I would be yelling.
Still their coach.
2 players.
It's still their coach.
I'm going to assume
that's how I would be as a coach. It would be like I'm in the game.
All right, Proto here, trying to put through a bit of a dagger. Still 3 minutes to play, but you've boosted the lead up to 5. You still have the streaks in your back pocket as well. And Jack, you're not loud. You're the loudest person I've ever known.
Yeah, sorry. That's the New Jersey, that's the Italian, that's basically what my personality is. Either way, Watson just frantically trying to stay alive when everyone from Enigma 6 is collapsing right onto him. Nice job by Rated to swing the engagements into their favor. So how do you come back in this game if you're Elevate? You've got Camo ready to go. Enigma 6 have already used their overdrive, so you don't have to worry about that as time goes on. But you need guaranteed scores. Here's an example of streaks coming in that don't play too much of a factor. Trinity Rocket gets used, and it's really for nothing.
3 more kills going in for E6 as well, as they are clearing out the base. And it'll be back to mid-map. But like you said, Raid is going to have to make a play. That camo has to go huge. But, God, it's just you got to bring it within, a 1 or 2 point game right now. You're trailing too big. You're going to need a big stretch, and they can't find any kills towards mid-map. The tidal wave, that is E6, continues to mount forward. Proto going high off the wall run, now drone in hand. It's Rated with camo here, but it's not going to matter as he's not involved in the action at all. And that's 1 more point.
Reedy actually tried to use FTL jump to position himself on that back corner before the push came. He got caught in awkward timing where they were already flooding on out, so the 1 point throw still goes in. Everything going wrong for Elevate right now is, this is what I love is Enigma 6, they haven't stopped the pressure, right? Maybe they're slowing some of their pushes a little bit by taking some longer routes, but still there hasn't been a time where I thought, oh, they're just going to play defense. They're just going to hold the drone. No, they're trying to rack up as many scores as possible. This should be a dunk.
Yeah, this needs to be a dunk. Oh, he's going to try and, I thought he was going to try and save it for a moment. He had teammates looking over him. He is going to end up using the camo. Now, can they get a bit of a spawn trap here? They pushed everybody into research. Back at mid-map is going to be Watson. He actually falls there, so they don't have the drone. This might be a counter-attack opportunity as there's 1 person left at mid-map to hold on. It's Cade trying to get it done.
Oh, and now General's got camo. Yep. Pops it. He'll basically walk this drone right on through. Should at least be a 1 point play instead of dunk.
He got body block. He got body block.
Body block.
All right, you have 50 seconds on the clock. This might be done. Camo working for Elevate. Stuffed on the other side for Enigma 6, and now you got a chance. But it's going to be the streaks now for E6. You fed these to Proto early in the game. A team kill, though, for General. Things opening up as Watson and Reedy find a couple of kills. They got drone. Here we go, Jack. They've got to score, and they've got to score quickly.
I like this play. They're going to flood right on through. 7 streak from Rated. He's come to life. Bombardment comes in. They've got to settle for the one. They just settled for the one.
And they need a dunk. They needed a dunk there to turn this into a 1-possession game, but he got scared, I think, of the streak coming in.
Obviously, Bombardment takes a few seconds to drop on down. Zed, if I'm Zed right here, just go for a 1. Just get a 1. You've got teammates there. Do they focus on the drone? They haven't picked it up yet.
There's the dunk.
There's the dunk. 1 final point is all they need, but
oh my God,
there's only 8 seconds left. I don't think they have anybody in position. And they get 2 kills. No pass, so M. Ruiz is on the drone, and he gets it away. What a play by M. Ruiz. He lays on the drone and throws it away.
If you were Rated there, you had to dunk.
Yeah.
You had to dunk. And I get it. I think it was a little bit of a panic. He saw the bombardment queuing up and didn't think he could get through in time. I'm looking over at the analysis desk. I think he had time to stuff it through. Personally, I think he had to dunk.
Did he have enough time to still dunk the bombardment? Apathy. He's not listening to me. Did he have enough time to dunk with the bombardment?
Yeah,
he probably did. That's pro player apathy. You can't call me dumb, internet. Another thing I want to point out, if you're wondering how that whole thing worked with the drone and not being dunked through by General, both players having their bodies in the portal negated that from going on.
Yeah, that's intended. You basically have a thick basketball, someone holding at the rim, basically. Akeem Elijah one. That's going way too far back. No one watching this broadcast has any idea what I'm referring to.
You could name sports players from today's time, and I would have no idea.
That's okay. That's okay, Jack. But you know what? Elevate, guys, you saw them laughing before the game one. Maybe the laughter down a little bit now as they've lost back-to-back matches. But take a look at this fun clip we did with the squad.
Right. What did one ocean say to the other ocean?
I don't know.
Nothing, they just waved. Alright.
What did this stoplight turn red? You would too if you had to change in the middle of the street.
Why didn't the toilet paper cross the road? It got stuck in a crack.
Where does a sheep go for a haircut? To the barber shop.
I can't do this. Alright. Why can't your nose be 12 inches long? Because then it'll be a first. Alright.
Stop messing about, man. What kind of tea is hard to swallow?
What?
Reality.
What do you say to your sister when she's crying? Are you having a crisis?
What does a clock do when it's hungry?
What?
Goes back 4 seconds.
Why did Snoop Dogg need an umbrella? Food drizzle.
What did the finger say to the thumb? I'm in love with you.
Why don't dinosaurs talk? Because they're dead. Who came up with these words? Did I win?
You won.
I don't know how you won it.
Oh, that's those were fantastic.
That was actually one of the funnier ones.
Well, those can be hit or miss sometimes, depending on how the guys react.
They're meant to be cringe.
Well, Watson, like he didn't laugh for a while. I thought there was no way he was going to get him to crack up, but they both were losing it by the end. That was funny.
Those guys having some fun with each other. The dinosaur one, absolutely great. Elevate narrowly losing that game, and another scenario where the only reason why it was a 1-point game was because of interceptions we saw earlier by that team. They get 2 or 3 on that map. Keep it in the same exact scenario twice now. The European squads drop it by just 1. You see there on your screen, Enigma 6 up 2-1 on the verge of a potential series victory now as we head into Scorch Hardpoint.
All right, so Scorch, for these two squads, I mean, it looked like Elevate, they were dominant in the first Hardpoint, but Retaliation could not be more different from Scorch. How do you feel about this, though? Are we going to our first Game 5 of the weekend? Sometimes we don't even get to a Game 5 till Sunday. Is this first series going to do it? Well, second series?
I think we're going to a Game 5, dude.
I want it, baby.
I think we're going to a Game 5. It's going to happen. Reedy's going to drop 33 kills and 20 deaths.
Okay.
And the game's going to be 250 to 207.
All right.
Elevate's going to win.
Okay. You see the shots right now of Enigma 6. I think I'm going the other way. I think it was just a slow start for them in that Game 1. I mean, we've seen them turn up, the entire team turning it around there in the uplink. I just don't think they have the slow start that we saw in that first game. But it will come down to Scorch Hardpoint. We'll see if E6 can close out this series 3-1 and put themselves in an early and great spot for this yellow group. Green group. It's one of them.
You good?
Not good with
You get your colors?
Green, yellow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Enigma 6 up 2-1 in this best of 5 on the verge of their first series victory of their stint in the CWL Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Or as Puckett said earlier, just the number 4. Did you hear that?
No, what did he say?
Came back.
Presented by the 4?
He goes, presented by 4. And we looked at each other and we just started cracking up.
That's one of those times where you're a caster, we talk so much, and at times your brain sort of dies.
It just skips a beat.
And something comes out and you're like, oh, God.
But it just happens to you a little bit more than others, right?
Yes, it does.
That's how we're watching Elevate off the break. Reedy gonna go ahead and push in towards the hill as both teams fight for control.
And typically from this side, you usually can get a ton of time. Ruiz actually killed 3 players before finally dropping, do an excellent job at Rated and Reedy now filling up the kill feed as Reedy's holding bridge.
And yeah, this is all he has to do. Great stuff from him to just stay alive. No reason to push through yet as well. It's his teammate's job. His only goal, stay alive inside this hard point. 17-1 off the start, just like the first map, it's Elevate, getting the better of their opponent in this first hill.
Yeah, I mean, you have a little bit of an advantage from this spawn off the break. Usually can, get 35, 40 points to start the game, but then it's your job to try and fight through for spawns. You see everybody drop for Elevate. They're spawning out in rocks. Turbine, the most important hard point on this particular map. They've got their battle looking out for him right now. They're trying the entry kill from Reedy. Reedy actually gets 2 there with the E-Rad. Now they're going to flood on through. They have advantage right now. Look at that spawn. Oh, God. It's 8 and 6 on the minimap. General and Ruiz spawning no man.
Proto! What did Proto just do? And he's still alive.
He was the lone man.
Don't do it, Proto.
He was the only
They have families, Proto. They get all the kills. He holds the entire Elevate push. And there's a spark to the fire of Enigma 6 that they've needed in Hardpoint.
That plays like that. That's why I love Hardpoint in this game. Plays like that, you just gave your team maybe 60 points.
Yeah.
Just by going massive like that. What a play from Proto.
Wow, already top 5 play material just in our second match of the weekend. And now he's just going to stay alive, Elevate. I don't even know what they're attempting here. They're like sending one player through. They're keeping other people back.
It's on him again.
Again. Gets one. Get back behind cover. More challenging. Proto is a one-man army.
Those are.
Is he the only one with his controller on?
Those are the only 5 kills he has, by the way.
Okay.
He has 5 kills, and they were all there in Turbine.
You know who couldn't do that? Apathy. No, I'm just kidding. He's watching, smiling, seeing this play. That's why the E-Rad's so good, man, especially when you hit your shots.
That was disgusting stuff. And look,
he's still alive. He's just across the map now.
Screaming, fully streaked out, trying to work towards that camo, which will be influential later in the game. Proto, an absolute monster right now. 6 streak for him. 7, 8, 9 are in front, but finally he's overwhelmed and drops.
And now Enigma 6. Think of the time swing that has happened because of Proto's streak.
60 points.
Yes, literally a full 1-minute lead earned because of Proto winning a few gunfights in that last hill.
A few.
Sorry, 5. Yeah. as it was a few to start that gave him control. Ruiz and crew still getting the rest of this time. They're being pressured by one more player from Elevate. I think it'll be enough to just contest for a moment, but either way now, they're going to rotate towards Drill, and you've already got a body here. It's going to be General, the leader of Enigma 6, getting first blood.
And General gets away with his life and turns back and destroys Zed. Somebody else wants to action.
No!
It is my room.
He's shooting bodies as well right after. Enigma 6 up by 60 seconds and growing. They've won the rotation again. Elevate have gotten 10 seconds in the last 3 hills.
What did I ask you like during the game 1? I was like, is this just a slow start from E6? I think the answer is yes. That's literally all it was. They started the series slow, and now they have come alive, and they're looking to close things out here on Scorch. And everybody's been involved, man. There have been big plays up and down from this E6 lineup.
Here's the thing. This is the first game of this series so far where the slaying has been one-sided. And right now, it's fully in favor of Elevate and...
Did you just mix Elephant with Elevate there?
Yeah, sorry. I'm a little bit tired. But no, it's fully in favor of Enigma 6, and it reflects in the scoreboard.
All right, well, Cade, it's his turn. There's 15 seconds left on Drill. He's just trying to hold the line here as they're going to push out from the previous hard point, find a couple of kills if he can, but quickly will be back down. So you get a nice hold at Drill now for Elevate. They've fought back in it a bit, but yeah, I think these are like the only points we've seen them get for the most part outside of the opening. What, they get 30 points or so on the first bridge?
The first bridge hill, they got half of their time. They got 28 seconds on that first hill.
That's not a good
Since then, they've gotten 27 seconds in 3 other hard points.
Yuck.
Rough setup from them. Enigma 6 still in control of middle map, and they're watching all these different lanes they need to.
And that could be one of those plays that tilts the team, where Proto goes off basically in a 1v3 to hold Turbine. I mean, that's got to just stick with you throughout the remainder of the game. But if you're going to fight back as Elevate, you got to forget it. You got to forget it quickly.
Actually, a really nice retake from Elevate right there. And you see Zed with the 3-piece in the kill feed, plays an off angle. Enigma 6 are not ready for him at all. Now a 4 streak from him. Everybody getting involved with the flashy plays here in this map, Maven.
Proto, though, is going to use the streaks to shut down a couple of those. But can you get streaks if you're Zed? You still have a 4 streak. Make it a 5 streak. Zed finally does drop. I don't think he was able to earn anything.
Okay, so Enigma 6 used the bombardment on that middle hill right there. And for the most part, it does look like it's paid off. It forced the spawns out for Elevate. They've gotten towards that next Turbine hill. So questionable, but it does work out in their favor, it appears, unless Elevate can go for a quick break here.
Let's see if they can do it. Reedy, it's going to be your first entry, and Cade gets both. Proto went huge the first time through. Now on the top side, it's Cade getting it done. And you're looking right now, and if they don't break through, this could be a flawless Turbine hold again. But now it's Elevate's chance to attack. They're flying forward. Reedy able to pick up the first kill. Are they going to soar in? There's only one player to hold. Ruiz can't get it done.
There's the break. So even if Elevate get this full 30 seconds, they'll be down by about 50 in this game. So still some work they have to do. This is a much better showing than this time around, but Enigma 6, they're going for one final push. They want these last 20 seconds, and it's all going to start with General soaring on in.
Well, what you got to make sure doesn't happen. Okay, so you do see the number 8. Ruiz did get set up, so they sent 3 guys into it. But, you know, we see teams guilty of that sometimes. They send all 4 for that. They get the kills. They get 15 or so seconds, and they spawn the team then in hangar for the next hard point. some nice discipline there from E6 to be set up for Hanger.
We've still got ourselves a game, folks. Do not count out Elevate yet. They're going for a 3-man flank towards his back rock side. He just FTL jumped in front of his opponent. He just FTL jumped in front of Ruiz to get shot.
Oh, that was.
He just panicked. He saw him and panicked.
That was a poor use of the FTL jump.
Oh no! Talk about a scenario that could come back to bite Elevate. They had the pinch, and instead the trades went in Enigma 6's favor because of it. Now it's Proto soaring on in. Nearly another 3-piece for him. They've got to go. You've got to have Reedy get the pinch right now. There it is. Elevate finally get the break.
But it's like, finally, I think is the big word there, because it's always like 30 seconds into the hard point where they're finally getting through. And you're not at a position in the game where you can play this 50-50. You have to start getting the edge here. Maybe drill's where it's done. They had a pretty solid drill hard point. Is that where they can fire back into this? So if they get these 15 points, trailing by about 40.
If we can potentially switch to Proto here really quickly, because let's think of what we see from him. He's already used the bombardment on that middle hill. The Trinity rocket already popped, so he will not have those 2 streaks for this neutral hardpoint. Thankfully for him, you just saw with that kill, earns the active camo, a great tool to use if they need to go for a retake or hold down this hardpoint.
All right, now he's got to make the play because the Elevate Swarm should start coming in. He does have camo in his back pocket if he needs to. One over the top, he's able to pick it up. In the back, he tags one as well. Finally, he drops. It's the duo of Reedy and Rated breaking on through. Everything contested up to that point, but now Elevate slowly climbing back into this one.
The biggest difference, the slang has gone back to even. Enigma 6 now with 3 players negative. Before, when you had 2 or 3, it double positive nearly off the break of this map. And now look, from a 110-second lead down to just 30, and it looks like it might collapse even more with this hold from Zed as well as Watson.
There's a gunfight that's going to give them another 15 or so seconds. There's one more push coming in for E6. Zed has the ability to flank around. He's running into walls, but there it comes. The backplate might keep him alive for just a moment, but the assist does come on through.
No.
5 seconds left, and now back to mid-map.
And now, European Call of Duty fans, this is your chance for your team to come back when, instead of it being the other way around where you have a big lead in hardpoint, you throw it away. Now that's Enigma 6 who might happen to. Look at the flank from Reedy. 3-piece, please. As he goes ahead and cleans up through to get weak.
How does that happen? I mean, that's got to be a miscommunication or just a brilliant timing for Reedy, but that is the easiest 3-piece you're going to see in the Call of Duty World League as he tags up 3 from behind. 40 seconds remaining on bridge. We may see a lead change here. Elevate looking to get back in control. We're on with Rated. He's got K-Bar. He's got camo. You got to think this is where Turbine is like the easiest to break. At this point in the game, when you have the camos, you have the reactive armors where you can make a play in this next hard point.
This is big for E6 because if they can contest the rest of this time, nice job by Ruiz, they can wind up making sure that Elevate are in a very tough spot to be able to win off this next Turbine Hill. These next 2 gun engagements will decide the winner of our map depending on who can get these first 1. It's Watson already set up, Elevate with number advantage on this side of the map. It's only Proto here who can play spoiler for the side of Enigma 6, and there goes 2. They've got to push through now. They have the timing window. The spawn's coming out on the right side of your mini-map for Elevate. They've got to go right now if you're Enigma 6. You cannot wait any longer.
And he used his camo early in this one, so not going to have it available here. But
they're through.
Nice shots. They've broken in. You see the spawn on the minimap coming out in rocks for Elevate now, and you've got control. You can technically win the game here with a perfect control. But let's stay with Rated. He has camo. Here we go. Finds one. There's a second in the back. He gets shot out of the sky!
And Ruiz shoots him out of the sky.
How?
And this contest, though, this contest is big. There's no longer, no, there still is enough time for Enigma 6. Now there's no longer enough time for Enigma 6 to win off this hill. So Elevate have at least done their job, but they've bought them enough time to get to that top hangar hard point.
And that was huge from Zed. Oh, that's all 4 down. That was a team kill comes in. So the final 15 or so seconds will go to Enigma 6. They're only going to need just under 10 points to win it. And these key gunfights in hangar are going to be massive. It's Proto and Ruiz getting it done. Rated's still there, though.
Proto is single-handedly winning his team this game with where these kills are coming in at. You think of back Turbine. Now the 2-piece inside hangar. It's 240 to 220. One final push for Elevate to try to force this game 5. Enigma 6 have the Centurion. They've got the lanes watched. They've got the spawns. Enigma 6, hold on, and 3-1 Elevate.
And that could have gotten scary because, as you said, they got the spawns. Elevate was actually spawning in that back pocket. So if they had 10 or more seconds there, they would have had another go at that, but just enough from E6. And man, Proto, my MVP for sure in that game 4.
100,000%. Proto gets the job done. So E6 bounce back after getting slaughtered in the map 1 hard point. They show their composure on the main stage and bring that one to a game 4 victory.
And that's just huge for E6, man, especially after you struggle in the game one, just to show that resilience, show it was nothing but a slow start from this team, and they pounded the Elevate roster the rest of the way. And God, I don't know, I mean, I guess for Elevate, at least you got a map in here when you're thinking about map count, but you got to think after game one, they were like, oh, we got this series. I was starting to feel that way.
It didn't look that well composed in Search and Destroy. Enigma 6 really picked them apart there.
Yeah.
You think of the heartbreaking loss at Uplink, just not enough time. They really had everything they needed to get that final score, but a clutch play by Ruiz on the reset drone stopped them from being able to go for that last second one.
That bombardment being just scary enough.
Bombardment, think of what Streaks did in this series. Definitely made a part for the side of Enigma 6, but that's going to do it for this series from us. On the floor, though, we have Puckett on the stage with Proto.
All right, thank you guys so much. I'm here with the superstar for match number 2. Proto, you were going off, and most of the time it was with an ERAD. Now, I was talking with your coach, Phoenix. He said this was a guy who was an aggressive K-bar, and I told him, start switching over to the sub. What's this change been like for you?
Using the ERAD is honestly better than a K-bar. It's close quarters type gun, but I feel like I could get more done with it, and I've just been doing better with it, so I've been using it.
So tell me about the team right now, because a lot of times I'm casting on the main stage matches. You guys are doing your work over on Bravo or over on Charlie. This weekend, everyone is watching you on the main stage here. What should fans know about this squad?
For a really great team, need to watch out for our uplink. I feel like that's our best game mode, and we're most likely going to take it, and we're not going to lose it this whole weekend.
Uplink's your best game mode, feeling like you could go without dropping it at all. Now, we know you're in first place. You're tied with Optic Gaming right now with a 3-1 record in map count. You guys are undefeated, but you'll play against Optic Gaming to close out the night. Have you been studying any film for Optic? Have you guys put in any prep specifically for that match?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, we're just going to go in and play our own game, because if we play their game, we're obviously going to lose, but I'm feeling confident against them.
And if it came down to a 1v1 sniper battle, you versus Formal, who wins it?
Me, obviously.
Proto's going to take it. That's it for us now. Congratulations on a big win. We'll send it over to Benson at the desk.
Thank you very much, Puckett. I mean, Proto, you got to give him some props, man. He was hitting some fantastic snipes, that's for sure. Congratulations, though, to E6, of course. Now they are tied top of the group with Optic Gaming after a 3-1 victory there over Elevate. Obviously, we're going to break it down a little bit. Map number 1, the Hardpoint, 250 to 120 in favor of Elevate. And I'm going to be honest, it felt, Chance, at least like all of Europe, were sat at home watching going, yeah, we're going to take this.
Elevate came out incredibly hot. It was about as good of a start as you could really ask for Elevate. I mean, they've been having struggles with practice. There's a lot of talk coming in about them not being prepared enough. To open up like that is huge. Merc even pointed out, I think he was either Rated or Reedy, talked about if they win that first hard point, they're going to be feeling great. Of course, that didn't work out in the end, but they did have a good start at least.
We should point out that
well, the conversation was that you thought that hard point was going to be similar to match number 1, and it was actually the complete opposite. No, but game number 1, I mean, what we talked about was Rated and Watson, the NV4 players. They're very talented, assault rifle players in Europe, and they started off hot. I mean, Watson, he went, what, 7-8-1, full streaks, just sort of steamrolled right off the beginning.
Well, I believe we actually have TP on the telestrator ready to break down a specific play from the Hardpoint. TP, over to you.
What I'm going to break down for you guys is the hill breakdown on that last Scorch. It was a hell of a map. It went down to that wire. But basically, the problem that Elevate had throughout the majority of that one is leading onto the 2 money hills, sort of. So hill number 2, you can see 70% for the side of E6. That just cannot happen, especially when it snowballs over to that 3rd hill, 68% from them as well. Yes, Elevate did get off to a slow start, but it's really that rotation over towards this one. It cannot happen. You cannot let a team get both those hills in back-to-back fashion like that. Elevate, you have to give them props, though, on this drill hill towards the bottom. They got 65%, and that's where the score kind of went back in their favor. But I want to bring up this map right here real quick and explain sort of why E6 had that success on 2 and 3 specifically. A lot of the time, that E6 player, the last one alive, we saw at the last second there, where General was able to stay alive so darn long as the rest of the Elevate players were trying to flood up towards this left side alley. We saw Rady get taken out by Camo, and he made that push over here. And it was a bit unfortunate from him, but General sort of made the play to stay alive, settle it down so the rest of his team could push up from this alley. Bought enough time, they were able to get those kills into the hill over towards here onto those Elevate players. That sort of snowballed out of control over towards 3, and that's how they're able to close out the map. So impressive stuff from them overall. It was a close map. Both teams played it well at times, but Elevate sort of made a mistake. Back to you, Ben.
Thank you very much, Teep. Fantastic analysis there, of course, of that last Hardpoint that we saw. But I want to go all the way back, of course, to map number 2. Apathy, we were watching it together, and you made a crucial point that really there's a lot of pressure on General almost. When he performs, E6 tend to do very well.
Yeah, I feel like General is sort of an X-Factor player. I feel like whenever he does well, whenever he goes off, they almost always win. You know, he's just one of those players that has the chance to be really explosive and has a chance to take over, and when he does, it's just like almost a 99% win rate.
I find that interesting you say that, because to me, I feel like General is always the consistent player. He's always the one doing well. I think sort of, you know, Cade or Proto, if they're playing well, I think that's when they start to succeed. So for me, if General is playing well, yes. I think he takes a lot of pressure off of his teammates because he's just slaying all around the map. But in terms of an X factor, I think you got to go with Proto this game.
Okay, fair enough. Of course, Proto, I mean, he was fantastic in game number 3. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But in terms of the fundamentals that we saw in map number 2, Chance, from E6, it just seemed almost perfect search and destroy at times.
They gave Elevate no breathing room. I mean, how many rounds was Elevate? They were just jumping off the map. They were just, the round's already over, 30 seconds in. We just have to cut our losses. And every time E6 had an opportunity to clutch up a round, they did so. Anytime they get in those 2v1s against Elevate, they never made mistakes. So they were consistently getting that first blood advantage, and they were never throwing anything in the way. They were holding bomb sites properly. You know, Proto staying alive top blue for seemingly forever, going against Reedy, and Reedy just can't find him, and they're winning rounds without even getting all the kills. Like anything they could do right, specific to search and destroy, they did.
Well, series tied at 1-1. We then go over to the Uplink, and this one was a very, very close one. Plenty to really talk about. Of course, it does go E6's favor, 8-7. But Apathy, 4-2 at the half. It seemed, to be honest with you, like E6 had full control.
Yeah, I felt like E6 did a great job of controlling mid-map and just controlling the objective. On this, like, you would see them spawn side door, and let's say, for example, Elevate would have somebody set up top ship. Instead of them trying to fight that one guy, they would all just flood mid and just really work for that ball control and able to just make a play from there.
And it was kind of interesting to see the way E6 played it, Chance, because you brought this up yourself. They weren't really worried about their own base. It was just, oh, you know, there's someone on our base, don't worry about it, we'll play for drone.
100% get that drone, move forward. The only thing that matters is scoring points, and you can go back and watch that first half. 3 different scoring opportunities for E6 where they're scoring points where someone from Elevate is on the completely wrong side of the map. So they're sending a guy to flank, they have the timing, Elevate had the timing off, and they just get overrun. E6 take the drone, they never clear out their base, they don't care about it. They get that drone and they move forward. So constantly scoring points when Elevate is completely out of position.
It does come down to a bit of a nail-biting finish though, Merc. I mean, we saw goaltending come into play after General uses his camo. He can't get that 2-point play because, of course, there are other players inside the portal. And then all of a sudden, the closing moments were kind of all sat there going, hold on a minute, this isn't over. I mean, what could have maybe gone a little bit differently there that maybe could have given Elevate the win?
I mean, they stayed in the game with their interceptions. You know, if they weren't able to make those plays, they were probably down 4 or 5 points, you know, even more. So they were just able to stay alive in the Enigma 6 base. And I think the one thing that maybe people will question when we're not too sure what would happen is Rated. He decided to throw the one when he saw that bombardment coming down. If he holds on to it and gets that dunk, I'm not sure if it would have gone through. I feel like he might have blown up and it would have gotten a 1, but
did he have time, App?
I feel like he did have time. It would have been a risky play, but at that point, it's his only option. There was about 30 seconds left. He has to get the dunk. He does not have time to get a dunk and another 1 at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, just a great job by Elevate. I mean, they just get all the kills that they need to. They stay alive in their base, even with streaks against them. So, you know, sort of a shining light from Elevate, but it was just too far of a deficit for them.
Very true. Of course, at that point, E6 goes 2-1 up. Then we go over to map number 4, and I'll be honest with you, Chance. My note for you here is I just wrote down Proto. What a start from that young man.
Even the way the game opened up, so obviously that first hill can be a bit of a wash. So they move over to that Turbine Hill. Proto has 3 players facing in front of him. If he dies, instantly Elevate's going to get at least another 20 seconds on the board before there's even a moment for contention. But instead, he picks up a 3-piece, and then he sits in the hill for its entirety. He puts about 40 seconds by himself on the board, gives his team the lead, and then, of course, he works towards the streaks as well. So again, he found himself in a horrendous position, completely goes off, and frankly might have saved his team the game, because again, they only win by 30 points in the end, and that was at least a 40 or 50 point swing game right there.
Of course, there was a couple of key moments towards the end of the game, though, Merc, that the camo uses seemed a little wasteful, to say the least.
Yeah, for me, I mean, Proto decided to use it on the drill hill, and I know why I think he did. There was about 20 seconds left in the drill, and they're like, okay, if we can extend our lead another 20, I think the game's done. What ends up happening, get shut down. And then they allow Elevate to sort of get mid-hill control and drill control. But then going to that last turbine, Rated just popped it, I think, 1 or 2 seconds. I think he should have slowed down, allowed himself to get all of his health back. They had time, to sort of still push that hill. They could have made a 3-man push on the elbow. He was able to pick up 1 or 2. Maybe things go differently for them.
A crazy, crazy ending. And App, I guess, as a player, how do you stay composed in those moments? I mean, that was an unbelievably close game. I mean, is it communication? Like, what is it that gives you the key to success?
I mean, it's mainly communication and just staying composed. For example, like Joe said about the camel play, like, he has time. He shouldn't be pushing that. He should wait to heal, because when you're one shot, you can easily get picked in that situation. And if you die, you are that key player. If you die, it can all fall apart just like it did.
Well, congratulations to Enigma 6, the 3-1 victory over Elevate. And of course, that now puts us halfway through day number 1 here of week 4 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. We've had strong starts from Optic Gaming and Enigma 6 to kick off the day. But coming up next, we have the Battle of Europe. Red Reserve versus Elevate, both searching for their first win in the group. We'll find out who will take it after this quick commercial break.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets 3 kills. Can he win it? Oh, it barely.
Are you going to live through this one?
I am.
more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses will have the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for. Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
And it's Optic Gaming going into Ohio with the #1 seed. Red Reserve have done it. They've made it to Ohio. And it's Enigma 6 continuing their Cinderella season all the way to Columbus. 1 second in between Elevate and a spot in the GPL, and they have done it!
3-0ing Optic Gaming and uses his scores.
Playing insane right now, and this is it, Jack!
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. We've seen 2 matches so far in the green group, and 2 teams suffer 3-1 losses. Both of those squads now on the main stage for our first match of MLG Primetime. It's a battle of 2 European powerhouses looking for their first series victory of the weekend. The first squad I'm going to introduce is filled with a lot of raw talent, but now they've got to use it to their advantage to take this series over their opponent. It is Red Reserve. Red Reserve looking fierce and ready to go. Joe, handsome as ever. But on the other side, we've got a team of 4 players that are known around Europe, some for good, some for bad, but either way, they're ready for their next matchup here. It is Elevate. The boys are ready. The casters are ready. It's simple. MLG Primetime starts right now.
I'm underway, and what a good game we have to kick things off. The Battle of Europe within this group. Who is going to come out on top? That, of course, the question. Obviously, we have seen this matchup once before so far throughout the year. Obviously, CWL Birmingham. Chance, I know you have a lot to say about that one. How did it go down the first time?
Elevate won 3-1, and they only lost the Search and Destroy, and they did get completely bodied in that Search and Destroy, and it kind of plays into what we've seen today as well. So today we've seen Elevate. They look decent. Obviously, they did get beat against D6, but close games. They destroyed in that first hard point. They only lost by 30 in the second one. Yes, the S&D was a bit lackluster, so a bit of a role reversal there. But Elevate, again, wins the 3-1, loses the Search. Same thing happens in the reverse side of that against, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Elevate, they won 3-1, man. That's all you need to know.
Good job. Thanks for that. Mark, are you expecting a similar result here this week?
I mean, it's tough to sort of decide because obviously neither of these teams, we haven't seen them play in a while. I mean, looking at their first matches, I think both have shown, pretty good signs. Red Reserve obviously winning that Search and Destroy, and then Elevate. I mean, they probably should have won both of those hard points, you know, and that uplink was so close. So definitely their respawn looking a little bit better, but here we have those maps. And, Breakout Hardpoint, I think that's sort of similar to Retaliation, where Watson and Rated are going to have a really good advantage with those NV4s.
Well, there, as you mentioned, Breakout Hardpoint, Retail S&D, a throwback uplink into a throwback Hardpoint before a Breakout Search. If it does go the distance, Apathy looking at the maps, and obviously you've seen both these two teams play already today. What's your prediction?
I feel like they're somewhat tied. Like, I feel like they're both almost on the same level. I feel like it's going to go game 5. I'm not sure who's going to take it. I feel like both teams are just going to play their hearts out, and it's whoever comes out on fire who comes out playing the best.
Fair enough. Well, of course, as we mentioned, this is the Battle of Europe. Both these two teams knew coming in that they were going to be playing against each other on day 1. So let's find out from the players themselves their thoughts on the upcoming match.
Hey, it's us.
Hello.
I'm a player. Former champion.
Yeah, I think we're going to win this game.
Feeling good about it?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm ready to get this one going. And TP, let's talk a little bit about these two teams because we always see NA matching up against Europe a little bit differently. Now we have Europe versus Europe here. Do you expect the normal strategies, or is this when things get weird?
I don't think it's going to get too weird, to be honest. Both teams had some sort of success in their first matchup, so I think they're going to take what they learned in those first ones. It's a bit of a warm-up game for them. They both talked about previously not having the best practice coming into this one, but going into that first, matches against NA juggernauts, I think they learned a lot.
Well, you saw the love if you watched Hot Mic between Joe from Red Reserve and Reedy from Elevate. A lot of love between the top European pros, and we got a chance to talk with all 8 guys before the match kicked off. Here's what they had to say.
What I know about Red Reserve is they've got Nile, so it's one of them ones. We played them in Birmingham, we smoked them in Birmingham. Definitely outclassed their team in every aspect of the game in terms of slaying, smarts.
The matchup between Elevate, I think we should beat them twice. They're not in the best place as a team right now, and we are better than them.
As long as we slay in the respawns, we should easily take it. They're a pretty good S&D team. They like to make it a bit random, but we can beat them 3-1. We've done it in Birmingham. We know we can do it again.
The key to beating Elevate, we should be starting strong. If they get the first map, it just makes the whole thing a lot longer and draws it out more. But if we take the first map, we should take the S&D as well, so that's 2-0 up, and then obviously it's in our favour from there on.
Depending on the second S&D map, if they get something like throwback, they'll probably take it. If not, we should 3-0. Can't see them being that much of a threat.
We should be able to 3-0. Pretty confident words there out of Reedy. After watching both teams, who's the stronger out of the two?
Honestly, I'm leaning in these respawns a bit more towards Elevate. Yes, Red had to go against Optic, so it might not be the best sort of showing from them to start off. So I think it's going to be fairly even. Elevate was showing a lot of high momentum gameplay in those first couple of hard points, so I think they're going to come out again here on this breakout.
Elevate. They just fell to Enigma 6. If you're just joining us, they are currently 0-1 on the weekend. On the other side, the same story for Red Reserve, who matched up against Optic Gaming, but that series was much closer than a lot of people would think after seeing the numbers 3-1 overall in series count. The uplink, it came down to the wire, and then at the very end, we saw, of course, the hard points go in Optic's favor, but look out for Red Reserve and Search and Destroy. To open things up, though, we're going to Breakout. It's Hardpoint, and we're going to be kicking things off here with Red Reserve. Shawnee, of course, a former teammate of the boys on Elevate. He has switched sides and is going to be looking to dish out some damage.
Looks like Joe's going to be starting off with this ERAD here on Breakout. I'm a huge fan of it. We saw Vortex on the side of Epsilon in the last weekend make some good use of it. You can put so much pressure, especially in these close sort of corridors, as you see him move towards showers. Some back and forth gunfights going down. He does find one, so a quick 3 dead from Red Reserve. A solid start.
Great start here. You get your intro 3 kills, rated the only player from Elevate able to pick up an early one in your first 14 seconds and counting in favor of Red Reserve. We take a look at the mini-map though, TP, and where should we be focused on as it gets down to about 15 points left on this hill?
Well, you can see number 6, that red arrow on your mini-map, sort of making that play over towards through Spiral, getting his teams those spawns over towards that second hard point. So a good rotation from him to get his teammates those spawns, but you have to win the gunfights. A team kill coming in, not sure exactly what happened there.
It's probably one bullet from Watson.
Yeah, looks like the flood is going to be coming in from Red Reserve. Oh, the game's broken.
Yeah, we're gonna restart this. Someone from Elevate having some controller issues. I believe it's Zed. So we'll get that fixed and we'll go at it one more time. But you saw kind of the opening strategies coming out for both teams. ERADs will be into play on Breakout. And I was asking Niall actually, who's the most annoying player to play from? He said anyone from Epsilon because they love running ERADs on this map. It seems it's going to be something we're going to see from Red Reserve. Who's annoyed by it?
Yeah, it's all positioning, right? Yes, these maps have longer lines of sights. I think some teams need to start using it on retaliation as well. You can, as long as your positioning is good, you can use that movement to your advantage and use that weapon in those close quarters to your advantage. So ERAD's going to be very important. Got to get this first game restarted. It's all good. I thought it was a little bit weird that Watson absolutely gunned his teammate, so that's when I thought things were fishy.
Yeah, I was like, he only put 1 to 4 bullets in his teammate's back. So we're going to get a fresh restart here. And once again, this is match number 3. It's the battle between Elevate and, of course, Red Reserve, our 2 European squads. Elevate, they opened up the year kind of in the top 10 of everybody's teams to watch globally list.
Right.
Since then, they have plummeted. They have not had a good land showing anytime that there's Americans involved in the tournament. This would be a big statement if they're able to come out and make a spot in the playoffs for themselves. But they're going to have to get through Red Reserve first, and of course, we'll have to see how they match up against Enigma 6 and Optic Gaming later in the weekend. But if there's a hope for Elevate, if there's a star player on this team, who's the guy to watch? Because everyone's counting them out after the Deserto article came out saying that these guys didn't even practice before the tournament.
Well, you have to look towards the R&R duo, Rated and Reedy. They sure talk a lot when it comes to social media on how much better they are in general. Well, it's time to put up or shut up, in my opinion. They need to get a good result. You can't just keep talking all this trash and putting up all this, confidence in yourself if you're not going to show it in a situation like this. So now's the time to shine. You have to note as well, as this weekend goes on, these head-to-head matchups are going to be so important, and these early ones are the most important ones, in my opinion. Both teams were able to win 1 map in their first series, so whichever team is able to get the better of it, the map count could come into play as well.
Fantastic point to bring up once again. Map count so important across the entire 3 days. If you look back to Luminosity and Epsilon last week, it all came down to that last match. If Luminosity won 2 maps, they were through to the playoffs, and that's exactly what happened as they closed out their games versus United. We saw our team elevate. Now it's time, though, to hear from the boys from Red Reserve. This is how they got here today.
Red Reserve has gone through a lot of changes this season. At the beginning of the Infinite Warfare season, the organization was without a team, but they obtained the Complexity roster following CWL Vegas. Prior to CWL Atlanta, the former Complexity roster announced they would not be representing Red Reserve after the event, leading to Red Reserve's purchase of Orbit. That meant Joe, Rated, Urban, and Zero would be operating under their banner. However, the team would not stay together long. The team felt the impact of EU roster mania following CWL Paris, leaving them with a roster of Joe, Urban, Niall, and Shani to compete at CWL Dallas. In the 2Ks leading up to Dallas, the new roster finished first and second in the 2 tournaments, going from a question mark to a dark horse at CWL Dallas. Their tough pool sent them to the losers bracket, where their run to finish top 6 was incredibly impressive. They managed to take out Supremacy, Fnatic, Enigma 6, and Evil Geniuses, before ultimately falling to European counterpart Splice, in what was one of the best finishes by a European team in Infinite Warfare thus far.
Major credit to Red Reserve for making that one a very, very close match when it came down to that last hard point.
The current incarnation of this team will be defined by the aforementioned losers bracket run at CWL Dallas. But what really gives them promise moving forward is their success in Search and Destroy. Not a single player on the squad finished Dallas above a 1.0 KD in respawn game modes. Their statistics in S&D, however, are almost the polar opposite of a team like Luminosity in North America. Shani jumps to a 1.13, Joe to a 1.14, and Urban to a 1.13. Keep an eye on Red Reserve's performance in this game mode, as they won 75% of their S&Ds at CWL Dallas. Teams that are strong in S&D have the ability to steal a series from many top teams. However, if they want to consistently hang with the world's best, they must fix their respawn woes. Tune in on May 12th to 14th to see if Red Reserve can continue to build on their momentum in Stage 1 of the Global Pro League.
And we are back. We're ready to go. There's a look at Joe, Red Reserve, gearing up for their first game of Hardpoint on Breakout. Now, something I want to point out before this game kicks off, that man on the right of your screen, Niall, only dropped 10 kills in their last Hardpoint against Optic Gaming. It was pretty close when he was in the kill feed. At the end of the game, he disappeared, and Optic ran away with the win on Scorched. This game, though, going up against Elevate, we already saw Rated putting together some nice streaks. He's got to be a consistent factor. Niall has to be slaying just at the same pace as Elevate.
And what we've seen throughout this Global Pro League in general is these EU teams struggling to close out games in clutch situations. How many times have we seen a close hard point to where one of these teams just gives up 2 hard points in a row? You can't let that happen. So we're going to see which team is going to be better at that throughout the weekend. Whichever one can perform in those clutch situations will probably qualify.
And you heard Red Reserve, none of their 4 players had positive numbers in respawn back at MLG Dallas. We'll see Who is going to put up the big numbers? My eyes are going to be on Urban all game long for Red Reserve. On the other side, keep your eyes on Rated. He was angry with that last loss, and normally when you get Rated fired up, that's when he's at his best. Nile on your screen here with the K-bar, sloppy shots and immediately punished. It's going to be a trade back and forth, 2 up for each squad, but early control should go to Red Reserve.
Looks like Red's starting off exactly how they did the first time around, getting some early time on this first hard point, locking down the showers. The most important thing where you see Urban right here. If you're able to lock down loading and showers, it forces the sort of flood from the middle alley from the other team. He's doing a great job of it, and most of all, it gives you this nice line of sight over towards the hard point, helping out your teammate.
Urban on a 4 streak to open things up. He was my player to watch coming in. And he is doing a fantastic job on our first hard point. Rotating over to the second. Challenger in the window is going to dodge out. And here's the trade. Nice movement there by Elevate. The teammates working together to get the kill, and they're set up first.
Joe is going to be this #1 in your minimap. Just needs to hang out towards the back, trying to win his team this rotation. His teammate picks up a huge kill. That should signal him to try and challenge. Yes, he wins it. A nice pinch from Red Reserve, and they should be able to break this hard point fairly quickly. Yes, they are a bit far out, but Joe's playing this perfectly. He knows he's the most important person in the setup, and now he allows his team to flood. A perfect setup from Joe.
Joe, the captain of Red Reserve. He was a member of the Splice squad that finished second last year at the championship. Now, with the new squad, he's brought in the young talent from Scotland, Shawnee. He's back on a squad with Urban, and Nile has been their recent pickup after a fantastic start to IW. Currently, Nile inside the hill, waiting for the pressure, but Urban outside is just keeping everybody off of him.
Beautiful stuff, and a lot of pressure from Urban, starting off 8-1 in this one, and I love the long route he's taking. He knows he's going to try and get these rotation, these spawns over towards back cave for him and his team. Needs to take his time, though. But his teammate does pick up a kill, and that's exactly what you want to see when you're on a large flank like this. He's going to try and find this one player, does find him. A huge gunfight win from him. Needs to stay alive now.
Zed even knew it was coming. He was looking for the challenger, but no one can stop Urban right now. He started off 4-0. This is a 6 streak. 10, make it 11-1. He's working on the bombardment. Everything going right here for Red Reserve. They're already over 80 points, holding their opponents to just 16, and they have full control right now over the drill.
The slaying is insane. Shawnee just picks up a 3-piece. Rated
Graves
answers back over towards Spiral, but so much time going in their favor. Going to be over a 100-point lead after the last couple of seconds of Cave, and they're not rotating at all. Elevate's going to try and fight back as strong as they can, but it's just lining up kills for Urban. Almost gets the third. Teammate should be able to trade it.
Watson dropping 2 bodies into the graveyard. Shawnee's there to trade it out. So even the scrap time, it's going in favor here of Red Reserve. They're the first to break 100 points. At this point in the game, though, you got 6 kills from Joe, 9 kills from Shawnee, Nile just at 5. It has been kind of a one-man performance up to this point. The whole squad's going to need to turn it up if they want to finish strong. On the other side for Elevate, no one having a good game. No one can string multiple kills together. And it looks like Red Reserve is simply winning the battle for rotations as well.
This slaying is absolutely insane right now. No one can seem to shut down Urban. Almost has more kills than the entire opposing team. Has streaks to work with, has the FTL if he needs it. There is one more player contesting towards the back, forcing the spawn out a bit, but he knows it. He got the call out. Rated does win that gunfight, so a bit of a saving grace for Elevate, but they're down 110.
Rated gonna fall once again. If you can, just keep that camera on Urban coming off the spawn after Nile. In fact, here he is now. Talk to me a little bit about Urban's positioning. You can see the wall runs being watched by Joe. When is Urban gonna have to spring into action?
Just gonna wait it out, gonna try and push and get these trades over towards this wall run. Like I said before, on this rotation over towards middle, you need to get showers control. He's able to get that first gunfight, and Elevate's able to trade it out. So it's a good positioning from them to try and get some score back in their favor. But the way Urban's playing, he has these streaks we need to note as well. Probably gonna save those over towards the next cave hard point. The man is just not missing.
20-6, and we're finally through a full rotation. Urban has been a monster in the first half of the game. This is where Elevate, though, can start their comeback. Already 20 unanswered points in the center of the map. Up next, they'll have to battle for cell block control, but Urban is looking on the flank. Finds Rated, doesn't get away with his life. Too many players here from Elevate. They have a 3 stack in the middle, but once again, Joe starting to give Red Reserve those good spawns.
Zed's so good at putting on team pressure, but that's a grenade from your teammate taking him out. Elevate does get some time there to make the score just a bit closer. Urban sort of the pest in their side, working up towards loading again, helping out Nile on the hill, and just how many times have we switched on board with Urban and he's just picking up free kills. We talked about how his positioning has been so good, and it's all about learning, you know, reading the information from the kill feed, reacting from it, gets a few free kills, and now he's on the next hardpoint.
And look at this. I mean, Urban's at 29 engagements so far. Joe has been playing purely for the spawns. Just 9 and 8 after that kill. He has been staying out of the action, picking up the important kills on possible flankers, setting up his teammates for success. And that enables a guy like Urban to go off. Urban continuing to dominate, just 7 bullets left, has to switch to the pistol, and he's still able to pick up the kill on Reedy.
We didn't catch it there, but Shawnee made a huge play as well. He baited out those players from middle, slid to the back truck, picked up a kill as you watch Joe go on a huge flank over towards Showers. Might get taken out in just a second. Oh, almost turns and burns. Urban picks up 2. But Shawnee bought so much time for the players in the hill and gave them a lot of information, which is so important. Now they're getting the rest of this cell block hardpoint. They have streaks. They have the payloads going to be loading up first for them. This game could be over very quick.
It's going to be about 30 points to go if you're Red Reserve. Time to call in the streaks. Elevate is set up in the caves first. But I think we could see this game end on this new hardpoint as he tries to curve the last rocket around. Urban is going to be out of the action for about 10 seconds. His teammates trying to break through. Elevate has to hold strong. They could lose on this hill.
Bit of a poor streak, honestly. You know the other team's going to be posted up in towards that cave. Your teammates aren't set up to put on pressure. You don't have the pinch coming in at all. So a bit too early on that streak from Urban. You have the utility. I get that you want to use it as fast as possible, but they didn't make enough use out of it. Bombardment coming down from him, though, does pick up 1.
Reedy on your screen here for Team Elevate. Zed and Reedy all over the kill feed. That is 4 down, each player picking up 2. And this is a full 60 to Elevate, it looks like, bringing them back into the game. I was worried they're going to be putting this 60-point club. They're definitely going to be breaking 100. They're set up for the new hill as well. The Red Reserve was so good at breaking to start things off. Here's Urban picking off Watson. Shawnee did take out a teammate, so you're losing an attacker. But at the end of the day, it's Red Reserve breaking through Watson. Their only hope. Going to try and challenge by himself. Needs to wait for teammates here. And here comes Watson, has some help from behind, but not the kills he wanted. It's Urban coming over the wall run, Nile from the pinch, and Red Reserve is gonna break on through. That should lock it up, Teep.
Absolutely huge plays from Red there. They hit the quad wall run on the rotation, which is a bit unorthodox in my opinion. They didn't fight the spawns, but if you win the gunfights, it doesn't matter. Elevate trying to do their best to contest where they can. Red only needs 10 seconds though. They win the gunfights. The pistol coming out from Urban. The trade comes in. That's game.
4, 3, 2, 1. Urban finishes this one near triple positive, 31 and 12. He had 20 kills by the time we got back to the center of the map. Fantastic start, stronger finish. Red Reserve looking like a much different team going up against another EU squad when it comes to hardpoint.
Well, they did go up against Optic, one of the best respawn teams in the game, so obviously this one looking a lot more lopsided into their favor. You need to highlight the plays Urban was making, though. He really was the one that got them that 150-point lead almost by himself. The positioning was perfect, the fundamental gameplay on rotation. The streaks were awful, but it didn't matter.
Don't use your streaks next time. Just keep picking up 2, 3 pieces with the K-bar. Urban definitely the man of the match for game number 1. Elevate. You look at their game, nothing went their way. They were getting outslayed early on. It seemed that the rotations were a little bit sloppy. Joe kept catching flankers off guard. If you're looking for potentially a Game 4 comeback at another hard point, what is the biggest issue, though, that you need to address?
Maybe just try and slow it down. There's a lot of situations where they were not clearing out that loading on first hard point, for example. It's a step-by-step process to break these hard points, and they're trying to skip the steps. You can skip them if you're picking up kills, but we just saw there, they weren't picking up the kills, so you have to play correct hard point. They weren't going to the correct areas. They weren't, number one, focusing Urban down, especially over towards loading. It all snowballed out of control for him.
I talked to Reedy way back at PSX, and I asked him about how he put together this Elevate squad. He said, at the end of Black Ops 3, I felt like Watson and I felt like Zed were 2 of the best players in the game. Well, he's playing alongside them now, and it's been a downward spiral, but let's take a moment to see how they got here today.
The Elevate organization shifted away from owning a North American team to picking up a European team at the beginning of Infinite Warfare. The EU roster started off as Reedy, Zed, Watson, and Shawnee, and there were big expectations for a team that seemed to have all of the pieces. A veteran leader, young talented players, and a solid mix of international experience. The year started rather well for the new-look Elevate roster. They captured a top 12 finish at CWL Vegas and quickly followed that up with 3 top 4 finishes in the following online 2K tournaments in their region. From there, they were able to record an impressive 3rd place finish at CWL London. Elevate followed that up with another top 12 finish in Atlanta, but fell to the top 16 at Paris the following weekend, raising questions about this roster's longevity. The defining moment for Elevate may prove to be the recent roster change. After the poor finish at Paris, Elevate decided to part ways with young up-and-comer Shani and replace him with EU veteran Rated, who finished 2nd at the 2016 Call of Duty Championship with Splice. Reedy and Rated have teamed together for at least a portion of every single Call of Duty title since 2014. There's a lot of history and at times success when these two combine forces. CWL Dallas, however, was not one of them. They continue to decline and eventually finish top 24, their lowest placing of 2017. All eyes will be on whether or not Elevate can fix the numerous issues that plague their roster in Dallas. Some people are questioning the motivation behind the team. Not only do they have to fix their in-game mistakes, but also the mentality to see success in the future. Tune in May 12th through the 14th to see how Elevate perform in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
Towards the end of that video, you saw Reedy getting up, standing, and yelling at his opponents. I feel like that's what you need right now if you're Elevate. You need someone from Red Reserve to start talking smack, wake up Rated, wake up Reedy, because they were non-factors in our first Hardpoint. Now, though, it's a totally different game mode. We're switching it up and heading to Red Reserve's best game type. It's Search and Destroy, this time in Retaliation.
Yeah, this series could pretty heavily go in Reds pretty quickly. They were to take that hard point with pretty much ease, and going into their best game mode, you expect them to do it again to take the 2-0 lead.
When Red Reserve played against Optic Gaming, the strongest player in Search was Urban, the same man who just dropped 31 in 12 in game number 1. He's going to be my player to watch. Let's keep our eyes, though, on this Elevate squad. Reedy's pulling off a sniper rifle here to open things up. We'll see if he stays with his class, and it looks like we are going to restart this one. One day, we're going to figure out how to plug in the headphones for Zed.
Looks like there's some communication issues going on for the guys. Got to make sure that's all squared out, leveled out before we get into this one. Search and Destroy, obviously you need to talk to each other.
You got to hear the calls, right?
Very important.
On the other side, it looks like Red Reserve is going to switch out their cables as well. Looking at the Search, though, let's talk about Retaliation. We saw a potential weapon that I don't want to name. How useful is it on this map, Teep?
It's tough. I'm not a huge advocate of sniping in general in Infinite Warfare, and it's not like the snipers are bad. I think it's a very strong weapon. We saw, Proto hitting crazy shots, Formal hitting crazy shots. It's just harder to hit those shots on average. If you take the percentage-wise, it's going to be, you're not going to be as effective. You can't get those trades as easily with a pistol, for example, especially going into late round situations. So if you're using a sniper and you get a pick within the first 30 seconds, I'm totally fine with it, right? It gives your team that early advantage. But if you're just hanging out in the back of the map, it forces your teammates to play so slow also. So it can hinder you if you're not making plays early.
Well, Watson, he was hitting some nasty snipes, and they're Search and Destroy on throwback. He was doing it at range. He was doing it up close and personal. And I want to ask you kind of about the secondary that we're seeing. Watson chooses to go with the Oni. We saw someone like Proto who's going with the single-shot pistol, the EMC. So how useful are the pistols here? And I guess, depending on the sniper, if you decide to pull one out, when are you going to be in danger, knowing that everyone else is running either an ERAD or an AR?
I guess it's more in those long-range scenarios where it's sort of that long mid-range, if that makes sense. The close quarter, you can whip up that pistol, whether it's the Oni or the EMC, and have that not necessarily an advantage, but the ability to pick up a kill. It's those mid-range gunfights that the assault rifles and probably the ERAD are going to take over. So, while it is personal preference when it comes to the pistols, someone like Nagafen prefers the single shot. You can flare that up as fast as possible, whereas the Oni speeds up over time.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on the weaponry. For now, though, we got a lot of love on Twitter for this one. If you didn't catch Zed and Watson smiling, here's another look at them reading bad jokes.
Right. What did one ocean say to the other ocean?
I don't know.
Nothing, they just waved. All right.
Why did this stoplight turn red? You would too if you had to change in the middle of the street.
Why didn't the toilet paper cross the road? They got stuck in a crack.
Where does the sheep go for a haircut? To the barber shop.
I can't do this. Alright. Why can't your nose be 12 inches long? Because then it'll be a first. Alright.
Stop messing about, man. What kind of tea is hard to swallow?
What?
Reality.
What did you say to your sister when she's crying? Are you having a crisis?
What does a clock do when it's hungry?
What?
Goes back 4 seconds.
Why did Snoop Dogg need an umbrella? For drizzle.
What did the finger say to the thumb? I'm in glove with you.
Why don't dinosaurs talk? Because they're dead. Who came up with these words? Did I win?
You won. I don't know how you won it.
Zed is awful at keeping the straight face while telling jokes, but he is very serious up on the main stage right now. We take a look back at game number 1. We talked about Zed being a star slayer, wasn't able to get the job done, just a .82. On the other side, you see Urban, a 2.58. He was definitely the difference maker, and it shows there on the cell block.
The money hills, look at that. 10 points for Elevate. That's why I got out of hand so quickly. Urban on those rotations on the first cycle of hills was just really the nail in the coffin so early in that one. So Elevate didn't really have much of a chance. They tried to fight back on the rooftop. And then that second grave, they did a good job of setting up towards cave. The streaks sort of weren't great from Urban. That allowed them to get that time to be fair, but yeah. Still got some time back.
Fail streaks, and then you have your teammates pushing in one at a time into Reedy and Zed. End of the day, though, it was a blowout in game number 1. And now we'll see. Will Elevate be able to tie up this series score? The players going over the strategies one more time. It's Red Reserve going up against Elevate. Both teams coming in with a loss earlier on the day, trying to improve their overall record here in group stages to 1-1. And we're heading into retaliation for search and destroy. We talked about how the snipers have been put in play in our first 2 matches. Now we'll see who is going to be more effective. Is Watson going to continue pulling it out for Elevate? On the Red Reserve side, will anyone be bringing it to the table? If you're playing this, if you're on the attack, after we know that the defensive spawns have been switched up, where are you going? Where are you going to have more success on this map?
I think you really need to feel out that plat control first to decide if B is going to be, doable, if that makes sense. Some of the defensive teams still play a little bit further back on their defenses and not really get that plat control. So I would really feel it out towards the middle of the map.
Okay.
Have a scout over towards A as well. That could probably be your sniper, to be honest. Just gain information in the first round or 2, and then decide your sort of main strategy for the rest of the game.
Rated looks pissed. That's always a good sign if you are a fan of Elevate. He's coming in angry. And if it's anything like the first time this loaded up, Elevate will be on the attack first. Red Reserve coming in with a 1-0 lead after the hard point. There's the A-bomb site on top of the bridge. Much more difficult to plant. Team's starting to figure it out, though, as the game lives on. The B-bomb site going to be heavily targeted at the lower street, and Reedy's sticking with it. He's pulling out the sniper rifle. He's got the pistol in the back pocket, and he switched it up to the EMC.
Gonna see how they're gonna go after this one. Looks like he is gonna be working over towards this wall run side towards A, see if he can spot anyone with this thermal on the longbow. Nothing yet. Gonna call that out to his team to see if they change any sort of strategy, but doesn't look like it. Zed clearing out this bike shop, bomb planter moving up towards B Street, and looks like initial plat control went to Red, but they're backing up.
Yeah, and Watson kind of fended off 3 players from pushing through. Now you see Reedy spotting his teammate across the hall. That means all the opponents move towards your teammates. Zed picks up Nile first. He's buying his teammates time. Fantastic work inside a bike by Zed. And you are going to see the man advantage go in favor here of Elevate. Look out, though, for Urban. He's on the long flank, and he's about to find 3 people. There it is. Urban trades out 1, but Rated is able to take him out.
So good trade there. Elevate, I like the call. They get the first blood, gonna wrap this bomb site and plant it instantly. 1 versus 3 situation. Now Reedy was camping in that hotel, has that sniper in hand, looking for this last kill, shoots the wall. That's not a good shot.
Johnny about to find all 3 of them. and his former teammates will gun him down. First score going in favor here of Elevate.
Good round. That's exactly what you want to do. You get the first blood, you get map control, you gain information. Most importantly, they make the call out to wrap over towards A. Great stuff. Good round.
Slow plays here in Search and Destroy. A lot of patience being shown from both squads. On their first defensive stand, it was Red Reserve pushing 3 through the hallway. It looked like they were going to have early advantage, and then it all fell apart. Joe on your screen now for Red Reserve, going to be leading the charge with the E-Red. They peek, they see Reedy at the end, and it's going to be Shawnee backing up. The bomb, though, starting to make its way down towards B, and Joe's ready to pounce on anyone that may be in that broken window.
So this is sort of the bread and butter strategy we're used to seeing on Retaliation. That's sort of what I was talking about early, Chris. You cannot let the offense just take that plat control so easily because it allows you to plant this bomb site and have such good line of sight. Some trades going down over towards these market steps. Joe gets the call out and has this E-Red in hand, some shaky shots, but does pick up the kill with the teammate shot from Plat. And it should be an easy round for Red here.
Rated with the sniper rifle is challenging. He's got a player around the corner. Pistol out now, it looks like, and actually Rated was able to find an NV4. Reedy trying to keep opponents off the site, and instead it's going to be Rated left up in a 1v3. This is looking like it's all Red Reserve. 1-1.
The whole point of the defensive change spawn is to allow the defense to have more chance to get Plat. Elevate just gave it up anyway.
Yeah, they didn't even...
You have to try and contest it, otherwise those rounds that we're used to seeing on Retaliation happen. It's just too much map control for the offensive team, and it just makes the round so easy.
It didn't look like, you know, we watch a lot of teams like E United who are just constantly trading and Search and Destroy. It didn't look like either team had a player in position to trade out kills. Everyone trying to win individual fights. Elevate's back on the attack. Reedy's sticking with this sniper rifle despite only picking up 1 kill of the 2 rounds.
Kind of an odd strategy, too. You actually flanked with that sniper on the last one. Watson opening up with the first blood. Brady gets the call out. The players are pushing up towards this hotel side, and very quickly Niall stuck in the 1 versus 4 situation. He does have a pretty good spot here at the scaffolding. Might be able to surprise a few of these players, but can't find anything yet.
Niall going for the long flank. Bomb is down behind him. It's a 1-on-4. He's just going to jump off. Don't feed for the specialist abilities at all.
If you're going to jump off, do it before they plant.
Yeah,
like you know what I mean?
300 points.
The whole point is to not allow points. I disagree with that. You got to do it right away if that's your call.
If you guys could watch Teep casting this one, he is just shaking his head as the game goes on. Teep, I don't blame you. At times it's difficult to watch these guys. Clearly, they have not been working together recently. I did talk to both squads. They said, we've been putting in COD time, but most of it's been individual.
That can be helpful. Oh, as we see Niall just punch Zed in the face over towards Bike. 2 first bloods going into Red's favor. Looks like rounds just being traded back and forth. Neither team really liking these defensive rounds. There is one player being a bit sneaky on the market steps, but the trade coming in, finally some teamwork coming.
And where's Rated there? Like, you look at the Elevate spread, they're on opposite sides of the map, and they purposely ran away from each other towards the end. So Elevate starting to crumble a bit there. Red Reserve answers back. Here's a look at the final kill as Joe picking off Reedy.
We're going to see which team's going to be able to adapt on these defenses first. The team that does it will be the one to win it. They're trading these offensive rounds. They're not grouping up. The trading hasn't been too great. I mean, Red's been doing fine, but it's really bread and butter strategies over towards B, something that you can't really mess up because it's such a close area.
Your blue arrows, that's Red Reserve. They're going to be on defense here, and they immediately all 4 go down low to the B-bomb site. Meanwhile, here's a long wrap. You see the aggressive flank coming in. Rated going to back up, just knows that this bomb is going to be safe to plant. Only 1 player going to be nearby to support him, though. It's going to be Rated and Reedy and make it just Reedy now in a 1v3.
Picks up 2. But everyone's been cleared out already. So, and that's exactly what you don't want to see from Reedy there. Like, why is he like playing a corner with a sniper, whips out his pit? Like, you want someone else to be playing that sort of situation if they do end up hitting that site. Like, he gets trapped in these situations where he has to bait his teammates because he doesn't have an automatic weapon. Yes, he does pick up 2 with a snipe, which is cool and flashy and helps the scoreboard a little bit. But what is he actually doing to help his team there? Nothing really.
Making sure no one comes bridge.
Yeah, well, See how that worked.
Just kidding. Urban on your screen to open things up. There's the challenge we're used to. Right away, the player runs. Now it's Reedy once again with the snipe in hand. Urban going to be making his way down, and there's a player right around the edge. Zed picked off instantly as Urban hits the headshots, but Watson trades him out. So nice team trades coming in here. Niall is going to chase down Watson. There's the teamwork we were looking for. But once again, look at those red arrows. You got rated #1 on your screen. Reedy on the opposite end is sitting in the hallways, and they are going up against all 3 Red Reserve players who are stacked up together running past A. The bomb should be going down any moment. Niall's going to get it down.
Reedy picked up on that flank, gonna see if he can pick up any kills as this bomb does go down. The camo is earned, but stuck with the sniper again. Shawnee gets that nade off to the car. It's too easy. It looks like 2 duos playing Search and Destroy on the side of Elevate, and it's really making me angry. 2 players are contesting that bomb site that you need to do.
Zed and Watson, yep.
And how many, that's like the 3rd time I've seen Rated go on a late flank, do nothing. Reedy's stuck with a sniper in a situation he can't help anyone. It's kind of pathetic, to be honest, for me. I know I'm being very critical of this team right now, but they're not helping each other at all.
You're a world champ, man. You got a ring. I'm just going to sit back and listen for now, though. Elevate back on the attack. And we're going to see what they're able to get done. Rated is going to lead the charge with the bomb. And here is a 3-person spread down low. The flank is being watched by Urban as he keeps eyes on bridge. So a lot of pressure here on Urban to scout out the movement of Elevate. The rest of Red Reserve getting ready to pounce. And after showing themselves, it looks like they're going to back away safely.
I love these strats from Red. They're just going to leave that 1 person over towards Bike to see if he can sniff anything out as they rotate back. Urban not finding anything towards the street, so they're expecting that sort of middle rush. Niall, unfortunate. Probably could have picked a better spot, but regardless, gets that information over to his team, and now they need to rotate as soon as possible. Bomb is going to be planted. We got to remember, Urban does have that FTL at the ready. Reedy has camo, I believe, so payloads should be coming into place here pretty soon.
And Watson is just ring around the rosy with Joe. Finally, Watson is going to win that battle with the ERAD. Zed's going to poke out, take down Urban, who wasn't expecting it. A lot of pressure on Shawnee here.
There we go.
And the young Scott won't be able to get it done. Teamwork coming in. Reedy has put away the sniper rifle, and they win a round.
It's good stuff. Good trading. They spot out. They clear. It was a slow round, and they played it quite well. Cleared out the areas of the map that they need to clear out. They get control of Bike Shop. They get control of Plat. And what do you know? B opens up for you. So step by step, fundamental S&D finally from Elevate, and they win a round.
And props there to the man with the tattoos, Reedy, who got first blood as well. Red Reserve, they were up 2 rounds, trying to extend their lead once again. Niall has the camo ready to pop, but he's also your bomb carrier. On the other end, look out for Rated on the long flank. Urban has been watching the flank every single round, though. Rated has been spotted. He's been called out. Keep your eyes on those blue arrows to see how they react to it. Rated simply going to run away.
Kind of a mistake giving Niall that bomb again. Want to get those points to one of your other players to earn those payload abilities, but regardless, he has the camo to clutch up in a situation. Looks like Urban just playing super far back in the spawn. Reedy opens up over towards Market Steps. Watson getting aggressive towards Plat with his teammate. Should have control this round in a 2 versus 4 now for Red.
Elevate has turned their game around. And we're going to see, is Reedy going to find another pick? Urban just took out Watson. So it's the 2-on-3, as you mentioned. Urban FTL jump, not super effective in Search and Destroy so far.
Yeah, been holding it for quite a while. Does spot one player. Decent shots over towards that van. They really need to try and get a kill to even out this numbers before they let the other team
Shots fired, and good trade here from Red Reserve. Shawnee's going to find Rated as well. So from a 2v3 now to a 1-on-1, Reedy is able to pick up Shawnee. So we have just Urban left alive for Red Reserve. Time running out. Round goes to Elevate.
Not sure what Red's entire plan was there. They get the kill at Plat, and then they just need to make a decision to get to the bomb as fast as possible. Reedy plays that perfect. Knows he got that kill when he probably should not have, as they do decide to get over towards B. The teammate decided to chase. It would have been really close if he decided to go for the plant, so it's sort of a coin flip situation. Reedy plays it perfectly, gets out. Even round count now at 4 apiece.
Every round so far, we've seen a flanker and we've seen a defender watching the flanks. Who is going to run as a 4-man squad first in this game? It looks like it might not even happen. Rated's going to check the hallway. His 2 teammates hanging back, looking for action over at B. Meanwhile, it looks like Reedy is going to be that first challenger on the flank, peeking with the NV4. Urban is around the corner. That shot fired is going to alert him of his presence, and Reedy is going to run away.
Just being the scout for his teammate over towards A. Looks like Red knows that he's there alone, and he gets picked off. Just being too aggressive over towards that side. He's been doing it this entire S&D game. Finally gets punished for it. They decided to just do a normal sort of plant towards B. I don't necessarily disagree with it. If you have the map control, might as well do it. Sticking on board with Nile here, though. He has the camo. Might pop it as he goes through market.
This is the camo retake, right?
Yeah.
You know they're going to be everywhere. You just got to jump in there, use your payload. There's a player behind the tree, doesn't see it. And down goes Camo, down goes Shawnee. Joe was able to trade out Watson. So a 2-on-2 now for Urban and Joe. They're running out of time, though. And now they're running out of players. Here's a Camo rated to lock up the lead for Elevate from 4-2. Now it's going to be 5-4 back in favor of Elevate after putting away the sniper rifle.
That's really what they needed. Reedy having a good game overall. Granted, a lot of those early kills, the first 4 he got pretty useless in those round losses, but regardless, he's turning around. He put that sniper away. He was the scout over towards that A side, got punished, but then Red made the mistake. I've been very critical of Elevate in that one. When you have numbers, you can't just give up that much of the bomb site. You need to trade out Plat more effectively. Regardless, Elevate makes the play. Now they have the advantage.
Nile still has his camo to work with, but they just lost Joe. Already, man advantage to Elevate, make it 2-on-4. Nile's never gonna use his camo in search and destroy. And Urban all alone here versus 2 players. It's Zed and Watson out for blood.
Elevate getting really aggressive in this round. Just needs to play his life. Urban does have this FTL, so if he picks up the first, expect him to pop it to try and get the clutch. Needs to go grab this bomb though first.
Lots of time to work with, 50 seconds to go. And now he has the bomb. There's the first pick. FTL jump to safety if he wants it. Zed pre-aiming the doorway, and just as Urban moves, Zed gets into motion. Urban is hunting. Did he see the corner of his head? No, it looks like we're going to see this round extend.
That was so close. Oh my gosh.
And now he has an idea. Zed fires first, but Urban lands the first bullet. Plenty of time, still 22 seconds. He's gonna go for the plant though. And he's too far to the right. Easy round here for Zed unless Zed chokes it. Zed is gonna get the shots in him, doesn't finish, and backs away. He's playing for time here. So it's all on Urban at this point.
Not sure why Zed backed up, but regardless, he has the time on his favor now. Not going for the plant is Urban. They're so close to each other. The kill might go down. No,
wow,
they're not gonna do it. Elevate takes the S&D. Whew, that got super close there. I cannot believe Urban barely missed him at that tank right there.
That was a game of search there, Teep. That was a game.
Really poor first half of search, but then it turned around. I think both teams made good adaptations. Red Reserve was better early at getting map control, gaining information, and as soon as Reedy really put that away, put the sniper away, got with his teammates, and they started trading out to get map control, that's when it turned around for their favor.
Nile never popped the camo as well. That is something that's going to haunt Red Reserve. It's their best game mode, and you just dropped it. So now, series is tied up 1-1. When we return, it's the swing game. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we got Uplink for you. Welcome back to the Call of Duty World League. This is Stage 1, Week 4, and here's a look at your key player matchup brought to you by G Fuel. We got Joe from Red Reserve going up against Watson from Elevate.
You can see the stats right here. Both these players are going to be very important going into this map number 3 specifically. Joe needs to turn it around, though. You see those initial stats from the first series. You know, they did play against Optic, so I think he's going to turn it around here, but both these players are going to be important for putting on pressure on the other team.
That is your G Fuel key player matchup. When we return, game number 3, it's time. We're going to Uplink, team. And we are ready to go. Game number 3 just moments away. There's a look at Elevate, who had a terrible start to their search and destroy, but they held strong. They switched up their strats, they adjusted, they adapted, and they won the game 6-4 after being down 2 rounds. Pretty strong finish, and now we're going into a game 3 all tied up. I got a pleasure to cast Red Reserve going up against Optic Gaming, though, in Uplink. And on Frost, that was such a tight matchup. On the other end, we just watched Elevate going up against Enigma 6. Who do you give the edge to in this game type in particular?
Looking at these previous matchups, both teams look kind of rusty in some of these game types. That Search and Destroy really developed both teams' strategies over time. So initially, I think I give the advantage to Red Reserve because they played Optic so darn close. Those defensive stances were very, very impressive, but they need to score more points. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
Taking a look at some numbers from game number 2. Reedy dropped double digits, finishes with 10 kills. We talked about his early game, a little rough with the sniper. As soon as he put it away, he was a massive factor getting first bloods with the NV4 at short ranges, doing work at long range. And on the other hand, Urban impresses once again, this time with a 2.2 in Search and Destroy.
We talk about stats being so important in Call of Duty and how the outslaying team wins the majority of the time in game types, but I weigh those, last 4 kills that Reedy got 3 times more important than the first 4 or 5 he got in those rounds that they were losing. So yes, he had a great game overall when you put it all together, but the game-changing play was him just simply putting away that sniper and getting those trades. Going even in those last few rounds, we're winning them rounds.
Just running with a teammate, getting ready to trade with the opposing team. We're going into game 3. It's throwback Uplink. It's time to get this party started. Ran into Reedy backstage. I asked him, how do you feel coming into the Uplink? He says, pretty good after this. I asked him, did you get a chance to scrim it, practice it at all? He said, nah, but this should be a good warm-up.
Well, they got to figure it out on the fly, I guess. Middle map going to be very important for both these teams. Going to see which of these NV4 players are going to be the dominant ones if they decide to run it. We're on board with Urban to start off here. Has this ERAD. Let's see if he can have another game like Hardpoint.
Yeah, and he dropped 31 with a K-bar. Keep that in mind. So he is switching it up, going back to the SMG. He's got the pistol in the back pocket. He wants to do nothing but get up close and personal here. And Urban is going to open it up against 2 opponents, just shreds through Watson. He is not done holding forward, and he's going to be punished in the back lines by Rated. Meanwhile, that drone still remains untouched. It's going to be Red Reserve dropping 2. Elevate is going to hold on defense. Now it's their turn to attack.
Having numbers over towards middle, some nice shots from Rated. Zed opens up with 2, and now they're deciding to move the drone very quickly up towards blue. No, it's a bit of a juke. It forces the other team to rotate, and I love the play. Make the other team go to a position they don't want to be. Not sure why he decided to force it up towards middle, but the push still is happening. Rated trying to lock down these last 2 players. No. Might be able to get the last one, the reset coming in.
Rated is able to pick up 2, looking for a 3rd. He's on a 7 streak now. He's working on those Trinity rockets, a kill and a half away from the bombardment. Will he be able to get it done? We're going to see the drone in hand of Watson while Rated is distracting, but Urban and Joe from Red Reserve are making it tough. Finally, Rated is going to be finished, but not before securing 2 score streaks.
Rated starting off with 8 kills, but no points on the board. Drone moving over towards this top barn side. Rated going to be the first line of defense. Does earn some score streaks early. Has the Scarab and the Trinity rocket whenever he decides to pop those to put some extra pressure on the other team. Joe, being a nuisance over towards barn, decides to pick up that 2nd player. So 3 dead on the side of Elevate as Red decides to push.
I'll be honest, Steve, it's so tough for me casting these 2 squads. 2 red teams, both from Europe. one with the name Red Reserve wearing blue. Yeah. Shawnee on your screen, not going to be able to get very far with that drone. 3 down, though, for Elevate, and fortunately, a drone reset came in. So we got 3 minutes and 10 seconds still to go in our first half. The score, 0-0. Elevate, though, coming out hotter, it seems. They have simply been the stronger slaying team, and it's been a one-man army, just like in game number 1 where we saw Urban going off. This time, it's rated from Elevate.
Some nice slaying going back and forth, but doesn't seem like either team knows really what to do with this drone off of kills. The Trinity rocket popped at a pretty weird time. He does pick up 2, though, so the drone moving very quickly. Might get the pass off, so a dunk going to be coming in from Elevate. A nice play from Rated to call that Trinity to be the lead blocker. Usually you need a player to push out a lane, but you have rockets. Just use those.
Rated the only one up in the middle of the map. Grabs drone, throws it through the tunnel. And now it's going to be scooped up here by Nile. Urban leading the charge on the opposite end of the map. Going to try and be the lead blocker here for Nile, who wants a dunk. 2 defenders, though, and they are too strong. Rated again with the NV4 this time. Shuts down the drone carrier, as well as picking up his 3rd or 4th double kill of the game.
Such a slight hesitation from the drone carrier there. Could have gotten that one off. The interception probably would have come in, but regardless, a chance to get points on the board is so important. Urban being annoying over towards Barn, the flank coming in as they pinch these players over towards Lime. Rated making a huge play, gaining that drone to the opposite side of the map. Maybe Zedo can win the race here. He does get the kill. Drone in his hand. He's trying to get past the wall, but no. Shut down by Joe.
Speedy Zed shut down. Red Reserve starting to come alive. Nile on a 3 streak, finally going to be ended. So no streaks for Red Reserve to even think about at this point. Urban going to get caught out by Reedy, who's switched over to the SMG as well. So really, we got Rated with the NV4 going off at positive 12. Everyone else on his team has been crushed in the last minute and a half. Double negative is Zed. Watson's double negative. Even Reedy is barely below, I guess, even at this point in the game.
Rated winning this NV4 battle fairly easily. Nice shots going in, but Red answering back. Zed can get this one off. Will it go in? No, drops a little bit short. Almost gets a crazy bounce to bounce in, but Red holds strong. Elevate just not utilizing these kills effectively. When you have someone dominating like Rated, you have to take the drone the appropriate side when you're out slaying. They keep going to that weak side, and that's why they're not executing these points.
Shawnee trying to move up the drone. He's got a lead blocker. Urban's gonna fall though, so he's got to defend himself. Well done by Shawnee. The Scotsman has 2 more teammates with him. This is a dunk here. Only 1 defender up, and it's Watson who is not fast enough. Watson's traded out. Elevate still fighting for control of their base. They haven't cleared it out completely yet. That kill from Rated, though, should spring them. There's just 1 more challenge over the middle of the map. Now it's going to be Elevate's chance to attack. 18 seconds left, Teep. Will they be able to put 1 more point on the board?
They should be able to. Some huge kills over towards Underpass. Maybe they just need to take this drone and force it up the middle. Watson does pick up the first kill. Drone carrier does make it past. Does he get the one off? Looks like it is going to drop in. So a nice last second push from Elevate to take just a 1-point lead leading into the second half. But Rated is playing so darn well with that NV4 being that turret that they need him to be, and the fact that they're taking the drone over towards blue, forcing it through underpass in situations, they should have more points on the board. When you're out slaying, that's when the game should be calm and easy for you. They're making it very frantic.
You need 1 more guy, right? You need Rated kind of on that back end, being the last line of defense, doing the range damage with the NV4, but then you need someone to show up with an SMG. Zed, he's been purely focused on the objective. It may be too much to a fault, because he was 4-8, now he's 4-13, make it 4-14. Clearly, he is not shooting enough opponents, and there's a bit of a team kill by Urban. Get out of the way, Nile. Urban will eventually fall. It's a stalemate once again in the middle of the map. But Elevate, they need to look at what's happened in this first half. They need to adjust just like they did in the second half of Search and Destroy. They have a 1-point lead, but this could quickly dissipate as now you have Red Reserve on the charge. Here comes Urban for a dunk.
This is exactly what I mean. Multiple lead blockers. Red gets these kills and instantly gets points, and that's the game changer. As long as you take the drone the correct way where you have teammates, that's why you're going to get points. So you do have Rated having an absolutely crazy game. Zed's kind of throwing it away by forcing the drone into places that it shouldn't be in the first place.
Rated wrapping around is going to find another player off guard, or is he? Nile was waiting, immediately flicks over on him and takes him down. Zed and Reedy, though, answer back in the middle of the map. So it's Elevate back on the attack. Urban trying to shut it down, picks up one. Shawnee's there to reinforce, and it's Red Reserve holding strong for now. Rated getting back into the action, going for at least a 1-point toss, just one defender to beat. He had the camo to work with as well. Not gonna happen. Urban again.
These defensive stances from Red have been so impressive. Not sure what Urban was trying to do. Didn't have any teammates with him. And it's plays like that. I don't understand it. You're alone. Just reset the drone and try and pick up a kill. But regardless, it's just sort of sitting outside a barn. Elevate does have control. Rated gonna pick up this. Oh, just kidding. Shawnee guns him with a bit of a drop shot. Drone is being forced, but Red shuts it down. A very weird uplink game with the drone on this side of the map. Too much, in my opinion. Overdrive ready for Nile, though.
And Nile is also 20-14. He's your best Slayer up to this point. Nile not going to get very far, even after resetting the armor. The E-Rads are too strong. Reedy and Zed stopping the push. It's going to be 2 versus 3 on the map. Red Reserve closest to the drone, going to look for a pass. Won't be able to get it up to Joe. And we'll see how this one plays out. Watson trying to get away from his base. There's 2 defenders to his right. Can he cut through the barn just in time? You do have Rated on a long flank, but it just seems the timing is off here, Teep.
And this is why this is the quote-unquote weak side of the map. There's so many areas that the other team can spawn up and just sort of wait for you. Peek out over towards the silo, the barn door, all the way in the back right. There's so many corners that it's so tough to clear out. That's why you usually don't see teams take it on this side. But I guess when the drones never reset, you just have to keep rotating over here. Rated already has this camo to work with. Nile has the overdrive, and Urban has a payload as well.
When do you decide to just throw it out of the map yourself?
You should. There it is. Finally, you have one player on the other side of the map, and you're forcing the spawns over there now. So things should go back to somewhat normal. Going to see who's going to be able to win these gunfights towards middle. Red gets the better of it early, but still back and forth.
I feel relieved to get away from the field. This feels good, guys. This feels right. On board with Reedy for the moment. Switching over to Watson. 3 lead blockers. Up first is going to be Reedy, the front line. You got Zed right behind him. Reedy falls, but the kill's being traded. That's 3, almost 4 down. Rated will find the 4th, but he has little support right now.
All he needs to do is stay alive, wait for his teammates to flood up towards middle, and retain this side of the map for his team. Picks up 1, shouldn't be challenging anymore, just needs to play his life. Settling down a bit. Oh, I guess so. When you're not missing, you can challenge like that. He has the camo. They need to get the drone to him ASAP so he can just make this play, get the easy dunk. They might just try and force it out, but now he has it. Gonna go on this high wall run.
That took so long to get him the drone.
Camo.
Here comes the camo.
Pop it at the perfect time. Gonna jump over these players with the lead blocker. They take the lead with the dunk with about a minute left. Gets the kill also.
It's anyone's game, though. 1:03. A dunk reclaims the lead for Red Reserve. A toss could force some overtime. Now the streak's coming in here for Rated.
Might be a bit early to call these in, but it is making Red play in these weird spots where they have to get under cover. Rated with a huge gunfight over towards Bus, keeping map control so that the drone cannot move forward from the other team. Red just needs to settle down and pick up 1 or 2 of these kills before they force the drone, but no. Joe decides to take it up underpass when he just needs to pick up a kill first.
3 up for each team. Urban behind enemy lines. Trying to find picks on Elevate. Grabs 1. Player waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. It's Watson. Rated on your screen. Holding down the train. 16 seconds left here, Teep.
Watson decides to pop the overdrive, just wasting as much time as possible. Red Reserve might go out this entire game without using this. Urban's been holding FTL since Hardpoint on the first rotation. I swear they don't get a chance to use these to pass the last desperation attempt coming in. He does have the camo. The 1 doesn't get off in time. The game's over. You can't have all those payloads for that many minutes and not use them. Huge mistakes. I will say it again. Poor execution on uplink from both sides, and you said it, Chris. When they were spending so much time on field, just get it off the map and reset.
At the end of it all, Elevate, they get it done with the camo dunk. On the other side, we didn't see a single payload used effectively for Red Reserve. And now, after starting off with a blowout on Hardpoint, Red Reserve is going to drop their big lead in Search and Destroy, and they're going to fall apart in Uplink. This is now Elevate series to take.
It's just mistakes from both sides. It's just a matter of who can execute on them better. But that slaying, that game from Rated, oh my goodness, dominant with the NV4, positions himself perfectly to set up that camo play. You can see when he was waiting for it what his thought process was the whole time. And that makes it so much easier for your teammates to spawn up, know what they need to do, give them a singular job on the map. They do it perfectly, they get the dunk.
Fantastic work there from Elevate. Will they be able to close out? Game number 4 is coming up any moment. Before we get to that, though, let's take a listen in for some predictions.
The final week of the Global Pro League Stage 1 regular season is upon us. The green group, comprised of Optic Gaming, E6, Red Reserve, and Elevate, is sure to be one to watch. In the 4th place spot, I've got the European squad Elevate, failing to show up again in a major LAN environment. At the CWL Dallas Open, they failed to win a single series, and I fear that that trend will continue here. In the 3rd place spot, I've got another European team in Red Reserve. While roster changes have absolutely paid off up to this point, I feel like their luck runs out here. A strong top 6 performance at the CWL Dallas Open and consistently playing well in the online 2K Pro Points series have arguably made them the 2nd best team in Europe. But I don't think they're going to be the 2nd best team in this group. The team going into the 2nd slot in this group for me is going to be Enigma 6, the North American team that has been up and down throughout the CWL season. I think is going to get back on track here. They're very well prepared. They've been putting in a lot of time, and now they look to prove that they have what it takes to beat some of Europe's best. Finally, was there any surprise? The number 1 in Group Green for me, Optic Gaming, the best team currently in competitive Call of Duty, coming off major LAN victories at the CWL Paris Open and the CWL Dallas Open. This team is back in form, and I don't think anybody in the world can beat them right now. There we have it. The green group for me is one that's easy to call. Do you share the same thoughts? I want to hear them no matter what. Get on social media, use the hashtag CWL Pro League.
That's Courage's predictions. He may get some predictions wrong here. Taking a look back at game number 3, you can see it was Elevate's rated, the one-man army. 39 kills, just shy of the 40 bomb, but he got hot early. He never slowed down, and he's a big reason that Red Reserve didn't put more points on the board.
Really kept his team in that game. It's impressive that a player can sort of take over in Call of Duty. It's really fun to watch when it does happen, and he not only was picking up all the kills to keep that middle map control and drone control to stop the other team from pushing, but he set up that last play to get the lead as well.
Red Reserve still needs to work on their teamwork before jumping on the objective. We're going to see, can they battle back and force a game number 5? Apathy said, you know what, these 2 European teams, they're so evenly matched, I see it going the distance. We're about to find out. Is our expert on the weekend correct, or is it all over right here? Elevate is on match point.
Moving over towards Throwback Hardpoint, will Rated take over like he just did on Throwback Link? Does play a little bit different when you are using that NV4, but Shawnee just could not seem to handle it at all. I don't think he had a very good game because Rated just shutting him down in those long-range window-to-window gunfights that you can see there. They're so important here. The rotation is going to be ever so important over towards Barn. I think Elevate's going to take this one, to be honest.
I'm feeling Red Reserve.
Okay.
You know, we talked about Joe being the key player in our G Fuel key player matchup for game number 3. Joe came to life. Joe dropped the numbers. Now it's time for Shawnee to come to life and for Urban to return back into the beast man he was in game number 1. Shawnee's going to find first blood. Nile is going to trade out. Watson, though, with the 2-piece, is going to make it 2 down for each team.
Looks like both teams running an early NV4 on both those sides. Red getting the early advantage, and Nile just hanging out, laying in this hard point, milking up so much time. You're not used to seeing so much time on this middle hard point. Very contest heavy. There is one player, Reedy, staying alive for the side of Elevate to make sure no more time going back in favor of the other team. Some nice shots from Watson to clear it down. A 2-piece from him to get map control back.
And just to remind everybody what's on the line, this, of course, is our group stages where we're going to play round robin. Each team will play every other team in the group twice. So 6 total matches for your team. Both of these squads are coming in with a loss, and at the end of the day, it could come down to these 2 for 3rd place. 4th place, they don't get a spot in stage 2. They aren't guaranteed a spot at the championships at the end of the year. So they need to play their hearts out. This could be a major impact on the whole weekend. We take our eyes over to Urban, and Urban back on a 2 streak. Joe inside the hard point, keeping his streak alive as well. Urban gets the calls. It's time to jump in, but there's 3 members of Elevate waiting for him. Rated and Zed clearing house.
That cannot happen. Looks like the setup from Red Reserve was just a bit too far spread. Rated was able to walk in what seemed like the front door, get a 2-piece to break it. 30 seconds to scrap, going to be going into Elevate's favor. Unless Red can get there and contest. Some nice gunfights won. Surprised Joe was able to win that one. Going to contest with his team as the pinch comes in.
Joe trying to break through the front door. Not gonna happen. Watson, too strong, is gonna pick up the final kill. You hear the nice here in the venue. Elevate getting fired up. They've tied the score. Now they've taken the lead. And Watson continues on his 4 streak. He's working towards those Scorchers. Not even messing with the Trinity Rockets. He's going for the ward in this game.
I like it. The guy's not missing a bullet. Picks up a bunch of kills. 10-5 start the 2.0 KD, whereas everyone else in the game is, pretty much even for the most part. Red Reserve should have won most of that time at Barn, but when the slaying like that from Elevate's coming in, guess rotation doesn't matter too much.
Watson was on the far end. He got picked, but Zed on the opposite finds 2. Reedy there to trade out. At the end of the day, though, it is Red Reserve's Joe who is underneath that bike path, continuing to score. And it is nothing but blue in the kill feed. Red Reserve sweeping Elevate. And this is where I get worried for Elevate. In their first game, they started running 1 at a time. They were all spread out. Now starting to converge, but it's Red Reserve continuing to score. I want to hear, how is Elevate going to get back in this game? Rated just went off. Currently, he's at 2-8. How does he come back in this one?
Where is everyone? Talk to me. I'm on the boss. I'm on the picket.
One's right at the back, so I can play my life.
Follow me. One bullet now.
One's right at the back.
No, hold hill.
Yeah,
Sean got me in the back.
No, he's dead.
Nice. Let's go to the back. Sean, Josh, that's one. There's one behind you, blue, I think.
Back, Sean, back.
One's behind me, One
Go. Taking it. I've got it.
From blue. 3.
Wait for him.
Pick up in the pass, one of you talk.
Yeah, I got it.
One's from blue, one's going back blue. I got the left. He's just spawned in bullets. 2. One top our building, one left. Our picket stairs now coming to the left.
Yeah, top of wait. 2 monument.
Nice.
Between the back.
Fucking right. I'm coming as well.
Alright, big kills in the right there, Reese. I spawned at mid.
Upstairs on me. One bullet, Joe.
Come on, pass with me, someone.
Yeah,
On the pass. Nice, good shit.
Joe was on the right.
I'll see him. Be bowling. I spawned top building.
Back bowling.
Dead.
One more.
On the pass.
Nice.
On the pass, one bullet. Let's come in on the pass. Challenge you on the pass.
Help me.
Watch blue.
Stop shooting us.
There's one out. They're on the new hill.
There's one behind me on the pass. He's gone new. Go.
Stop food. He's shot. Dive, stop food, weak. Dive, stop food.
I spawned blue. I'm going to come tunnel, Rose. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm right on grannies.
Elevate playing with all kinds of energy. You can hear it in their voices. Everyone communicating for the squad. You look at the kills. Watson trying his best to put the team in the backpack. He's had some nice doubles, especially on Hill. Stayed alive for so long, just dipping and diving, being such an annoying target to hit. And Watson on the flank now is able to find Urban up in the window. So now they have middle of the map control, and Watson's hunting for new spawners.
Just a great job to get slaying in. They're not really focusing on rotation much in these hard points, but Watson pops in, gets a double almost every single time they push. Seems like Red Reserve has the advantage early on these rotations, but Elevate fires right back.
And what was most impressive to me is switching over to Watson's face cam during that, when we cranked up the headphones, and just seeing that he is communicating. Historically, some of his teammates would give him flack for, yeah, he's a great slayer, but he just goes mute or he stops talking. Obviously something he's been working on in his game. They've brought it back, but Red Reserve will re-steal the lead. It's Elevate set up for the new hill first, though, and Reedy is in the back.
It's like a quality setup, but Nile and Red get some crazy wins there. Let's focus on this communication from them as they break this hard point.
Help me on the pass and tell me if
Let's go this fucking time.
I have on the pass. They can go lemon.
P1 weak.
Punky mid.
P1 weak, he's gone lemon.
I'm back on the pass, then I'll come back.
Can I hit me? Get back.
Watson's one shot. I'm one shot in hill.
Play streak shot. Watson's one shot. Nice, good play. Another one there. There's another one hay bales. That's what I've got field. I've got field.
FTL weak.
Play streak shot. No, I couldn't get it.
One to the back right. One to the back right of the hill. 15 seconds.
Back. Dead weak. Dead. Scar med.
Nice. He's gone back left a bit. Back left.
I've made myself.
On the right now.
One more. Really on no. Big kill.
What's the big hill?
Watch.
Nice, Reedy was up.
Yeah, Reedy was up. Could've gone tunnel, could've gone tunnel. It one's P1, one's P1.
Born dead.
I have the crossover mid.
Oh, my fence, front green, front green.
Behind you, green, on the pass.
Yeah, weak, and he's played it back. He's played it back to green. Played it back to green.
Oh, fuck. I can't see me.
I spotted it. It was Reedy, it was Reedy. Let's kill Reedy.
Hill. Nice, good shit. Nice!
P1, let's go.
Turn around straight, turn around straight. Ivy push.
Oh my god, me. Fuck, man. Two.
Fucking dead.
Last one.
Alright, Joe play mid.
Why is this mid? Why is this? 2 push hill, 1 mid. Raise.
Alright, it's free mid. Free around it.
I'm playing mid.
Alright, 20 seconds.
Alright,
let's go.
Two
break, exit.
breaks to mid.
That's a break, come in, come on. Nice, get
Let's
that.
go. I'm on it.
I come out.
I'm pushing for mid.
I play bowling.
Push it on the far.
They're gonna be there.
So some quality hardpoint there at the bike path from Red Reserve as they maintain this just really small lead, but still a lead nonetheless. 26-second point lead as we go over towards baseball. Niall opens up with 2. On a 4 streak now. Can he pick up the last few players in the hill? Looks like he can. Almost turns on that last player. Zed wins that one though.
And that was a big win here from Zed. Elevate. They're inside baseball. For how long, though, is the question. 3 members of Red Reserve trying to break through. Watson's going to grab 1. Will not find the second. And you're going to see Rated fall at the same time. Reedy, though, trying to break through. 24 points to go. Red Reserve, they're going to have control, but this one has been back and forth until this camo.
Not sure how I feel about that camo, to be honest. Yes, it's a good way to break, but it's not much scrap time to go for it. You can use that for a more important rotation, whether it be barn or a hill. You can guarantee yourself and your team more time if you get a break, but regardless, he decides to pop it. Joe has his camo. Urban has the FTL. He needs to use it at this point. I need to see at least 1 FTL from Urban here.
Watson, he was on fire to open things up. He's +6 now, but he has slowed down a little bit. In his absence, Reedy, who is having an awful game, went on a nice 5 streak, and you heard from the communication on Red Reserve, they were calling him out, need to kill Reedy. They know how important score streaks could be at the end of this game. Zed trying to earn some of his, will not be able to. Let's take it back over to Red Reserve here any moment. I want to see how are these payloads going to come into play, because if you've been watching this series, you'll know no one from Red Reserve has used a payload effectively.
Especially on the uplink, they could have secured the victory there, decided to hold them for just situations where they didn't really get a good chance to do it. We need to focus on Joe on the rotation. Niall does have the Centurion, but looks like the rotation gunfights have been won by the hands of Watson. Decides to pop his payload to break in. But Joe needs to use his camo to the best of his ability. There is one player that's going to shoot at him from the back right. He does play his life. Might decide to pop the camo here.
Joe waiting for his health to come back. Teammate with him now. There's the challenge. Nice team shot. Centurion's going to be cleaned up. And now you have all 4 members of Red Reserve alive. Challenge in the back, but it's Rated who runs in alone. Second challenge coming through. And that time, it's Watson winning the fight. Urban's going to trade out. And at the end of the day, it's Red Reserve who continues to score. 1 challenger up close. It's going to be Zed. He is eliminated, and this should be Urban's hill.
Urban locking down that front door, picks up 2. The trade's going to be coming in from Niall as well. No payloads needed, I guess. You need to use them to probably lock out the game at bike path. They are getting the last 15 seconds or so, but there is 1 player alive. Reedy doing his best, but the spawns are too strong from the side of Red. They're going to get the last 10 seconds or so. They're getting so close to winning at 2:37.
And look at player 8 on your mini-map. Niall all the way across in the bottom right. He came off spawn, and he sprinted across the map, trying to spread across, waiting for his opponents. Will he catch him from behind? They're pinching. No one expected Niall to be here. Now there's chaos as his teammates are hitting from the front. Niall almost picks up the second. Watson holds strong, but Shawnee has broken through.
Zed does have this reactive armor in his back pocket. Needs to make a play with it, in my opinion, here. The camo is coming in from Joe. The slide, he misses all the bullets. Zed needs to hit a shot there. Yes, the camo was there for a second, but it went away. He should hit those shots.
4 streak now from Rated, turning up at the end of this one. Remember how negative he was. He was -9 at one point in this game. Now everyone from Elevate starting to outslay Red Reserve, but it is so late in the game. 184 and counting, but you only have a 7-point margin. That's all Red Reserve needs. And we're coming up on a huge hill.
Niall decides to pop down that Centurion in the back. should be able to lock down this push from Reedy. Does have the FTL to try and get past. Decides to pop it there. Has the E-Rad. Can't pick up that player in the back. Some nice cover from his teammate in the hill. A 3 dead, 4 dead now. That's game there, Chris. 250 to 198. Red Reserve is going to be forcing this map 5.
Big win there for Red Reserve, and finally you see Shawnee using the reactive at the very end. He is going to stay up, and Urban is going to come in just in time. Keeps them alive and keeps them scoring. It hasn't been the blowout I expected, to be honest. I thought Red Reserve was just going to come through and crush past Elevate. Instead, we're going to a game 5. And this one, if you watch game 2, we know it could go either way.
Yeah, it really could. It's all depending on what maps we're going to see in map 5. It is going to be breakout. So both these teams haven't gotten a lot of practice, and there's no way
this might be their first time playing breakout.
It might be. It might be. I don't know if the sniper's going to be coming into play from Reedy. It didn't work out too well in retaliation, but it is better on breakout. It's going to be a heck of a map 5.
The good news is for both teams, they've been watching all 3 weeks leading up to this. They're familiar with the game mode. Who's going to come out on top and take our 3rd series of the day? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. I'm ready to party. I hope you guys are too. It's a Game 5, our first one of the weekend. We got Red Reserve going up against Elevate, and we already talked about just how important this series is. Your top 2 of the weekend, they're going through. They're playing for $500,000. Third place on the weekend, well, you're locked in for Stage 2, a $700,000 tournament, as well as your spot in the Anaheim groups, and you're going to COD Champs. Fourth place, you're playing for your spot in groups at Anaheim in relegation. So a lot on the line, and I have a feeling it's going to come down to the EU teams. Whoever wins first here today is going to set the tone early on.
Oh, definitely. And the way you got to think about it is this map 5 could come down to it. Tens of thousands, even more money on the line potentially for these guys. Whether it's the second spot making into playoffs, third spot guaranteeing your spots at Anaheim, Stage 2, Champs. So much money on the line here in the Call of Duty World League for Infinite Warfare. Some crazy stuff on the line. Who's taking this map 5? I can't predict it. This series has been pretty crazy.
Red Reserve has looked pretty darn stellar. They beat Optic Gaming in Search and Destroy. If you remember back to their first match, that was on Throwback, though, a map that they've had a lot of practice since the start of the game. This time around, you're coming to Breakout. And Breakout, neither of these teams probably have a whole lot of experience on. There is an opportunity to pull out the sniper rifle, but I think you're going to see Reedy just going back to his standard K-bar, maybe the NV4 with Rated if needed. I'm expecting the squad with better teamwork to win this game, and it's all going to be about the rotations you can get from Spiral over to that A-bomb site so quickly on rotation on defense. Also keep in mind, first picks throughout all of Stage 1 have led to about a 70% game win. Who's going to get first blood in this round? It looks like Nile is going to be running straight up the gut with the bomb. They're going to be targeting A. One defender, though, around the corner. It's going to be Zed.
I love the play. Try and get this bomb down in this close quarter area towards Showers. Nile doesn't waste any time. Zed is here, though, with this ERAD. Might decide to slide in. Looks like he's just going to wait for some of his teammates. Rated is waiting pretty far back, though. They need to make a play here soon.
Your red team Elevate gonna check the corner, see nothing but teammates. Everyone else outside on the balcony. Where is the fun at? They're going for the low wall run, and this bomb is being defused.
No way!
Full ninja.
What? Are you kidding me? Round 1?
Round 1 ninja. We showed it the whole way through. We're not afraid.
I guess not. Bold.
And there you see
Very
Watson
bold.
Watching over his teammate at the end as simply Red Reserve gets in, plants a bomb, and then forgets to look at it.
Just peek or something. Obviously, the other team's going to be at the disadvantage, but Zed just holds square on it. No one checks on it. There you go. Round 1 for Elevate.
Zed set it up himself. You know, there was a player outside who first checked, didn't see Zed, thought it was going to be clear. He never showed himself, never made any noise.
True.
Slips in, gets the ninja, so job well done for Zed. Red Reserve, though, you can expect them to double-check, triple-check the bomb every time from here on out. Rated has spotted Nile in the far back. All 8 players remain up, though, as they're looking for first pick. Rated normally the bomb carrier, and you know that is going to be in the back of Red Reserve's mind. They have a feeling the bomb is going to be over here at B, but it's going to be a slow rotation, and Joe is behind everybody. Joe is finally going to shoot at Reedy. Now looking for the second. Joe plays this one perfectly. Red Reserve gets 2 picks, only Watson left alive. Shawnee and Nile need just 1 kill, but Watson not going down without a fight.
Been in a pretty bad situation here. Needs to get out and relocate. Looks like the players from Red are going to be chasing him as he goes on this outside wall run to get more sort of information, but no, he's closed down, and Joe makes a huge play there. Reedy loves to play those sort of late flank situations on the other bomb site. So they're just kind of messing around towards that left side of the map, and Joe just sort of follows him for as long as he possibly can. Reedy gets away over towards top middle, and then he wins the second gunfight over towards middle. Headshots on both. Quality ERAD play there from Joe.
Solid stuff from Joe. If you watched him in the Hardpoint, you saw how sneaky he likes to play along the minimap. It pays off here in Search and Destroy. Joe and Nile with 4 of their team's 5 kills on the other side. Watson has 2 of his team's 4 kills. It's been a low-killing game after the initial ninja coming in from Zed. And it's Red Reserve back on the attack. Niles going back to this bomb site. Zed in the exact same position he was the first round. This time, he's got Rated watching his back.
I like it. Just go back to the play that should have worked to begin with. Zed picks up one, but then Joe shuts him down, so nice trades over to the site. And this is how the first round should have gone. Reedy on the flank, though, picks up one. Nice shots into the second, over towards Joe with the bomb site. They clear it out. Diffuse going to be coming in.
All right, so that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
We see the proper execution on defense. Well done, Elevate. They're going to reclaim the lead now at 2-1. They get a chance to attack coming up next. The final victim here, it's Urban, as Watson just shreds him up close with the NV4. Watson, he played great last 2 games. He keeps it rolling here in this game 5.
So when you plant in that shower situation, I don't think going back to your side is the right call at all. You need to get control of something, whether it's middle towards loading, so you don't have to worry about those 2 doorways, or you need to clear out their side so you don't worry about this long line of sites and basically pinning yourself into that bomb site. So I think if they do decide to go to that A site again on offense, I'm talking about Red, they need to switch up the post-plant positioning a bit.
Elevate on the attack. It looks like you're going to send Reedy on a feint here over at the A-bomb site. Everyone else is going to be at the top of the map over at B. Now remember, last time Reedy was gunned down from behind by Joe. This time he looks for Joe, and Joe still gets the best of him. Urban's going to find a second, and down goes Zed for a third. Fantastic execution on defense. Red Reserve with the clean sweep.
Joe just getting the best of Reedy on those late flank scenarios, and I'm going to go back to it. If Reedy is just with his team, I think they could just go to whatever bomb site they wanted, trade out, because they're going to have numbers in this situation. The defensive setup is so far spread. You're like eliminating the number advantage you otherwise would have, and he's getting gunned down. So he's away from his teammate and getting gunned. It's just not working.
You look at the best teams in the world. Optic Gaming, for example. Who gives them trouble? E-United, who runs as a 4-pack.
Yep.
Panda Gaming, who ran as a 4-pack. Group Up and Swarm. Neither of these European teams like to play S&D that way, though, judging by our mini-map so far. Nile, once again, going with his 3rd straight plant over here at A, and now he's about 70% towards that camo, something to keep in mind late in the game. Nile was able to trade out Zed, though, after getting the bomb down, and Urban is going to find a 3rd. Last man is just going to get off the map, not provide any more points. This is looking ugly here for Elevate.
So that point I made about the changing up the post-plant positioning, you see how the difference was made when they got middle control and decided to go for that quick plant, depending on contrary to when they planted and went back to their side. So obviously that middle setup so much better. You don't have to focus on those 2 doors. So now it can plant, focus on only that doorway, picks up a kill.
We're going to stay on board here with Red Reserve. Urban is on your screen. He's had some nice rounds on defense, and let's see how he sets up. As the opponents are going to 4-stack. They must have heard us, Teep. They're all 4 going to the top of the map. Nile is going to be the player who's going to have his hands full.
Just needs to call this out to his teammate. Some nades coming in. The quick plant from Rated, not wasting any sort of time. And now you see the 4 versus 4 stack going to be coming in soon. Rated needs to be careful, though. A lot of grenades landing on him. Just needs to try and stay alive on this palm site. He pops up, gets taken out by Nile. Number advantage in Red's favor, has camo to pop as well.
Nile never used the camo in game number 2. Despite a 4-2 lead, they let their opponents come back and win 4 straight rounds to finish it. This time, doesn't need it. Shawnee gets the job done. As Red Reserve, once again, builds up a 4-2 lead here in Search and Destroy. Pretty solid defense, solid attack as well. What's the game plan this time on attack?
I think you just go for that same sort of mid setup and get the bomb down again. It worked out great for them on their previous offense, but I want to note that sort of quick adaptation on that defense. They 4-stacked up on the side and made sure that Rated did not get away from that bomb. Rated being put in tough situations. You can see it there on the scoreboard. 0-5 start from him, but how is he really supposed to get away from that situation?
That one's tough. But Rated has to start heating up because he was the first one blooded there. 0-6. From a guy who claimed to be the best Search and Destroy player in the game, he is getting mopped up here by Red Reserve.
Just beautiful rounds from them. They changed it up. They realized the mistakes that they were making in those couple of rounds that they lost, and now look pretty much flawless. Nile playing so aggressive towards loading, picks up the first. Best time to pop that camo because you're in a pretty vulnerable situation. Instead of getting traded out, you pop that and pick up the second. Easy round into their favor, and middle map is just dominated by Red right
And you saw Shawnee in the kill feed there. That was just his 3rd kill, but that's back-to-back big rounds from Shawnee. And you are going to see Red Reserve now on match point. Elevate, they're attacking. It's Zed with the bomb. Rated has given it up this time around. And let's see. At the bottom of the mini-map, Joe just saw Reedy running by once again. Maybe he didn't hear it this time. There's a Scarab out scouting. And Reedy is going to find Shawnee. So first blood going to Elevate. This is a round now they could win. Here's another opportunity. FTL jump. And Reedy's going to make the most of it. So big plays coming in. Bomb's still not down, but there's just 2 defenders left.
Nile was playing a bit sneaky in that corner up towards B, but it doesn't matter. Elevate close out the round. They get the trades in, and a great FTL usage from Reedy. Getting that kill into cell block. They've shown a little bit of life, but 3 rounds is a tall order.
Nice shots coming in from Reedy as they pick up the final kill. It was rated on the front, Reedy from the back. And Elevate not going down quite yet. Will they be able to mount another incredible S&D comeback? Rated still looking for his first kill, but Reedy, he dropped double digits the first search. He's already at 7. Nile is going to be leading the charge with the bomb in hand once again. Grenades, well, they're incoming. They've caught on to the game plan here. Zed's going to find first blood for Elevate.
They got that call out onto Nile and Joe that plays so darn aggressive in towards loading and showers, and now a 2 versus 4 situation quickly for Red. Looks like Elevate adapting at the best time. Backs against the wall here in search and destroy. Red trying to slow it down.
And the best part here, if you're Elevate, you know exactly where the bomb is. You don't need to jump out 1 at a time and feed Shawnee 3 kills potentially. Instead, they finished the round. I'm just gonna...
I got nervous there.
I'm gonna end that there. That could have gone really, really poorly.
Well, especially when the player bopping up and down using that mechanic to his advantage, like that could get scary so fast. You need to challenge all at once on that last guy, but regardless, they do close it out. Lost my breath there for a second. I got scared. 4-5 now.
Still match point, though, for Red Reserve. Cannot slip up late in the game here if you're Elevate. On your screen to open things up, it's Reedy who has put away the K-bar in favor of the E-Rad. He's probably going to check the corner and look for Joe early on. Take your eye to the top left corner of the screen. You see 3 players stacked up, but now it's going to be Rated dropping back to middle. They're no longer pushing 3 men straight to B. They're slowing down the rounds, looking for an early pick. I like this decision. Reedy outgunning once again.
Decides to switch on this late flank position towards A with the E-Rad. Wow, some nice shots, long range towards cell block.
Free fire.
Sees the shadow, outplays Joe. He knows he's gonna play that situation, clears out this site. The bomb should be coming down. Elevate playing this perfectly. Looks like Urban using a wall run to try and get behind this player. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. Picks up the bomb player as well. Gets the FTL to get out of there. Can he get the third?
Urban!
Yes, he does. Shuts it down. There is a chance, though. Watson last alive in the 1v3.
Ace me. Urban's gonna get the defuse before Watson can get up here, or no, he's gonna get off the bomb. Nile is gonna pick up the kill, and there is the defuse. Red Reserve, they fell after a big lead in game number 2, but they battle back. We go to a game 5, and they're able to get the job done. Props to Joe for the heads-up plays throughout the search and destroy. Shawnee had some big ones as well. But for a moment there, I thought Elevate was going to come back and steal a second one.
They played those rounds so well. Reedy makes the heads-up play to switch to the E-Rad and outplays them towards the A site. But Urban utilizes that low wall run on the outside, gets the 2 big kills into the bomb and FTLs out, jukes out the player, gets the third. Urban making huge plays this whole series.
Massive props to Urban. I mean, I heard all the hype from the European players saying, look out for Dave Marsh, Mr. Urban. He's shown up in a big way today. That 3-piece to close out the day, probably the highlight we're going to have from day 1.
Oh, for sure. The top play that we've seen thus far, in my opinion, besides maybe some of the earlier snipes. But, man, that guy in Hardpoint, too, I want to give Urban a lot of props. He's playing Hardpoint so well for his team to keep them in it. And what do you know? They get to the map 5 and take it out.
The biggest troll in Europe, or as I'm told he is, he's currently on the stage right now with the great courage.
Oh, you're too kind. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Fantastic casting. What a series right there, a 5-game showdown between the 2 European squads. Does not let us down at all. I'm here with Urban from Red Reserve. First off, nice victory there. Want to talk to you guys about coming into this weekend. How you liking the arena? How you liking how you guys are feeling? What are your expectations for the rest of this one?
Well, the arena's great. I mean, the food is the best food I've had at any event ever, to be honest. Yeah, it's just a great arena, and I'm actually really enjoying the event so far.
Fantastic. Well, you guys just got that series victory against your other European brethren. Has to feel good, but you came over to me right away and said, that was too close for comfort. Why did that even go game 5? What, looking back on it now, do you guys need to improve upon heading into your matches tomorrow?
Well, the Uplink throwback, we kept playing blue side on the second half, and it was just the wrong play, and we did it for like 3 minutes or so. Reese got camo in the first half pretty much, which was 23-9, and he kept it up through the second half as well. It was really impressive. But we just need to concentrate on our hard points, keeping the slaying up with the top, American teams, because that's where we're struggling against the NAs.
Well, you guys are most certainly looking to improve as the weekend goes on. 1-1 now, still a lot of Call of Duty to be played, but you were a superstar in that series. What about how your team plays gives you the ability to make stuff like that happen? What is it about Red Reserve that just works?
They just let me do what I want to do in S&D, really. They'll play around me, kind of, so it's really good that they let me do that, and just all the hard points and stuff, it's just, when it's clicking, it's clicking.
Well, it most certainly is right there with that Game 5 victory. Red Reserve take the series over Elevate. Benson and the boys take it away.
Thank you very much, Jack. I mean, we heard it from the man himself. When it's clicking, it's clicking. Simple as that. But we'll break down the series now. Of course, Red Reserve with a 3-2 victory over Elevate. Not sure how many people would have anticipated that. Shouts out, I want to start with you because pre-game, you got yourself into this great little analysis. You were saying, it was 3-1 last time they played in Birmingham. But everything that basically happened in Birmingham was the reverse in this series almost. I mean, the first hard point, Red Reserve come out and 100-point Club Elevate.
It was crazy. Urban completely went off. He was a god. I think he finished like 26-8 or something completely absurd. Anytime you get, there you go, that 2.58 KD and you get a decent bit of hill time, that's insane. How often do you see on commissary your team getting locked down to a single point? It is not a common experience.
And I think one of the keys here as well to note is when you look at Urban's stat line, it's great, right? 2.58 KD, 31 kills, hill time is on there as well. But Apathy, it wasn't just the kills which impressed you so much about Urban.
Yeah, he just controlled like key areas really well. He was in showers, he was holding cave spawns. Like he was just in the right places at the right time and whenever he needed to be. And on top of that, he was getting the kills, which made it so much easier for his team.
Just kind of added a little bit more importance to the kills he was getting. But Mark, in terms of Red Reserve, obviously still against Optic Gaming, and okay, it's Optic Gaming, right? It's the best team in the game. Were you surprised by what we actually saw in map number 1 there coming from Red Reserve?
Was I surprised? Yeah, because Urban just destroyed everything. I felt like just watching that game, you can see Red Reserve was always a step ahead. They kept rotating. That scoreboard just sort of told you the story. Cell block and commissary, that means they knew the importance of rotating. Elevate just seemed to be a step behind. They weren't keeping up with the slaying. I mean, when I believe like all of Red Reserve was positive, that's a key victory in Hardpoint.
Yeah, and surprising as well, because Elevate just looked really good against Hardpoint. Yes, they did lose the E6, but they played the close game. Yeah. And the first time they even played them, they destroyed them on retaliation. So Elevate, they look good in the respawns, and I know Red Reserve in the past was the better search team, but again, that role reversal kind of came through. Elevate showed up when they needed to. They just kind of fell short in the end, and Red Reserve played good as well.
As you said, Red Reserve go up 1-0 in the series, going over to the second search and destroy. And it was interesting listening to TP cast that, obviously a world champ. I want to find out from you, what is the best way of attacking on retail S&D? Because TP was clearly frustrated with what he was seeing.
Yeah, TP was definitely frustrated. The spawns are a little bit different now, so people don't know necessarily how to attack the bomb sites. But usually, you like when attacking B, you want to have a guy go in bike just to hold that position, because now the defense could get there faster and they can actually be a nuisance. And you just want to have a guy go and bike, a guy usually go hallway or top plat, and that top plat control could be really important as well. And then for A, you just basically hit the wall run, just flood down the street and try to get the control of their side usually is the better way, because if you plan on their side, you can easily hold it from grave and it's a better advantage point.
Make it sound so easy.
I mean, just for me, this was different. You heard early on, Teep was talking about it. There was just so much splitting up, especially from the Elevate side. He felt like 2 of them were sort of just playing that A and flanking, 2 were playing Vice, but I mean, you look at the previous weeks, when you saw Retaliation S&D, especially that defensive side, teams were just sticking 4 together. They were controlling plat and hallway. They were forcing you to plant, and they were playing retake situations. So just a little bit of a difference here between sort of North American search and destroy in Europe.
Very true. Interesting as well to note, Niall couldn't actually use his camo either, and that was a familiar storyline really throughout the series, that the payload ability not being able to use players not using them when they get them chance.
You're getting gifted with like the powers of God, essentially. If you're given invisibility, you have to use that to full effect, because games can be won or lost based off of individual payload plays. And we've seen that throughout pretty much any series in IW. Guys like Gunless, who constantly make those big plays, win games for your team. So if you're in a situation situation where you have such an amazing ability and you don't even make an attempt with it, you're just letting your team down.
Very true. Series tied, of course, 1-1. We head over to game number 3, the Uplink. This one, extremely close, but I think there's one name that we have to talk about here. Rated had 23 kills at the half, finishes with 39. Basically a Russell Westbrook-like performance.
I mean, even the second half, like 16 kills, I mean, that's pretty much better than average, but 39 kills. In just the start, he starts off 7-0, he gets streaks and really allows Elevate to take control of the game early.
Very true. And again, Apathy, a similar kind of storyline as we had in the last story was the payload abilities not being used at the right times. I mean, from a player's point of view, was there maybe a specific time that you should be considering using those closing out the game?
Well, Joel got camo around, I'll say 35, 40 seconds, and I felt like if he should have tried to put himself in a better opportunity, you know, push up, make that play because they need points. And, you know, it's also good to get it early, but obviously that comes down to Sling. For example, Rated was just a monster that game. He got it really early, which helped his team get that easy dunk and puts his team in the lead. So hopefully, you know, if Joe could have like stepped it up and get those kills, he could have potentially got it earlier and been a game changer.
And speaking of the payloads, on the flip side, you actually saw when there's about 20 seconds left, I think either Watson or Zed, I can't remember which, popped the overdrive, grabbed the drone just to run it an extra 30 feet down the line to throw that drone as far away from as possible just to waste as much time. So even overdrive, always great for those offensive plays, but he used that in a defensive manner and bought his team just enough time because you saw, even when Joe popped that camo, if you'd given them another 5 seconds, that might very well have been a dunk on board. So even the time-wasting plays, absolutely clutch.
Yeah, and I mean, just with those 45 seconds left, we saw sort of the fight for drone control in the middle of the map. We didn't see Red Reserve try to take a tunnel. They know Joe, if he got probably one more kill, would have gotten that camo. I would have liked to see them try to throw it up tunnel, take it field, and use that camo blue side. It's just as effective on that side of the map.
Well, Elevate go up 2-1 in this series. We go over to map number 4, and again, Hardpoint, and again, it was Red Reserve that won. So I guess the question, Chaz, is what was the difference really in their play style today as opposed to back at CWL Birmingham?
Well, I don't even know if play style is enough to say, but really just played collectively well as a team. I mean, you look at the numbers from the start of the game. I think it was Rated on the flip side, actually. He started off like 2-11. Meanwhile, no one for Red Reserve had really a slow game, so they played well collectively the whole time and were able to build up that score initially and just hold on as the time goes on.
And just looking at the scoreboard, those two money hills typically we talk about, 2 and 4, Barn and Baseball, they were relatively close. The surprising factor in the difference is those hills that are contest worthy. Bike path in that first hill, that was the difference right there.
Very true. Then, of course, game number 5 comes into play, and I mean, we were all kind of sat together watching it. I know, Chet, you were out here by yourself. You were watching it, but Urban's performance was just T1.
Yeah, fantastic plays all the way around. I mean, even from the start of the game. So the opening play, actually, Red Reserve is able to get the bomb down. All 8 players left alive on the map. Elevate, they clear out that bomb site, and they just hop right on it. They go for the ballsy play of let's defuse when there's 4 players alive on the other side. They got complete control of the area. They knew all the remaining players were going to have to come in from the wall run side as soon as they got control. They went for it, pulled it off miraculously. Other big plays that went down farther away, Elevate. They get that bomb planted at B. This has been a problem for teams in the past that once the bomb gets planted, they don't know how to retake. They try to funnel up the stairwell, and then they just get picked apart. Well, Red Reserve took advantage of that. They sent 4 players all the way around the back of the map, retook that as a full team force, and did it incredibly successfully. Had Rated pinned down behind the bomb site, and there was nothing he could do. They get that first blood, and they just kept pushing up. So again, improving on plays we've seen in the past just on how to retake bomb sites. It's impressive stuff.
Good analysis as well right there.
Yeah.
Good analysis.
I just want to mention one thing. Like you said, that's a big problem a lot of teams do. They send someone on the B bomb to plant, and then he's just stuck there. Like, if they have a guy in the back, it's so difficult to get out of that bomb alive, and usually you put yourself in a bad position. That's why you see more and more now than before. Teams are starting to go A, and they're trying to plant showers, because it's a lot easier to, you know, play your life and get out, and it's better overall.
Makes a lot more sense. Red Reserve, of course, they're going to finish today 1-1 for Elevate. Bad news, they're 0-2. But before we get to our final game of the day, it's score streak prediction time, of course. We were asking you guys watching on MLG.tv/COD some questions throughout the day. I'm curious to get my expert panel's opinions on how you would have gone. Dude, you're so good at it. Don't even lie. Don't even lie. First question we asked was, how many points will the winning team win by in game 1? 70% said 40 or more. The correct answer, 153 points was the actual amount there. 30% said less than 40. Would you have gone more than 40?
I don't know. That's tough. Breakout. We've seen so many close games throughout you know, stage 1. So I'm not too sure if I would have went 40, but great job by everybody getting that.
Yeah, very, very smart people out there in the Call of Duty esports community. Question number 2, I believe, was will any player finish with more than 10 kills in game number 2? Here's how you voted. 73% said yes. Urban with 11 kills. 27 said no. I mean, Urban did play very, very well in map number 2, App.
Oh, extremely well.
That was weird, but okay, moving forward. Question number 3 that we asked was how many total points will be scored in game number 3? Here's how you guys voted up. I think this was a little closer. Yeah, 55% said less than 12, and 45% said 12 or more. Would you have gone with that? You're looking perplexed. You're looking confused.
It's a 50-50. Honestly, that's pretty reasonable. I mean, 12 points or more, you got the combination of the two teams. I'd say that's about the standard average, maybe give or take. Like, I don't know. That's a bit of a crapshoot, honestly.
I feel like Throwback's either like 20-plus points or like 5. So definitely a 50-50.
Fair. We can actually take a look now at our leaderboard as well, though. See if we spot any familiar names. Absolutely no familiar names for me there, I'm going to be honest with you.
No.
No? Ruin plays 6. So. The highest streak of the day, though, 7. Of course, the day isn't over, so maybe either Holmes or Shackers could still be potentially on that streak, but the highest streak as it stands is 7. Of course, you guys can play that game on mlg.tv/COD. But we still have one final game to play here at week 4 of stage 1 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by the PlayStation 4. Optic Gaming and Enigma 6 battling for the #1 spot in the group, and of course, a flawless start to the week. MLG Primetime returns with the final game of the day after this.
North America, Europe, as well as APAC. Nobody can stop this man. 30 seconds left and Gunless gets through. He gets 3. Can he win it? It barely.
Are you gonna live through this one?
I am.
more on the line than ever. It isn't necessarily just about the prize money. You're fighting for that spot at the Global LAN League.
You wish everyone could be involved, but realistically, only the 16 best in the world can be.
Congrats to all these guys earning that invite.
These, for me, are the right teams in the league.
Evil Geniuses left the final qualification position in the CWL Global Pro League.
The best in the world are here to compete on North American soil.
This is big. The Global Pro League is on the line.
The LAN League is pretty much everything. That's going to be the season for everyone.
This is what we've been working for. Every year there's only been one thing to play for, but now the LAN League is everything this year, to be honest.
If we don't make the LAN League, it's like, dude, what are we doing?
And it's Optic Gaming going into Ohio with the #1 seed. Red Reserve have done it. They've made it to Ohio. And it's Enigma 6 continuing their Cinderella season all the way to Columbus. 1 second in between Elevate and a spot in the GPL. And they have done it!
3-0ing Optic Gaming and uses his scores.
Playing insane right now. And this is it, Jack. That's right. You know what time it is. Prime time continues right here on MLG.TV, and we saved the best for last. Up next, we got a battle between the two North American squads. Introducing first, the squad that took down Optic 3-0. It's Enigma 6. Enigma 6 was able to take down Optic in their first match back in Vegas. Second time around, though, it was a lot tougher. Since then, this team has claimed the #1 seed in the world. Let's introduce you to Optic Gaming. Both teams open the day with a 1-0 start. They've won 3 games, they've only dropped 1, but only one can be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of our first day. It's time to find out who's gonna walk away with it. Is it Enigma 6 or is it OG?
Thank you very much, Puckett. As you heard him say, both teams battling for the #1 spot to close out day #1 here at the final week of the Call of Duty Global Pro League before playoffs, of course, stage 1. And I'm excited for this one because you heard Chris kind of mention it a little bit there in his intro. Some history between these two organizations. I mean, a lot of history if you go back into prior titles as well. Some epic games. Some of the best in Call of Duty history, I think you can make an argument for. But in terms of this series specifically, obviously on this game, Apathy, we did see E6 3-0 up to Gaming, and that's not an easy feat by any means, and not that many teams have ever done that or accomplished it. But what has changed since Vegas, in your opinion?
Well, a lot has changed, Ben. I mean, you have the OSA, which was a very overpowered gun. E6 was definitely really good with it. You know, they just had that aggression and that close-range gunfights and just winning most of them. You also have the Synaptic bot, which also was a big thing. Yep. A lot of people complaining about it. You know how it doesn't have good hit registration. And then I think the spawns in Hardpoint changed as well. And it rewards teams who rotate a little bit more, who play a little bit passive and play more as a team. And I feel like that's most of it, to be honest.
Fair enough. I mean, that's a lot, really.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, Vegas wasn't that far away, so there has been some tons of changes. So take maybe those prior results with a little bit of pinch of salt, if you will. But team, in terms of Optic Gaming, have they looked as strong as you thought they would so far? I mean, yes, they've only played 1 series, so it's pretty hard to tell. But was it what you expected coming into this week?
I think the only reason they lost that Search and Destroy in that first one is they were playing pretty cocky, to be honest. Formal was trying to hit some crazy stuff. He FTL'd with a sniper to try to hit a World Star shot. So that kind of explained it to me. You know what I mean? They're very confident, as they should be, as the quote-unquote best team in the world. Yeah, United's like right there on their heels, but you look at this map set as well. I really think OG's going to have an easy time with it.
Breakout Hardpoint, Retail Search and Destroy, a throwback Uplink. Then if we go further in the series, a throwback Hardpoint or a Breakout Search and Destroy is a Game 5. Apathy, who is this favoring?
Usually I'm able to predict pretty well. I feel like I predicted most of the matches today.
You're pretty spot on, I'll give you that.
Yeah, but this time I don't know.
Come on.
I feel like both teams are really good, and I just feel like I do think Optic, you know, is the better team, but if Enigma 6 come out hot, I feel like they could put up a pretty good match.
It'll be a fantastic statement to close out day number 1 for Enigma 6. We'll have to wait and see. But that is going to be everything from the studio for now. We can send it down to our fantastic casters for the series. It's Maven and Courage.
Thank you, Benjamin. Wonderful as always. All right, so Optic E6.
Yes.
Most people thought these were going to be the top 2 teams that are going to get into that playoff. It could be decided here, because think about how stacked our second seeds are right now. You've got teams like Splice, FaZe, Luminosity. Imagine if Optic somehow joined that spot. Holy hell.
You would not want to be the first seed. Simple as that. I would not at all. But either way, this is the marquee matchup of this group. Everyone looking forward to seeing what type of fight Enigma 6 can put up. Will it be the match where they 3-0'd Optic back in Vegas? Obviously, we talk about that a lot, but it's because it doesn't happen too often to a team like Optic Gaming.
Well, you've heard from us, but we did have a chance to talk with the players before this matchup. Let's hear their thoughts.
Optic Gaming is a team where if you start strong versus them, for them it's very hard to bounce back most of the time. If they get the lead, they'll blow you out. But if they don't, it's going to be very hard for them.
We don't really know too much about their play style because we played them at the very beginning of the year. They're pretty much like a blank slate against us. We haven't played them in 3 tournaments, so we have no idea what to expect out of them.
The reason why Optic is such a good team is because they have some of the most individual talented players on that team. And the strategy to beating them is, you know, to play our own game. You know, we rely on our trades.
E6 is tough because they're really fast. You have to be very fast in this game to keep up with the pace of it. Their teamwork's also very good. Their core 3 have been together for a pretty long time. But anytime they're playing a team like that, it's always going to be difficult. And I'm very, very confident in our Hardpoint and Uplink. As long as we can take a search off of them, I think that we should 3-1 them. I think we just need to come out, play our game, and be calm, and I think we'll be fine.
It doesn't matter who we play against because every series is different as long as we all stay consistent and we all have the same mindset going into the match that every map, every scenario, and every gunfight is important.
I think we're going to win both of our matches against them. If we don't go 6-0, I'll probably be a little bit surprised for this weekend. That's just because I feel like our team, you know, in general is better than all the other teams.
You heard from Seth. They need to play their game, but we're going to kick it off with Enigma 6, starting off with General, who had a fantastic series early in the day.
General, he's got his hands full this series against the likes of Optic Gaming. What can E6 do to make the upset happen? Nice start right there with 3 quick kills to immediately gain map control, as General will just float around inside the hard point.
Well, you heard, I think General said in the video, he's like, if you're going to beat Optic Gaming, you have to hit him early. And that can be true in series, and also, you know, we talked about some of the crazy stat lines for these guys. Early in weekends, sometimes they start a little bit slow. You didn't like what you just saw, did you, buddy?
Oh, Cade, I'm so sorry that just happened to you. Karma, the backplate, saves him just long enough to go ahead and career end Cade, I guess you could say right there. But either way, Enigma 6 still fighting for this one. As you can just see, both teams pushing for this middle control. Remember, the spawn's going to be on that right side of your minimap. You want to lock down for this second hard point.
Hey, take a look where that number 5 is on the map. Spawning his teammate with him. And now they're looking to set up for the next hard point. We're going to be rotating out here, and Optic spawning all the way out by Helipad. They're going to fight across the map here to get set up inside a cell block.
This is best case scenario, 100%. Nice job by Cade as well to at least stop the pushing Optic Scumpy, as he'll just continue to back on up. So far, the kill feed for the most part has been yellow in favor of Enigma 6. These fights for these spawns, though, going to come in the next few seconds.
Well, Karma trying to fight around the backside. He sees Scump just drop, but Krim able to answer back on the kill feed. If Karma can win some key gun fights here on the backside, they'll be able to take control of these spawns. He's got Formal here to work with them. They're 2-man hitting it. 1 on the left side, 1 in front on X-Ray that you saw. Karma not able to get it done. Formal backing him up, but he's going to drop as well. Enigma 6 clears it. Their coach is getting hyped, and so far, so good for Enigma.
Gets both players one shot and doesn't clean up a single kill. It's a 1-minute lead for Enigma 6, and they're already in rotation. Scump sitting at 1 and 6, 0 seconds in the hard point.
Yeah, he started out a little bit slow, but you expect them to pick it up. And this map, we talk about it all the time. We see so many comebacks, but Cade right now, he's already got a Trinity rocket to go with, so that can be clutch later in the game, specifically in a hard point like Graveyard. Wide out in the open, can make an impact there. But God, look at the scoreline. Just keeps on growing for Enigma 6. Beautiful couple minutes of gameplay here.
Yeah, in general, he's got all the time in the world right now on the hard point. He's got both of his lanes watched, teammates behind him, a teammate in front of him. He's fully confident in his ability to lock down this hill for the full 60 seconds. He's doing it right now. Finally, Crimsix with that shot from that back cave area will at least clear him out, but look at the E6 players. They're storming on through. They're getting loud. It's 100-10 Enigma 6 in the lead.
And this is a huge series. You just got to think about, like, I mean, all the pressure, I guess you could say, is Optic Gaming this weekend just because the expectations for first. But, God, if you're Enigma 6 and everybody kind of has you lumped in for the most part with Red Reserve and Elevate, who's going to come out? If you're able to take a series off Optic Gaming, I mean, that puts you in such a good position for the rest of the weekend.
Bro, they are all hitting their shots right now. It's an entire team effort from Enigma 6. They have gotten another rotation. They were the first ones to cell block, the first ones to grave, now the first players to commissary. This has been near flawless hardpoint right now from Enigma 6. All the time Optic Gaming really have in these last two hills has been just a little bit of scrap time.
You just got to think, though, at some point, that was a 100-point advantage. Enigma 6 looks brilliant, but they're going to come alive. Optic is going to roar back at some point. You're not going to have 2 and 11 from Scump. Is the movement there a bit lackluster? But you got to think at some point, Scump is going to turn up, and then what happens? How does E6 respond?
Well, now E6 is going to be left in the awkward scenario where they've got to flood this outer wall run. Karma's going to spot everything. Here they go. A pinch from middle map as well. The lane should be blocked by Formal. There it is. Karma trying to stay alive, but Cade swords in with a pistol and gets a two-piece onto Karma and Scump to shut them down.
All right, so we see a little bit more pistol action. I know Urban, we saw him using it as a secondary. We don't see it that common in this game. A two-piece there. I don't know how that comes about as he's breaking into commissary, but solid stuff so far. Now, let's get into our second side of rotations here. First up is going to be Cade. And how many times have we seen the kill feed just all yellow? Just 3, 4 kills coming through for Enigma 6.
It's been big waves, and a lot of that is why they've gotten the rotations every single time. They get the kills when they need to. A team kill comes in from Crim. Number advantage on the map again to Enigma 6. They've had showers held down the entire time on this middle hard point. They're just outplaying Optic in every single way right now.
Oh, this is incredible. Cade going off 18 and 7, a minute in the hard point on a 3 streak right now. We'll see if he can build towards any streaks. He's 250 off that Trinity. He just spotted 3 players with the Scarab. Now the pressure going to come through from Optic. Cade finally going to drop. Can Optic get some time here? There's only 20 seconds remaining. And again, look at the minimap. You see the yellow arrows popping up on the right side of the map. They have control again for cell block.
And yes, Enigma 6 are more than happy to be there, but look at the minimap. You just saw Emrui spawn all the way out near that backside and helipad. And all he has is an E-Rat to try to retake the middle map area.
I would have shot there. I would have bided my time. I don't think if you're Optic, you would expect anyone to be able to flank from behind like that. Now they're ready for it. Now they get the intro kill, and now they're going to try and flood, because for the moment it's going to be a 4 versus 3. General and Proto, though, turning things in their favor. And I feel like we've seen two team kills apiece from each side. I don't know what's going on with these guys.
Yeah, and another big thing to take note of as well, there was a team kill in the back spawn area, which just left one member of E6 by himself against 3 Optic Gaming players. The Scarab called in from Scump. He's gotten half the kills of this game just on this streak alone. He also gets 2 players, 1-shot middle map. Optic perfectly set up now for these full 30 seconds, Maven. That'll bring them back within a minute. They still have a chance, but again, what has been the success of Enigma 6 on this map has been rotations. Optic need to win the rotation towards Grave. It's as simple as that.
Scump ends up dropping. He had 3 bullets left in the clip there. I think he only needed to hit him with 1 more, but it is going to be Cade getting the better of him. Now, let's get over to Graveyard. General already going to be here set up, and you've seen him win a couple of those key one-on-one duels with Formal in the back line. If he can continue to do this, he's at 15 and 12. That's going to be a key to victory, but Optic has made this closer. They have fought back, but General just winning all of these 1v1s up close and personal, and he tags up Formal, so he's easily dropped in the back by Proto.
And the issue right there was the pinch came in quicker for Enigma 6 from the player in mid-spiral to swing the trade in their favor. You had Karma doing, or Crimsix, sorry, doing the same thing across the map. It just took him too long. He just came off spawn. Thankfully for OG, they're able to push through Grave and now have a player on the bulldozer. So another chance for 30 seconds. Crimsix gets the flank. Here is a great opportunity now for OG to continue to chip away at this lead.
And you still got to feel like at some point Scump's going to come alive. I know he's picked up some kills, but still sitting double negative, so uncharacteristic from him.
win, does he begin to heat up? But like you said, they're going to get the rest of the time here in Grave. They got beat up a bit at commissary last time through. Remember, that's when K got the 2 pistol kills. The first person to rotate over is going to be Formal. Let's go over to his POV if we can. He's set up here with an NV4 at commissary, and he's going to be able to set up for his team. They should be spawning back helipad as soon as they start rotating out.
And normally, Formal's one of the guys leading his team in hardpoint time. Right now, the least on his squad at only 23 seconds. He's playing in the hill. The comeback is absolutely still possible. If Optic Gaming hold the rest of this time on commissary, they will take their first lead of the game.
And we talk about it all the time, man. There's so many swings on breakout. Now Scump heating up. There's 3 in a row, 7 total streak for Scump. We said he was 8 and 16 a moment ago. Just about to be even. This is exactly what I said 5 minutes ago. At some point, he's going to heat up. How do you weather that storm if you're Enigma 6? There might be a lead change here in a moment.
It's literally a ticking time bomb with Scump on the map. He just gave you 5 minutes of basically him not even being a factor. You cannot expect that the entire time. FTL jump used by Formal. Optic collapse on in. Ladies and gentlemen, the lead is about to switch over in favor of Optic Gaming. They were down by over 2 minutes to now bring this game back in their favor.
Let's get over to Crim6. He's 23 and 20. He just ended up dropping, but he was on a 4 streak. Comes up a little bit short on picking up any streaks, but now we're into our 3rd set of rotations. On board with Scump, be able to gun one in front. He's working here with his partner Karma as they floor forward. Formal over the top, able to pick up a kill as well.
And how different has that kill feed now looked, mate?
Yeah.
It's all yellow in the beginning. 2 pieces, crazy energy from Enigma 6 and their coach. I have not heard that now in the last few hills. E6 looked untouchable in the first rotation.
But this map in particular, how many times do we see this? Always you see the big swings so you can chain together so many solid holds. Enigma 6 now back into the hard point. It's General at loading here, trying to hold. Sees 2 players slide across.
Are they holding hands?
He's got all the vision. I don't know about that play.
Looks like a slight miscommunication.
How's Scump still alive?
But Scump still inside. Now back in the hard point. Big thing, though. Optic Gaming spawning out. Let's take a look at the payloads. 0 available between both teams. General close to his. Scump close to his as well. Crim right on the verge of his. Do they come into play here at bottom cell block?
Well, here's going to be the 3rd time that they have the setup. But who got him behind? That's Karma. Can we go over to Karma's POV? He actually just won a gunfight in the back. He's going to get a 2nd as well. Karma goes huge in breaking. There's still 1 player that's set up in behind. I think that's Cade in the back. But since there's so much presence here for spawns from Optic Gaming, they're spawning the whole way across the map.
They have no one watching the wall run. He was able to sneak behind. So now they're getting desperate. They're just trying to flood this outer wall run. General pops his payload ability. Reactive armor will be used. 3 dead and OG. And they've spotted the final player on the backside of the map.
And he's trying to stay alive. That's going to be Crim6, the lone man here. He's waiting for the team to collapse. He'll be spotted out with the Scarab. Should be pushed momentarily as he's 1 bullet. Not going to be a gunfight you're going to take. But now it's Enigma 6's turn to try and fight back. We may have another lead change here momentarily.
Another thing to point out as well, as we move towards Graveyard, it's absolutely important to have that Trinity rocket as a tool to force players out of the power positions. General is just 1 kill away. Rotation kills right now split between both sides. You're about to have big gunfights in your bulldozer. General now here to help.
He's got to get a
3
kill.
players in front of him. He's not going to get a kill. He's not going to get a streak.
No, if he
no
gets
streak
that.
from General, and I'm seeing head shakes from TP.
Oh my God, you've got to get a kill there. The Trinity rocket could be the difference, but now it's Optic Gaming in control. It's a pinch opportunity for Enigma 6, but they're already down a man. It's actually the Scarab from Karma that opens up. There you go, 2 kills coming through. Karma has Camo to work with. This might be the moment you pop it. Here comes Camo, contesting it right now. He gets behind a couple of players. There's the 1st kill. 2nd in front, but it's actually Proto, I think, that comes across, kind of drags his aim off. This one back and forth, buddy.
Scump pops a reactive armor as well and charges right on through. There's 1 more player here. Scump shuts him down. Optic Gaming from down 2 minutes will come back and win map number 1. 250 to 230.
You hate to see it happen, but so many times, man. We've seen 100-point leads just evaporate on breakout hardpoint, and that's one of those losses. It's painful. How does E6 come back after that?
Where did Scump end up stat-wise? I need to hear the number breakdown from what was like 8 and 15 to where he was at the end of that map. Night and day from him, the game-ending 3-piece as well.
Well, it's just, you could see it coming, whether you're a caster or a viewer. You know at some point, the reason that Scump is usually in your top 5 for respawn KD is because he doesn't have maps he goes double negative. No. You knew he was going to explode at some point. He was 8 and 16, goes on the 7 streak in what seemed to be 30 seconds. All of a sudden, he's right back in the mix. He starts getting hyped. You saw him on his feet at the end there. it's like you knew it was going to happen. You knew they were going to come back. I wasn't sure they were going to take the game, but you knew it was going to be close down the stretch.
Well, that was an exciting game number 1. So much action still to come in this series. We've got game 2, Retaliation, Search and Destroy, coming up next. And I know the mastermind himself, Merc, is over there on the telestrator to break down this S&D for us.
Thank you so much, Jack. What a crazy game number 1. But before we go into game number 2, Retaliation, Search and Destroy, we're going to talk about one of the more common strategies, especially on offense. So what we're going to focus on is the bike shop. Now, when we go into bike shop on offense, what you really want to do is try and get this bomb down and plant it, especially for your camo players. However, with the change spawns, what this allows the defensive teams to do is this allows a player like Scump to sort of control this bike shop. Now, when he's able to get in there with an ERAD, he'll have Formal watching over him. And what he's able to do is make sure that Scump, really, he's not going to get flanked at all by that scaffolding. So now, what that allows, Karma and Crimsix, because of that adjusted spawn, they are able to control hallway, and they're able to control platform. Now, what this forces Enigma 6 to do, if they're not able to win those close engagements on that B bomb site, they have to rotate and go towards that A bomb site. That's just one of the common defensive strategies you'll see on Retaliation, Search and Destroy. Now, back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you, Joseph DeLuca. Fantastic as always. But yeah, the spawn has made a big difference, obviously, for the defense. We'll see how that comes into play here.
Yeah.
Just hoping for anything resembling that game 1. That was fun stuff.
Please keep it close. That's all I ask for in this series. That's why we said it's the marquee matchup of the weekend. Either way, Merc brought up a big point, obviously, getting inside that bike control, making sure you lock down garage. It is a game where if you can kill that player inside bike, it plays mind games with your opponent. Scump started that game 0-7, and Maven, look where he ended up.
How do you go from 0-7, double negative, and then 3 minutes later you have a 1.24 KD and 26 kills? That's just absurd. And on the other side, I mean, Cade, buddy, you did it all game long. He started out brilliantly. He was the polar opposite of what Scump was doing early in the game. But God, man, that's comebacks like that, they are incredibly painful. And for a young team like Enigma 6, certainly going to be, I think, tough to answer.
Hey, but thankfully for E6, again, we know them for their S&D prowess. We'll see what they can do. They won their first one they played earlier today in that 3-1 series victory. Now looking to keep the momentum going. You mentioned Crimsix. After that first S&D loss earlier for Optic Gaming, he said something along the lines of, don't be surprised if we lose S&D. We're trying some things, right?
Yeah. He said basically, I guess with prep for playoffs in Anaheim, they might want to try some different things. If they get control of that game on Hardpoint, they have a lead in the series. Yeah. Maybe test something out in a couple of these rounds. But it's interesting thinking back to like last year, with Optic Gaming, you would think like Search and Destroy, like that's where they'll probably lose. That's where a team's going to take a win off them. But right now, I mean, that was their best game mode at Dallas. They've been fantastic. So this is definitely a tall order.
Well, that's why we were laughing. Like Optic Gaming, you just showed your best S&D event at Dallas. What are you changing in S&D right now?
Yeah, it's been working.
Is there any reason to change anything when you have an 85% win rate in the game mode? Either way, they know much better than I do. One thing I know, Optic Gaming, with the monster comeback right there, only further proves how much of a swing map it can be on Breakout.
You know what I would love to see, and JP, if you're watching, I don't know even how I would find this, but I would love to know of, like, let's say 80 points or more comebacks that we've seen, like how many have taken place on Breakout? Because I feel like all of your big comebacks happen on Breakout.
It's just a map with so many money hills makes that possible, and you saw it with Optic Gaming winning some of the rotations later on in the game. You saw it of why even Enigma 6 was able to get that early lead. Either way, though, we're ready for game number 2, Retaliation, Search and Destroy. And oh my goodness, when I see a pistol in Formal's hand, that means he's probably got the sniper.
Well, he's pulling it out. We saw him do it in Hardpoint. We saw him do it in Search and Destroy. He's making plays everywhere. And if you look at the arrows on the minimap, it looks like there will be a confrontation here early. He should be able to spot one with the sniper, but it looks like 2 are actually hitting the lower wall run for Enigma 6. They get dropped to the other side of the map, but they're going to be flying it for. Formal's in trouble. He should be dead in a moment here. Oh, he actually, I was saying maybe got brilliant timing around the edge, but it's not going to get it done. Now, 2 versus 2. Proto is planting the bomb. It's going to be Proto and Ruiz going up.
Oh, I think he's going to hit a great timing too. No, he tries to run away. Crimsix spots him. He didn't check over the bomb first. He just tried to hightail it out of there, and that might come back to bite him. 2 versus 1. Like this close angle. Does Karma spot him? It doesn't matter. The ERAD in its prime position there, the 2-piece. There was a team kill from Crimsix earlier on in the round.
Yeah.
I'm sure Krim is saying, sorry about that, but look, we got the round 1 for you. Don't worry about it.
That was one of those spots where what we saw Urban just barely miss a player. Well, no, he did miss him as he went over the top. I thought the same thing was going to happen to Karma there.
Right there, though, if you're Proto who's planting that bomb, you've got to at least look over yourself for a second. You know how good that bomb cover is. If he peeks up, sees Crimsix, uses that for cover, he wins that gunfight 10 out of 10 times.
All right, well, the first round going to Optic Gaming.
Does Scump have a half-eaten banana in front of him?
I believe that he does, Jack.
Okay.
I've eaten 2 bananas today.
Thank you for that. We didn't need to know. Formal and Karma now moving towards this close curve and bridge side. As now Karma with the E-Rad. Not something you normally see flying across bridge, but you know what? Just Karma things.
Well, it looks like their shot caller and Formal it must have predicted that they thought they'd have a stack on B because he was no hesitation just sprinting across bridge there. They weren't worried about a sniper or an MV4 maybe playing in the back, but now you have to do the 4v4 retake. It's going to be Reese who is set up inside a grave here. They'll start to work on the collapse as this slowly develops.
And we know how good Karma is with camo. If you look, he's already halfway to it, just 2 rounds in. Formal wins the 1v1 versus Emery's. Somehow gets a second before he does die off. Proto, General, 2 versus 1. I believe this bomb is being defused. Does he check it in time? I don't think he's gonna get there in time.
He doesn't spot it. Check. He got it. He got it. And he was worried that the player would be there in the back just to trade the kill really quick. That's why he dipped for cover. Didn't realize that he had stuck it there. Heads up play for Enigma 6.
Formal did what he could right there, winning 2 close gunfights with that NV4.
I thought he was going to lose the first one, to be honest.
Well, here's another important thing to bring up, because I talked about the camo for Karma. I'd love to see how far he has already progressed, because he just got another kill as well to add on to that total. Yeah, I mean, he's 3-0. It's not like he's going... It's not like he has 8 kills in the first 2 rounds. It's because he has a plant and a defuse as well.
Yep.
Optic putting the priority towards getting that camo.
Yep, you have to. It's so powerful. They're making the right plays. Kills go back and forth. Formal opens up, but Cade is there to trade out for his buddy General. It's now going to be into a 3 versus 3. They've got control of the A bomb site. Plant should be happening shortly. So Proto's going to work on getting that down.
Let's see if he watches over himself for a second this time. There you go. Now he will.
That's all
especially with his teammates watching his flank. 3 versus 3. Bomb has been planted. Now he tries to run away at the perfect time, the worst time
so
again.
Dead.
That was just bad timing again. He tries to leave the cover. I don't know if he needed to. He had 2 teammates watching his back. Anyway, Crimsix now dies to a car explosion. Everything that can go wrong will go wrong for Crimsix, apparently.
It's going to be a 1v2 for Scump now, as he's going to have to turn into a 1v1 quickly. Scump took out Ruiz. Here we go. Can Scump clutch up in the 1v2?
Oh my God, he's reading
15 seconds left. The shot's just a bit off, and Cade clutches up. That's a kill you think Scump would get in that situation. Comes up a little bit short.
Scump reads it right, but Cade's reaction time right there, second to none. Oh, he actually did pre-aim this, so he was expecting Scump to push. I thought he just snapped on him. But no, Cade ready for it. Nice play by him to win that round for Enigma 6.
Enigma 6. So far, so good in Search and Destroy. If you're just joining us, welcome. You missed one hell of a game 1. You should definitely watch that as soon as it's up on VOD. But this series so far has been fantastic. Karma getting ever closer to this camo. He's just, whether he's flying up bridge or flying up mid-street, this guy is soaring across the map. He's able to survive a volley of nades and find an opening kill. He's just a centimeter from camo now as this 2v2 develops.
Think of that. If he plants this, he gets camo in round number 4, gets the assist, which that's how close he was. An assist was enough to earn him the camo. Crimsix versus M. Ruiz in the 1-on-1.
Cade just got the better of Scump. Can Ruiz clutch up this time? A ton of time on the clock. You still got basically a minute remaining. Bomb down on the map right now, which looks like it's out on the terrace. See how Krim goes to play this.
Still 45 seconds left. Does take 5 seconds to plant. Emery's just moving all around. These two could cross paths here momentarily. Oh my gosh. Literally perfect timing that both players would not see each other. This could not be working out more perfectly, I believe, for the side of Crimsix. Look at how far away Emery's is from this.
These are so stressful. This reminds you of that 1v1 with Karma and Fastball, right?
Yeah.
You have no idea where the other person is.
Felt like a 5-minute 1v1.
Yeah, there's so much time on the clock. All right, now, bomb has been planted. Ruiz is going to have to rotate over to try and deal with this. Krim just checking all his sides. He's got the weapon of choice here for these close-range situations.
Remember, neither player has seen each other now for a full minute plus in this round. Krim checking whatever he can. I think he's finally spotted the shoulder of Emery's. 25 seconds remaining. He's just going to try to play his life. Here comes the challenge. Emery's close! Gets the shot. Beat down. A near insta-kill-like speed. And now he just shot the
Letting them know. Letting them know. I'll tell you what, man. They keep clutching up for these 1v1s.
Yep.
That's the difference here. It could very easily be 3-1 Optic right now. Advantage to Enigma 6 as they continue to win these 1v1s.
I call that one the apathy special. The shot beat down.
Oh, the app?
It's right there. He just, woo, insta-killed. I don't know. I want to see what Apathy thinks. Do you think Crimsix saw him on that wall run? I don't think he did. No, right? It looked, from our perspective.
I thought he did for sure.
No, he didn't.
I thought he was backing up.
That's why he high-peaked so much when he went towards that top bridge. I thought he did, but you could just tell he wouldn't have peaked that high if he was actually there, if he knew he was there.
All right, they're flirting with disaster here, not bumping each other to go off the map. Proto working his way forward with his teammate. They spot one in the back. Looked like a solid nade onto it. It's a first blood now for Crimsix. General answers back. McKill's going the way of Optic Gaming. Proto's behind two. Yuck! That was yucky!
That, folks, is a Maven's mishap.
And it's one of those things, we've all been there. We've all been there. You see two players and mysteriously you start shooting between both. It's like you can't make up your mind. He thought he was going to finish the first guy, snapped to the second. Instead, he puts a whole lot of lead into the wall.
Wow. That was, okay. You just want to forget that one, I think. You just want to forget that one. Either way, we'll move on.
I mean, he kills both players there. They win that round.
Yes.
They're clutching up all their 1v1s, not that particular situation.
So now with Karma having camo, do you look to see him use it now to try to earn a second in this game?
Well, we talked about that with Dave last week, right? Do you use it early to guarantee yourself a round, hoping that you're going to be able to pick it up again? Just depends on the situation. Right now, no. You have a 4v2 advantage, 4v1 advantage.
Pop it,
Karma. Hold on. Use camo, secure that final kill.
Yes. Never know with Emery's 4 up, 4 dead for Enigma 6 as Optic Gaming have found their ground.
You wish you could have the round prior back, but you just have to look forward here, and it is all tied up. You'll see the final POV from Crimsix. Nice shots with the NB4 to secure the round. These guys, man, I mean, think about it. We're looking like we might get around 11. You get a 250 to 238 game. And to Ben's credit, I agree with him, man. These guys have provided some of the best matches. I'll never forget that CTF map from AW.
I think both of these guys already played 1-point uplink games earlier today. So
right.
It would only be right if that theme continues as well. Cade trying to pre-aim top hotel hallway. I don't think he knows that Karma's actually already gotten into plat. Yeah, they thought they had that watched. Karma got into plat before Cade was able to see and just shot the player lower street.
Well, he's been flying everywhere.
Yep.
Every time we've been on with Karma, he's just cruising across the map. He does drop it. He is 7-3. Him and Crimsix doing a lot of work right now for the squad. Cade, okay, I was about to say, about to get unfortunate time. It actually ends up being brilliant there as he is able to shoot Crim in the back. Cade, though, now 1v2. He's got to take out Formal and Scump. Scump's to his left, and that's another round for Optic Gaming.
3 straight rounds now. The momentum is picking on up. As you can see, Scump and crew just beginning to take over this game. A little decision by Karma to get control of plat pays off there with a big first blood.
It just feels like a little bit like game 1, you know, early lead for Enigma 6.
Yep.
Optic Gaming starts coming alive. 3 rounds in a row. Will this be the 4th? Karma, again, we'll watch him off the break, and last time he just hit bridge without abandon. Look at the minimap. There's going to be no one there to challenge him unless somebody ends up moving to the top of the map. No, they're all hitting terrace. It looks like a really aggressive.
Oh my God.
FTL jump. I think Cade just actually used that.
Yeah, they have no one watching the flank.
This flank's going to be close.
They have no one watching the flank.
And General got one and got out. Nice play.
That's beautiful from Enigma 6. Throwing a fork into the plan of Optic Gaming. Just like that, it's 4v3. The bomb is going down, and you have 2 payloads to use your Optic to retake control of this round.
They're trying to hold here. A slow pinch developing. Emery's on the bottom side of the map is going the whole way around to try and make a play here. All of a sudden, it's quickly into a 2 versus 2. Cade tags him, but the FTL almost gets away. Now Karma trying to clutch up. It's going to be 1v1, and he has that camo. He's been sitting on it now for 4 rounds. Is this the round where he needs to use it? He just has to play defense. Might be able to hold on to it. Did he spot him? It's tough to tell with X-ray.
Oh, look at this. Karma. He knows they saw each other. He's going to try to spot the bomb. Gets away. They have no idea what he's used. Now Karma in a great spot to win the round. Just stay alive. Dance, dance, dance. He's done enough. 4 rounds in a row now for Optic Gaming.
Not enough time. I mean, I don't know that he even needed to use the camo, but it works out perfectly there. I think he got pretty good timing when he pushed up top, but still, you guarantee yourself you're winning it.
I think they both saw each other, and it was kind of like I'm expecting him to push me. The clock is ticking. He's got to force the engagement. So what does Karma do? Pop it. I'm invisible. Run away. Hide in the corner. That's out.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually was spotted, but I think he thought he was. I don't know if he actually got eyes on him or not, but it is 1 round away, Optic, from taking game 2. General sitting at 5 and 7 right now. Still some work to do to get to reactive armor. Can't open it up, and it's Karma with this ERAD again, man. Oh, just snapping behind on a second as well. 2 players left for Enigma 6. Can they clutch up? Yeah, he's seen everything.
He has all the information he can need. We'll call out to his teammates.
And he's just being a tease here.
Still sees one. Still sees one. And now with that player being gone, he knows that they're back market 3v2 for Optic Gaming with Crimsix having his payload.
Let's hop over to. Well, actually, let's stick with this. Let's stick with the 2v3 right now with Ruiz and Proto. Crim just used his payload as they were wrapping around through back market. Remember, Karma spotted everything. They're now going to be pushing on through. The gunfight should be happening momentarily here if they check Hotel. Karma might get caught in the backside. It's Crim6, actually.
And yeah, Emery's doing that smart thing, just getting out with his life. Here's the issue. Crim using Centurion. Drops it down right on the A site. B site, sorry. So now, basically, they want to go for a plant. They have to destroy that Centurion. Karma sees both. He's going for the ace. Crim and Form will steal it either way. Optic Gaming up 2-0.
They sluggish early, right? A little bit of a slow start. Well, I mean, it comes down to those 1v1s, but Enigma 6 looks strong, and then Optic Gaming comes alive, and they rip off. How many rounds in a row did it be?
5.
Yeah, 5 rounds.
They were down 3-1.
Yeah.
The game 6-3, and you think of what we saw. As you mentioned, map 1, an early lead for Enigma 6, all the energy and hype in the world, making the clutch plays and kills. Second half of the game, Optic Gaming get their grounding. They begin to claw back into it. They start just doing Optic Gaming things, and they run away with the map.
And yeah, I think maybe this is one of those things where it's just the, I don't know, the experience of this Optic Gaming team kind of helps when you get into those clutch situations, but we're not done yet. It will be Uplink here to decide if Optic Gaming can close it out in 3-0 fashion. We'll be right back after this quick break.
It's prime time, and that means it's time for our G Fuel key player matchup. This one between the two leaders of their respective squads, Scump from Optic Gaming and General from Enigma 6 coming into this series. They obviously all got a little bit of time to play the matches earlier on. General had a huge S&D performance in that one with a 3.0 KD, but the next game mode in Uplink is going to be key. Scump and crew, as well as General and his squad, narrowly edged out 1-point matches in their earlier series. They're gonna look to see if they can do it here again. Right now it's Optic up 2-0. Can Enigma 6 make the reverse sweep happen? Let's find out. This has been your G Fuel key player matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals, welcome back to the CWL Global Pro League. It's week 4. We're finding our final 2 teams that are going to compete for $500,000. It's just 2 short weeks away.
You're right there.
Yes.
You're getting yourself all excited.
I do. I got hot and bothered while doing that.
Oh, may have had a little bit of an accident here during the break.
We're good. I drank a whole bottle of water.
Now we're good to go. So hopefully things are better.
I'm ready. I'm ready for this Uplink. It's going to be a great time.
You don't get to find out what happened.
All right, so far in this series, it's been a tale of 2 halves, kind of, right?
Yep.
Enigma 6 start out strong, sort of collapse over the course of the game as Optic heats up. We'll see if a similar pattern comes into this Uplink. We've got, what, back-to-back throwback, if needed, and then we'd be going to breakout for the final map for Uplink here. Do you think they close it out with a 3-0 to wrap the night? We haven't had a 3-0 yet today.
I do. I think Optic Gaming closed this one out in 3-0 fashion, led by Karma's 28-16 Uplink performance with 6 points to his name.
Dude, I can't stop thinking about how amazing Stage 1 playoffs is going to be. Just how we were talking about it in the back, like with all the teams that are going to be there.
Yep.
Like, it's like you can't pick. I wouldn't pick a single like 3-0 at all. Like
8
out of
teams,
it. Nuts,
sold out crowd.
I can't wait. I cannot.
Best in the world, $500,000. What, isn't that the most ever in an event that's
Probably
not champs?
$200,000 for first place, which is like the Anaheim prize pool. Like, it's just so much money. But here we go, on board with Karma mid-map, but a couple kills going the way of Enigma 6. Just playing his life for the time being as his teammates get back to him off a spawn. By playing his life, I mean giving a fist to the kneecap of General.
Man, that must hurt, especially when coming from Karma. That nice Canadian man as he soars out with the errat again in middle map, gets the help of Crim6 to clean up that kill, and he's just not stopping. He was not letting go of his sprint button at all right there.
I feel like somebody in the search too, to a degree. I think somebody has told him before this series, like, Karma, we want you to go fast.
And Karma, he's
well,
definitely doing that.
Think about the interviews that they had, and they said we have to play to the pace of Enigma 6. They like to play really fast. We need to do that as well. They've certainly been able to do that thus far. But a minute into the game, no one really has shown anything on the offensive side. All the gunfights have really been going down at mid-map. Optic trying to push forward, but it's Cade inside a window, making sure there's no momentum here early. Well, he finds a nice 2-piece.
That was all that it was. It was back and forth trades. It was waiting for one player to be the one to swing it in their favor, and just like that, Enigma 6 with the first throw of the game. So it will remain 0-0 for the time being. The drone will reset.
A good play by Formal, though. You know, maybe he wants to help his teammate get involved in the gunfights. No, he goes straight for the drone, tosses it out the back, makes sure if Enigma 6 comes out on top, they can't get the dunk. But just like that, they're back to mid. They get it in. Nice dish and nice dunk. E6 strike first.
He basically bought his team time, right? It came down to they were going to get a dunk if I don't go for this drone, right? So let me throw the drone off the map. Let's see if we can give ourselves one final chance to get a stop. Unfortunately, just a little bit too late off spawn. So Enigma 6 will get the first points on the board, but if you watched any map so far in this series, Enigma 6 have always struck first, and then Optic have found a way back in.
Well, let's see if they can maintain this lead. It's Proto with a couple of mid-map before he drops. General in on the action as well. He tries to get to the edge and get in the back of the Optic Gaming spawn to start doing some dirty work. but he gets picked off before he hits the edge. Now it's back to Karma mid-map, and he is just pushing forward. The nades coming through as well over the top from his teammates. 2 down. He's taking out Proto and Release. The tear that is Karma finally gets shut down. But now Optic Gaming, every time I feel like they're going to be able to get forward, Cade gets a kill or 2.
Yeah.
That time it's in the rear, able to shut it down for the moment.
Yeah, just drop that drone now after Optic Gaming. Go for kills. Crimsix with the first. Formal's got to help him out here. Not able to clean up either players. And now just like that, it's 3 dead again for the green wall.
All right, let's see if more points can come in for Enigma 6. They're taking it up bike path, and behind Bus is Ruiz. You can see on X-Ray, everybody kind of stacked on the backside of bowling right now for Optic Gaming as they're trying to play some stoic defense, but it's General shutting down a few players. Ruiz able to play his life there. General's killed just about everybody now on the side of Optic Gaming, and it should be more points here momentarily. God, he almost able to cancel the reload and gun one more.
There you go, and they hit the 1 this time around, so the largest lead of the game now up to 3 for the side of Enigma 6, and still Cade. He is a thorn in the side of Optic Gaming so far this map with his advanced position in towards Ticket. He's a shooting Karma in the back. Karma has no chance to retaliate.
Well, this map, it can be very frustrating for pro players at times because you get shot in the back a lot. Depending on your spawn, there's very easy, quick flanks around the map, and you've seen Cade taking advantage of it as he's been shooting the backs of Optic Gaming members throughout the course of this. Fantastic stuff from him. Everybody getting cleared out except for Ruiz in the back. There may be a pass forward here shortly. Cade has drone in hand. He's the last man. There was the attempted pass, but unfortunately, his buddy dropped. It's Crimsix on defense.
If Crimsix isn't on this map right now for Optic Gaming, this is a much larger lead than what we see right now for Enigma 6. He's been the one getting the 2 pieces, trying to keep these numbers even. Somehow, again, look at the flank from Proto. He hits underpass. Optic aren't ready for it. Now they can't push this drone. There's 2 players stacked in a corner up against a wall, scared for their life right now as OG get wiped off the map yet again.
This is what we talked about last week. I was asking some of the North American teams why Millennium and Epsilon were taking the uplinks off of teams, and they're like, well, they flank a lot more. They hit from different angles, whereas North American teams, they find the favorite spot they like to hit. They bash their head into the wall until there's a break. Who's playing sneaky in the corner here? Oh, it's Ruiz. More bullets in the back of Optic Gaming members, but a couple still coming out on top. They've got several down right now. This is their best chance. A third. With Karma finds it. This is going to be points for Optic Gaming. Oh, no.
Proto's
gone. He's gone.
Oh, my God. Again, a hidden corner for Enigma 6. Saves them. Now Proto's going to move up, grab the drone. There's only 1 player here to beat. Okay, there's a spawn for Karma to at least help stop this push.
And he might give them a melee here, too. There it is, the beat down, the shot. That's not nearly high enough.
They want the dunk. It was a pass. It was a pass from Enigma 6. What a play by Proto to get that score through. Enigma 6 up 5-0.
And I'll tell you what, this is the biggest thing from this first half. It's the patience of several players on E6 waiting in corners, letting several Optic members fly by before shooting them from behind or hitting quick flanks with the ERAD. Like, I bet you, if you heard like Optic's comms right now, they've got to be flustered. Like, it just looked annoying to deal with. They're just being outplayed so far.
It reminds me of Millennium from last week and the times we saw some brilliant play from them. In Uplink, it was, Marky B making a smart play in a corner. Nolson finding the good open lane flank to catch our opponents off guard. It's little things like that that make a big difference. Think of the 5 points so far. It's all been based off of certain plays like that.
Well, IW and Uplink in general is very go, go, go. It's played at a very fast pace. Sometimes those change of paces, though, with a little bit more patience can catch teams off guard, and they've done a brilliant job of that. But you got to look at it again. Scump and Formal, both severely negative right now. That's not going to continue throughout the course of an entire game. They're going to heat up at some point.
Both teams start this side by missing a 1-point throw. This far into the game. I would say that is unacceptable.
Yeah, you got to bury those ones. I mean, Optic's being blanked right now. But we saw who got blanked to the kickoff last week. It was on Throwback. It was like, it was a 7-0.
Oh, well, Fnatic blanked FaZe in this match.
That's right. That was, sorry, 2 weeks ago. So we've seen definitely upsets on this map. Proto taking things into his own hands, trying to wrap through the backside of Grandma's. You see 1 player ready to meet him here from Optic, but he still gets the toss off. 6-0 Enigma 6. They're coming alive.
They're not only outslaying Optic, but they're putting such a great focus on the objective right now for their team. It has never been left behind, even there for a 1. Selfless play from Proto to get it done. Optic have yet to have a full 3 or 4 dead on the side of Enigma 6. And it shows them the lack of map control they've had so far this game.
Yeah, they've had very little drone possession whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so few offensive opportunities. And I'm not sure what you have to change your play style right now. Obviously, what you're doing and just the all-out aggression is not working out.
They've had 2 offensive plays. One was the one where they pushed field. Proto hit in that corner, killed the drone carrier, threw it away. 2 was that missed 1-point play from Crimsix. This is Optic Gaming we're talking about. 6.5 minutes, and they've only had 2 chances to score.
But remember, who was the matchup against when they were, was it United, when they were trailing by 5 on this map with 45 seconds left and came back? So this is a team that can string together a lot of points in a flurry. We'll see what they're capable of in this one, but so far, man, wow. Enigma 6 has been unstoppable through 7 minutes of gameplay.
Enigma 6's communication looks so much better right now with how they're positioning themselves, how they're playing these trades, even for the pass to go on through, just attempting that dunk. It's little things like that. Optic were not prepared for that barn push. Thankfully, a player near the portal, just because they saw the drone get picked up, that was scuffed to stop it.
Well, now you've got a couple down. This you got to go. You need to get points here. Finally get something on the board. There's one playing inside of bowling. Scump going to be checking it out. Drone still hasn't gotten forward. Nobody's grabbed it yet. Crim's just like waiting to try and find these kills. Just shaky shots, but able to finally snap on. And the drone's back at mid-map. They were never able to get it forward. They had a 4v2. How do you not get anything on the board there?
A lot of it came down to the fact that a flechette grenade hit Formal right in the face with the drone, so he had no chance to get away. Now Camo popped this. What is this? Rao General's taking. He's juking all of Optic Gaming. He'll put the point in and get the kill as well. 7-0 Enigma 6. This has been so one-sided through the first 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you don't really think about a comeback even happening just because you haven't seen anything from Optic Gaming throughout the course of this game. There's just been no bright spots to even consider that they might be able to come back. I mean, you have Overdrive to work with. Maybe you get some, you don't want to get blanked.
There is literally a 2-kill difference between these teams, but the possession and control that Enigma 6 has had is light years ahead of that of Optic Gaming so far. It's just a testament to where they're getting these kills and how important it is on the map. You've got to go right now if you're Crimsix. You cannot wait. That's 3 dead. He's going to try to go for a dunk. He will get it on through. 7-2, 90 seconds left. Optic getting into position, but Emery's with the 2-piece will stop the pressure for the moment.
Karma very close to Camo as well. A similar situation to what we talked about against the United. They've done crazy comebacks here before when the pressure is on.
Karma was pushing towards blue. It just forced the spawn near that back bowling bus, which let Enigma 6 flood towards the middle map. 3 dead with the last guy alive. He's the one with the drone.
What a play.
Look at how much time Cade is burning right now. Don't get the one.
What a play from Cade, though. Still, like you said, burns 20 or so seconds. Now they have to reset it. So the 3 down you have for Enigma 6 no longer matters. You had to rotate everybody back to try and play defense.
Man.
By the time you get back, Enigma 6 is back off spawn at mid. Karma does have his camo, though.
That was a big kill from General right there to get that kill onto Karma. Your camo guy now dead. It's 2 players down. Emery's trying to flood through middle map. They don't have this lane watched at all. Give the drone to Karma now. Let him go for the camo dunk. There it is.
Karma's got it. Okay, so you're going to be down 3. 2 positions.
No!
And he gets cut down. Who else? Of course, it's Cade.
Cade making plays throughout this entire map. GG, we're going to a game 4. Enigma 6 just outclassed Optic Gaming and Uplink.
And we keep talking about just those one maps here and there that teams are going to be able to steal from Optic Gaming. Could be the difference. You already saw what, one S&D, what Red Reserve was able to take off them. Now it's going to be the Uplink for Enigma 6. These are big and crucial maps.
You think of what we see right here. Enigma 6, they get a 120-second lead in Hardpoint thrown away. They get a 2-round count lead in S&D and give up 5 rounds in a row. This very well could have been a drastically different series if they closed out the first couple matches.
Oh, they had chances to win both matches. It could have been 3-0 for E6. Absolutely could have. It would have been the first time they've done it to them this year. But there you go. You thought maybe they would, you know, after the dramatic game 1 and how that went down, you thought maybe Enigma 6 would fold. They have not. What a beautiful win there in Uplink. But now we're staying on throwback for Hardpoint. But how many times, man, did you see somebody hit those mid-tracks and shoot Optic Gaming players in the back just over and over and over again, which makes me think you were talking about how you felt the communication was superior for Enigma 6. Yeah, it had to be. Something was off with Optic there because they were just getting caught off guard like a lot. I don't know why.
Felt like there was always an open lane that they weren't ready for.
Yeah.
And the kills in middle map, Enigma 6 were doing such a great job of trading, and then finally having a player get the 2-piece that swung the numbers into their favor, that let them then focus on the drone. Optic just never found their bearings in first side of that map, and then even inside too. When they'd get a little bit more drone pressure on, it was so uncharacteristic from them. They would like get a score and then lose all map positioning, and then they would just have to restart from point 0.
And some really nice plays from Cade, whether they were, you know, defensively picking up 2 pieces. That time he was alive by himself and grabbed the drone and just got out of there. Almost got a 1-pointer out of that as well. Some really, really heads-up plays is what gets them on top there in the uplink. The question is, can they get it done the hardpoint? I mean, I think the answer is yes. If you watch game one, they can absolutely go toe-to-toe with Optic Gaming and hardpoint and throw back a much different map. You usually don't see huge swings. It's a lot more scrappy hardpoints. There's not like a, huge money hills like you have with Breakout per se.
Here's your box score of the two different sides. E6 go up 5-0 in the first half. General, a 1.25 KD, drops 30 kills and 3 points on the board, getting everything done for E6. I think he did an interview the other day. Said, I don't have a role, I do everything. Something like that.
I do it all.
I do it all. And some people were trying to roast him. Right there, he did.
No,
I'll give that.
He's an amazing player. Sometimes he'll get knocked for the confidence, but you got to have it as a player in the Call of Duty World League, especially competing at this level. But, we're talking about Enigma 6, that man, General. They've been through a lot together this year. Let's take a look at how they got here.
Enigma 6 is a team consisting of young, talented players coming out of Michigan in Proto, General, Cade, and M. Ruiz. They are not standout players, but they work incredibly well together because of the chip that they have on their shoulder, especially General, Cade, and M. Ruiz. The trio erupted onto the Call of Duty esports scene at UMG California in 2015, but with the 18+ rule going into effect for the CWL, Enigma 6 were unable to compete last season. That makes this year their time to shine. Enigma 6 exploded into CWL Vegas, battling their entire way through the open bracket straight into pool play. E6 would go 9-0 in pools, shocking the community with 3-0 wins over Optic Gaming.
Just 2.5 minutes from 3-0ing Optic Gaming.
And eventually CWL Vegas champions Rise Nation.
Enigma 6 get the job done. The 3-0 of the Green Wall. They've now 3-0'd Rise Nation.
Outside of Vegas, they have consistently placed top 12 at major LAN events and have victories in multiple online 2K tournaments. So far this year, Enigma 6 can be defined by their ability to rebound and improve as a team. After league play changes following Vegas, the team did see a dip in performance, falling from top 8 in Vegas to top 16 in Atlanta. Enigma 6 is certainly a team that is on the rise, and one with potential to beat anyone in the Global Pro League. Keep your eyes on General. He was an absolute monster at CWL Dallas. He posted the highest overall respawn KD with a 1.28 and the second highest S&D KD at 1.53. These are elite statistics and will go a very long way to helping Enigma 6 compete against the world's best. Tune in May 12th through the 14th to see how Enigma 6 performs in Stage 1 of the CWL Global Pro League.
You saw General going beast mode there in the uplink. They're going to need every bit of that here for throwback hardpoint. And God, man, it's a good thing for them. If you get out to a hot start like you did on Breakout, if you're punishing Optic up to like 80 to 100 points, you win that map on throwback. You don't see those swings, so let's see if they can get out to another big start like that. I know you can't rely on the abysmal start that Scump had in the game one, but he wasn't exactly stellar in that uplink.
No, not at all. He was holding his own, though, but he did have another slow start. When you saw those first couple points go on for Enigma 6, I think Scump was already at like 2-7 off the break of that map. Can the King kick things off on the right foot in this game 4? It's prime time for a reason, baby. Hardpoint up next. Maven, do we see the game 5 or does this end right here?
I think that it ends here. I think that they are a better hardpoint team without question. I think the game 1 was a little bit fluky in the sense that they just started very, very slow. I don't think that happens here. And I think the big thing too, I think Optic Gaming is pissed about that last game. I think they were getting very frustrated. Like, if I could have heard the comms, I just know they were flustered with some of the slow plays that were coming out of Enigma 6. I think they try to make a point here and bury him.
Well, you thought you got flustered at times on Uplink on throwback. I can tell you right now, hardpoint on throwback can be just as frustrating if you're not keeping track of where you need to look next. It is a very fast-paced map, and that's why you give the ERAD to someone like Scump. Already 3 dead on Optic Gaming as Enigma 6 wiped them off the map, just like the first hardpoint.
That beautiful stuff from them. Can they punch Optic in the teeth here to open up the game? Ruiz picking up kills from behind yet again and turning and snapping onto Crim6. Yikes. Yikes.
He had to have gotten help right there.
I hope so.
Because he just killed Crim6 faster than anyone ever.
Well, it was a headshot too, so I think just a little bit of lucky bullet spray probably there on the ERAD.
Well, Optic finally gets some kills. Took 40 seconds, but they're now on the board and they wipe Enigma 6 4 dead right there, and now they'll push through the barn to try to fight for spawns for this next hard point.
Yeah, Crimsix just tried to, but you see him dropping on the kill feed. What is that? Spawn at the top left. It's the number 3. Crim just spawned in the back corner. I don't think they're going to be ready for this whatsoever. And it ends up popping Karma there with him as well. So they're going to get set up very nicely here for Barn as they clear things out.
They just got blessed.
Was there anybody up there?
They just got blessed by the COD gods. I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, all right. Well,
they better make the most of it.
They're right back into this. We'll see if they can hold on to Barn. I may have missed a player position there for the spawn, but I think that was a gift, certainly. Scump is able to tag up one. They're pushing this out as far as they can as they're racking up time in Barn. Scump should be flanking behind one momentarily. There's the first. A second coming out of Grandma's in the back. Nice shots from Scump, but a couple go down for Optic Gaming as well. It's Crimsix still trying to hold in front as everybody's spawning out.
Oh, he had the right idea right there. Try to play from the outside, catch General as he's pushing back towards the hill. General, though, just wins the straight-up gunfight. 44-32 currently the score. Optic Gaming narrowly in the lead, but that could switch here in the final 15 seconds of this hard point.
All right, well, Optic has roared back into this one on Barn. We talked about them maybe being a little bit flustered after that uplink. I want to hear the comms.
One more on me. Stay alive, Seth. Right. They're gonna be cut. Shit on him.
Hide him, bust.
There should be one more on me. I got time, Matt. Meeting it. I'm helping you, bust side.
Yeah, he's here.
Shit.
Get a guy, one's bowling.
Pushing you. Be cut, Seth.
Nothing. Bowling again.
All the bowling.
One's lining high.
He's one to hell right now. Go on lemon.
Go mid.
I got contest.
He's right trains in the corner.
Back right. General back right. One's top train. One's back right.
One right behind him.
He's one back in, one shot. Two guys there.
No, two. 1-0.
I'm bust, Seth.
One, they're right side.
Red alley, bus. Red alley and bus.
More hill. Red alley again. He's red sidewalk. General. Red sidewalk. Last guy. General. Last guy.
He's jumping down.
Nice job, guys. Middle last guy, I think.
Yeah, front right. Ticket.
Middle. Red sidewalk.
We got you. Look at bowling. I'm looking bowling. Bowling.
I'll shoot him.
He's weak, camel guy.
Yeah, jump across, I'll shoot him.
Stay alive. Watch back.
I'm red statue. Yo, I can streak.
I'm thinking bowling. One's in
Top mid. Front green. Green side up. Crease.
Bowling one shot. I need help.
He's front right.
He's one shot. He's top train. Absolute. I'm gonna streak.
I spawn lemon.
Stay alive.
Get bowling control.
He's in bowling.
I traded in.
Where's that?
One bowling, two bowling, one top blue.
In bowling weak.
Two top blue.
One more bowling, Matt. Trade that. Nice, good shit.
All right, you hear the comms there from Optic Gaming, and I'll tell you what, you can hear how we always talk about the Trinity Rockets and whether or not they get kills. We kind of heard the scouting element of it there as Scump's able to call out everything on the map to his teammates.
You can also just hear how frantic and important score streaks are. I can streak it. Don't push it. Let's play it around this. It's big things like that are why streaks are so key, and we highlight it so much when casting. Optic still just about a 15-second lead. They've had this for the last few hills. Kills being traded right now, but because those close blue spawns are in favor of Enigma 6, they will be able to continually supplement and flood this hard point as long as they keep trading.
Yeah, they're still keeping one player over there, but the next one up, Proto, number 8, you see they're all spawning at the top of the map by silo. So the break does come through for Optic. There's a proper play from Formal. He pushes it out, makes sure nobody's able to spawn at blue, and he lines up Ruiz there across courtyard.
This is like a gun skill battle right now between General and Formal on this map. General having a great start. Formal right there with him now at 13-8. Both players leading their teams in kills. As again, rotation back towards middle with Optic Gaming narrowly in the lead.
Well, Formal goes on a little bit of a streak there before dropping, and like you said, holding on to
look at that. That's what I'm saying.
But a narrow advantage. Yeah, General, I mean, you saw, I think, right at the beginning of the retaliation, remember that first kill, him and Formal both go vertical, and he wins that one-on-one battle, and you have to win those types of gunfights. Otherwise, Formal and crew are going to punish you.
Yeah, and it's just both of them at 15 and 10 right now, both coming off the respawn, as well as both with barely any time inside the objective. Still just a 20-second lead for Optic. No team, and this is what we talked about with Throwback Hardpoint, no team really able to kind of catch their breath right here. And it's just continually flying at each other, continually getting in engagements. It's what makes this map so unique compared to the other hard.
Oh yeah, you don't usually see like perfect 60 holds here.
No.
It's too scrappy. But they've done a good job, Enigma 6, of keeping this close, making sure they're still in striking distance. Because, again, if you get a big advantage, if you're Optic, you go up 80 a point, something like that. It is so hard to come back on this map. But now, look at this. They rotate early for Barn. There's no spawn for Crim in behind. Now they have to bust through the front. It's Cade and Ruiz trying to hold on. Crim6, though, answering there before getting traded out.
Now, we did hear from Optic Gaming. It's only right that we show the same love to Enigma 6. as we take a peek at their team communication.
In the back scump. 2 shots dead. One more in the back, guys.
Yep, I got him. In the hill, in the hill.
Get those
He's
trees.
back door. Hill weak, Crim.
Back door dead.
Krim is weak. Snake that. No, I should have. Fine. He's in the back right.
2 shots dead.
Nice.
Front door.
Oh!
Guys, come on. I need you to
Let's go. Yeah, we're helping. There's two. There's 2 in there.
Big win.
I got him. Here.
Let's go, baby.
I need to run next. Dead.
You guys fucking win.
I'm going now.
Middle. One shot formal. Middle one shot formal.
Yeah, he's gonna be tunnel.
There.
There's three middle right now. Three middle. Oh, Scump got me. He's front foot. Go,
Lemon weak. Good job. I'm using my scare.
I spawn bowling.
Good job.
Nice.
Stay alive. I'm bowling right now. They cannot help you.
They're gonna spawn behind you, One's red stairs, weak as fuck.
They spawn tons. There's two there.
I got it.
Oh, good. We're still spawning there. We gotta go for spawns.
I'm his stack.
He's laying up high. He's laying up high.
Run away. Nice. I need to go.
Contest this.
Top ticket karma. I'm going for spawns. He guarded me.
He pushed you dead.
I spawn grandma's. He's inside bowling. I'm holding the statue.
Hi.
You gotta rotate.
Yeah, we're trying to. Let's go hill. Don't challenge him.
To the right. I got it. Let's go.
Push through.
Formal weak. Bowling. Kill. There's 3 guys. We need to rotate. I have FTL.
I'm gonna go. Okay, you go around blue.
He's on hill. On pass. Karma.
Big wins, guys. Big wins. This K-bars.
Yeah, he killed me. Top bridge. And one statue. Nick. Be careful, bro. You're gonna die in your bed.
Got him.
There's one statue.
Behind you.
There's a look at how the team is talking, and Maven, we both kind of picked up on the same thing. My heart rate started going faster from just hearing them call out. So many words being thrown around. Might work for them, but you also mentioned, it's something that we've heard other pro players critique other teams for, is repeating the same call over and over. Look at the outside push. Cade just did the outside push, and Formal was ready for it. He's only able to get one, so Cade just burned his payload to try to flank the back baseball side. Only able to get one. The rest of his team dies with him.
But yeah, back to your point, I think there's definitely such a thing as over-communicating, right? I mean, when you're repeating something 5 or 6 times, which we heard multiple times in that, I don't know. I'm a fan of distinct call-outs, say it once, and react. But you do got to love the energy from the guys.
Oh, absolutely. And you can hear how frantic they can get in their voice at times. So much energy put into this. This is their dream to now be here in the CWL Global Pro League. And they're facing the best in the world in Optic Gaming on rotation. Everybody from OG getting a kill. All dead on E6. And look, this is what makes Karma such a great player. Look at this back angle he's holding. He just forced General to use his reactive armor to challenge that gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
that was the gunfight for reactive armor.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, like if we don't get through this first line of defense in Karma, they're going to just crush us here on train platform. And look at the first 30 or so points here going to Optic. E6 hasn't been able to get close.
Does this not remind you of how E6 were playing against Optic in the last map? There was always someone they had to watch their flank for. There was always someone behind them. They could never get comfortable. You're seeing Optic fight fire with fire now in Hardpoint, and they've got their largest lead in the game because of it.
Yeah, and you can see the gameplay seems a lot slower right now for Optic Gaming. They're set up in the power positions, keeping them out of mid-map, and this is a perfect hold at mid-map. No one able to touch it for E6. A brilliant job from Optic Gaming, but now we're heading over to train. Everybody, or barn, everyone fighting out for spawns.
Formal,
train inside the barn?
Formal, if he gets his hill, there you go, bombardment. Now 2 kills off that Warden, 1 kill away. He's not gonna get it though, as he charges right on out. Either way, the damage has been done. You've got Scump with reactive. Crimsix just popped his payload. Karma ready to go. You've got 2 streaks for Formal. Optic want to shut the door here and take both hard points of this map. Look at Formal. FTL jumping at his opponent.
Unfortunately, missing the shots to finish that kill. But this is what you expect. Like when you talk about Formal and Scump, those are the stat lines. Look at that. They're basically identical. I mean, when you take a look at it, both have 32 kills, both around a minute in the hard point. That's why you didn't expect them to continue to play poorly in the first map. That's why I thought Optic would probably take it here. You expect them to put on that kind of performance, and when they do, when Optic's at their best, they are very, very hard to beat.
Scump even pops a reactive armor right there for just about these last 18 seconds. They want this time. They want to be as close as possible to winning. If you are Enigma 6, you need a basically perfect game from here on out. You've already used reactive armor. You don't have any streaks to pop outside of the Scarab. They're going to use it right away as they need to be able to come back and force a game 5.
But the terrifying part is you have streaks for Optic, you have camo for Karma. You have so many, hard point breaking utility pieces to work with that it's just, I don't know how you possibly do this right now. You see right there, Trinity and Bombardment for Formal.
Does he pop it here, or does he save it for the next hard point? I'm wondering if he just begins to use it on this hill. Yep, there you go. So he's going to call Bombardment, which will not only kill the Scarab, it'll kill Emery's, shut down the Centurion, and wipe 3 players of Enigma 6 off the map. Formal and Scump both racing to see who can get 40 kills.
Yeah, he might have dual 40 bombs depending on how much longer this game goes on. The one good thing, if you can survive this hard point, is you do have the spawns right now.
Oh no!
For statue.
Oh no! The Trinity rocket just got called in, and Proto decided to use the camo, and Formal just killed him for free.
Oh God, I think he got a teammate as well in that, but man, that's an unfortunate series of events there for Proto. You can't close it out. You're going to have 247. They need 3 more points. You have to be flawless, absolutely perfect here. But this is exactly the, I mean, you're down 100. Here's not a map that you can be flawless on multiple hard points.
It's not. And Optic are going to flood on through. The only thing is Optic have used all 4 of their payloads and their streaks, but they're already in the hill. Scump with his 38th kill, Formal with 40, GG. Optic finished day 1, a perfect 2-0.
And that's what's so scary about this Optic Gaming team. You just know all 4 of those guys, how well they can slay on the map. And the only time where it looked like E6 could hang with them in hardpoint was when some of the guys in Optic were struggling. But as soon as they turned up, you just see they're superior in that game mode.
Another thing to remember too, today, close to the public. Tomorrow we will have a sold-out crowd here in the MLG.
I can't wait.
We know how loud these fans will get, especially for a team like Optic Gaming. You've got to think that that will only play in their favor even more as the weekend goes on. GG's to all. Great showing right there from Enigma 6, especially keeping some of the maps close, but you got to think they're going to be kicking themselves, especially for that first map loss on Breakout Hard.
And I think day 1 is pretty much exactly what you expected. Like, if you're going to go through it, I'm not shocked to have Red Reserve at 1-1, E6 at 1-1, and then you have 2-0 at the top for Optic Gaming, and Elevate struggling. I mean, that's basically exactly how I would have guessed day 1 was going to go.
And I'm happy. No 3-0s, close matches. Some of those could have gone either way. You had the Game 5 already. That one definitely should have gone to Game 5, you'd think, from what we saw. But either way, for the most part, as you said, the grouping's playing out exactly as I thought.
It is, but if we've learned anything the past couple of weeks, stuff can get turned on its head very, very quickly. But Scump just had a monster performance there in Hardpoint, and we've got him on stage with Christopher Puckett.
Thank you so much, Maven. That's right, we have Scump the King, and you started off in a slump. Let's talk about that first game, because at the end of it, you came out and you were pounding your chest, yelling, I was 1-11, I was 1-11. What was going down on that first hardpoint?
Really? I was just getting unfortunate. I lost a couple of gunfights throughout that 1-11 spree, but they were killing me out of hill with NV4s, and I'm a K-bar player, so obviously I'm closer to the hill in most engagements, but I was just getting shot from, like, back areas where I wasn't used to. So got a little unfortunate, turned it around, got into showers a little bit, started popping some 4 pieces, so I turned it around, but it was definitely a slow start.
Started popping a few 4 pieces. No big deal there. Search and Destroy went in your guys' favor, but then the Uplink came around. What did you guys learn about Enigma 6 in that Uplink game?
It's something we knew already. They're just a really fast-paced team. They pushed out the cuts that you need to push out fast, and they just did it really well. One of our biggest problems, we talked about it, was we weren't accounting for their 4th player. So a lot of the times we get 3 kills, but their last guy would be behind us. He'd kill 2 of us off the ball, and then that completely stops our momentum. So just keeping track of players would have made that a lot easier, but they played it really well as well. So.
And final question here. Let's talk about the game 4. It seems that throwback hardpoint is really just a race between you and Formal to see who's going to get the most kills. Why are you guys so confident on that map mode in particular?
Throwback's really the hard point where you can get away with just killing a lot of the time. There's a couple places where you have to push and play discipline, but most of the time it comes down to sheer slaying, and if me and Matt are going off, it's really hard to beat us on that map. I mean, we were playing discipline, doing everything that we needed to, and we got the win in the end, so.
All right, well, I'll let you go celebrate with your team. We still have 2 more days of Scump time, though. Don't go anywhere for now. Let's send it back to the desk with Benson.
Thank you very much, Chris. Optic Gaming, the perfect start for them. They conclude the day at 2-0. But that series was a little closer than I think many would have anticipated. E6 definitely showed a wonderful sign of life, if you will. I think you could make a very big argument. They could have actually won that series 3-0. But we'll start at the beginning. Map number 1, of course, Optic Gaming does take it. It's a close one, though, a very, very close one. And team, it all started off very strange for Enigma 6. It starts with Cade getting well-starred by Karma, and then all of a sudden he's like, all right, no. He goes on a rampage himself. I mean, it was a beautiful start for him, at least.
Oh, for sure. Turned it around very well after that one. You can see he ended with 31, 1.35 KD, but it ended up being a loss. And I don't understand how teams can let this get away so often against Optic Gaming. You have to exploit those mistakes that the other team is making. When Scump is having a bad game, you have to get out to the lead. They were able to do that, but focus on one rotation heavily.
Right.
Just sacrifice a complete heal and lock down the game. They just sort of do these half and half pushes and get punished because of it.
And that breakdown doesn't really tell you the full story, because you almost want to see the first half compared to the second half of the game, and you'd see just how different it was. I mean, Optic at one point, Optic was down 2 minutes and still managed to win. I mean, how does that happen?
I mean, they do it a lot. They've done it against us, and they're just a really good team. They always stay composed. They know what to do. They know what's the right plays, and they do it as a team. And I think composure is a really big thing when it comes to those situations and coming back. I've done it with my team as well. And it's all about just communicating, play like, it's not over.
That's true. I mean, you go to that final hard point, General so close to streaks there, Chance. I mean, if he got those streaks, was E6 going to win though?
I mean, streaks on cave is pretty huge, right? Because you can even just hover a Trinity Rocket. You got about 10 seconds you buy your team to get in the hill to start pushing out the opponent, and the opponent's pretty much just stuck. So, yes, if you get streaks, that could easily be a game winner. Obviously not the case, and Optic Gaming closes it out in the end.
Then, of course, we head over to map number 2 with Optic up 1-0. They take that 6-4. And, Teep, again, similar story. Karma has a fantastic map. I think he finishes 10-4. And you also heard him kind of shot calling as well.
Oh, for sure. Karma got very loud in the middle of that search and destroy when some of those rounds weren't going their way. And that's one of the biggest changes I think we've seen in Infinite Warfare about this Optic Gaming lineup. One of the players is just feeling it in a particular situation, and they take over the shot calling. So we saw Karma get very loud. We heard him making these very unique calls. And sometimes as a player, you just kind of get in the zone, if that makes sense, especially when you're a top player like that. And he was just reading those rounds perfectly, getting those pushes up towards the middle of the map, getting plat control. And it's just, it's hard to explain. It's like a spidey sense sort of thing where you're like, I know exactly what's going on this round, next round, and the next round. Listen to me. I'll take it over. Karma does it again.
And the shot calling to me is what won Optic Gaming that map more so than anything else. From E6's perspective on offense, that first round, they go to A. 2 of their players die mid-map, but still they're able to turn it into a 2v2. They get the bomb down. They don't clutch up in the end. Their next offensive round, same thing. They take that bomb to A. This time they get it down with no issues. They clutch up the round. Optic Gaming, they see this. They make the adjustment. Same thing. E6 next round, they go to A. The entirety of Optic Gaming is there waiting for them like a storm, and Optic Gaming just runs them over. So Optic Gaming makes that adjustments. They now defend the A bomb site much better than E6 is able to attack it, and they close them out E6 again on that round. Finally, the final offense, E6 switches it back up, go to B, but they just lose the gunfights in the end, despite the fact that Optic Gaming stacked up the A bomb site. So they're just getting outplayed in multifacets.
I mean, it was 5 rounds in a row for Optic Gaming. I guess, how do you put a stop to a team's momentum like that? I mean, 5 rounds is a lot in a row.
I think Karma, like they said, was a big reason why they did that comeback. I felt like he was just in very good spots, and like his knowledge on the map was really good. He always positioned himself to get first blood, maybe to start off with a 2-piece, and that just, easily helped his team come back.
And of course, we move over to map number 3, and this is where E6 really put on a masterclass of Uplink. Chance, you said the best Uplink team in the game.
They definitely played very uniquely, and I think they could have a case for being that. I mean, Proto even said at the start, we're not going to drop an Uplink all week, and they were confident in obviously beating OG 7-2. One of the things they do that has been incredibly effective so far is when they know there's a guy behind them. If there's a guy coming off the flank, if there's a guy picking up kills in their base, they do not care. They do not turn around. They don't try to pick that up. They grab that drone and run. They only care about the drone. They only care about that control. They'll ignore the people in their base because as soon as they start pushing forward, those guys are going to be out of position. Another thing they do incredibly well is they're very patient. They'll get into annoying spots. They'll cross that mid-map position and they'll sit in corners and just wait for Optic Gaming to run past, and they'll start picking up kills, and they can be huge nuisances to Optic Gaming. Scump was even talking about it. There's always that one guy that's behind us that picks up 2, and it just kills our momentum. So they're doing 2 things incredibly well and very efficient uplink play.
Obviously, E6 had a flawless first half, a 5-0 start. Apathy, you could say they capitalized a lot on some of the weaknesses of Optic Gaming. What specifically kind of stood out to you?
I mean, just like Chan said, they capitalized a lot on Optic's mistakes, and they didn't necessarily play the ball, or they didn't play the objective as much. They just went, they just grabbed the ball, they just pushed out a specific cut, like underpass, and they just ran the ball and easily got a point or 2.
Yeah, Seth mentioned it in that interview. They already know what's sort of going wrong with them and the step that they need to take to fix the uplink, because they struggle against Red Reserve on Frost as well. Yeah. It's a kill first, drone second mentality, and that's fine, but you have to focus on that last player or do the other sort of thing that a lot of other NA teams do, is when you're picking up that drone, you throw it forward, then focus on kills. That way the drone's already up so far on the map instead of having to worry about it when it's behind you. So if they can focus on just that little bit of mistake, I think Optic can be scoring upwards of like 12 points in these uplink games.
Very true. Optic, of course, still up 2-1 at this point. We go over to map number 4. And Chance, that's where really Optic, they never looked as if they were going to struggle at all. They were in control the entire time.
Yeah, so I mean, the first Hardpoint, E6 gets off to that incredibly hot start. Optic Gaming makes the comeback. At this point, game number 4, they've warmed up. They're comfortable in the series. They're not worried about their gun skill. Everything's kind of firing on all cylinders. And again, Scum pointed out in the interview, when him and Formal are slaying like they can, what can any team really do?
It does lead to an interesting conversation, though. Apathy, for you, was that series closer than maybe it should have been?
I think it was as close as it should have been.
You think?
Yeah.
Because E6 could have 3-0'd. That could have been a 3-0 very, very easily.
Yeah, that is true, but I think Optic is just a very clutch and composed team. You know, whenever they're down, they just come back. They just do it every time almost.
It's true. It's true. We can now take a look, of course, at the standings to close out day number 1 here of the final week before playoffs. Optic Gaming sitting pretty at the top, 2-0, 6-2 map count. Enigma 6 right behind them, 1-1, 4-4 map count. Red Reserve also 1-1, but a 4-5 map count. And Team Elevate 0-2, 3-6. You heard Maven say it. Pretty sure that's what a lot of people would have expected to close out day number 1. We can now take a look at tomorrow's schedule as well, so you know exactly when your favorite teams are going to be competing. Action kicks off at 2 p.m. We have Red Reserve versus Enigma 6. Optic Gaming face Elevate at 3:30. Elevate back-to-back. They play E6 at 5 p.m. And to close out the day at 6:30 p.m., we have Optic Gaming in action once again. But that is day number 1 now in the books of the final week of Stage 1 of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Optic Gaming sitting pretty in the number 1 spot after a flawless 2-0 day. GP action continues tomorrow at 2 p.m. as our 4 teams fight to clinch their spot at playoffs.
Thank you.